Los Angeles, California. Welcome back for the Big Sunday Show here in Los Angeles here on January 5th, 2025. And we are your plane jockeys back here at an Imperial Hill. What a beautiful morning. Boy, it is nice and warm, not a cloud. Well, a few clouds in the sky, but certainly not what we saw last Sunday with all that fog and that haze. Oh, it's beautiful. You can see the mountain ranges from the distance. This is what you want as a plane spotter here in Los Angeles. Hope you all had a great weekend. How you doing there, Rudy?
Good. Happy Sunday, y'all.
Happy Sunday, y'all.
Good to be back.
Our friend Later Tater just dropped by with some famous Subway cookies.
Ooh.
I said, Tater, where are you going? He was going to leave. I said, well, what do you got going on here today? He said, well, nothing. I said, you want to come on the show and talk a little bit? He said, well, I had no plans of doing that. He didn't have breakfast, so he will come back and greet us here on the show. So stand by for that.
Oh, yes. And we have our first takeoff happening right now. Air Premier Flight 102 headed out to Seoul on the Dreamliner.
Of course, we saw Bumblebee R2, ANA, Dreamliner, sitting there amongst the A380s. They're on the southwest corner of Tom Bradley.
The way to start.
It is, I gotta tell you, it is just an absolute beautiful day here in the Southland.
Clearest day we've had all year.
I don't know. I would dare to say yes. No pollution, no haze, no fog. I mean, look at you can see the mountain ranges. I was telling Tanner, I said, this is the kind of day you want being up in the control tower, right?
Oh,
you can see for miles.
Beautiful morning.
Of course, our friend Later Tater officially retiring on New Year's Eve. Stopped by High Top DH Hotel for a big celebration.
We have a Southwest Special livery taking off on the north side. It's Florida 1. Southwest Airlines 2389 taking off to Chicago Midway on the 737-700.
We have three A380 Supers sitting there at Tom Bradley, Green Air, Asiana, Qantas.
This is American Airlines 1292 taking off to Nashville on the 737-800.
And a legend, Shane, with a $550 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Shane. Shane says, have a great Sunday, Kevin and Rudy. Thank you so much, Shane. Amazing support continues from our legend, Jane. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Boy, I feel bad for you guys on the East Coast. You got some terrible weather coming your way.
Ooh, stay inside.
It's that time of the year, Jane and everyone there on the East Coast, where you start tuning in to the California live streams because you want to see the sunshine. A lot of you guys won't be seeing the sunshine for months now. It's that time of the year.
It's a nice, beautiful morning here. Feels great.
It is a very nice day. Thank you so much, Shane. Yes, come visit us here in Southern California. CHF with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, CHF. Says, good morning, Kevin and Rudy. Yesterday I went to plane spotting paradise, my first time, and it did not disappoint. There you go. Plane spotting paradise there on the north side. winning the crossover, coming up from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, flight 2010. It's an A321 Neo. We do have a Queen lighting up on the radar. No, I don't. Is it really leaving?
No, it's been on the radar all morning.
The Atlas Air Queen, it's the passenger 747-400, which I believe took in one of the football teams, NFL football teams. No way that that's leaving just yet. The game hasn't even started. Look at this livery.
Oh, yeah, nice. This is a Bombardier Global Express.
Of course, we can see miles away. Do we see a heavy heading to the north side? Japan Airlines Streamliner heading toward 24 right.
Flight 60 coming in from Osaka. Flight time is just under 9 hours. Oh, the Queen is pushing back.
It is.
Right?
It certainly looks that way. Unless they're moving it. Could be towing it to the other side. Meanwhile, a Delta 757 taking off 25 right.
This is Delta Airlines 631 taking off to Mexico City on the 757-200.
What do you think? Well, I mean, the Queen, the tail heading to the west. Not quite sure where they would be moving it. If they were moving it, getting it out of the way, it would be heading to the west side. That looks like that's heading to the east. Joni Swanson with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Joni. Says, good morning, Kevin and Rudy. Hello to Rita and Mr. Dater. Hello to my Manchester friends, Debbie and Russ. Have a good day to all. Hello there, Joni.
Hello.
Hope all is doing well. Thomas with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Thomas. Says, hello, Kevin and Rudy. Just got back from a week-long West Caribbean cruise. Biggest highlight was climbing a waterfall in Oco Rios, Jamaica. Definitely recommend for sure. Go Packers today. I'm instantly jealous of you, Thomas.
That sounds nice.
Have another JetBlue waiting to cross over. This flight coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, flight 2801, the A321. Also have American Airlines flight 2018 heading to Philadelphia, 787-8 Dreamliner, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side. AussieMan55 with the super chat. Thank you so much, AussieMan55. Happy AVL Sunday, y'all. Been enjoying the 24-hour live cams a lot lately. Will there still be a 24-hour Plane Jockey stream in June? Yes, there will be.
This is Delta Airlines 2568 taking off to San Antonio on the A319. Sun got in my eyes.
Another JetBlue winning the crossover. This one, I'm sorry, this is the one coming in from Fort Lauderdale. The other one coming in from JFK, flight 123. So that one winning the crossover, coming in from Fort Lauderdale, CHF, back with the $5 Super Jet. Says, I feel like I've been seeing more private jets at LAX lately. Yeah, we've been noticing that as well.
We now have a Dreamliner rolling on 25 right. This takeoff is American Airlines 2018, taking off to Philly on the 787-8 Dreamliner. Keep an eye out for JetBlue flight 2010. Should be appearing soon. Starting to taxi to the runway. We have our friend Joe on that flight, headed back to Florida.
Do have a heavy arriving here on the south side at 25 left. It's like a Moss Air Cargo, converted A330-200. Also heavy approaching the north side. It's like Singapore, flight 12, coming in from Tokyo Narita at 777-300ER. Next heavy arrival at 24 right there on the north side. The views are just amazing this morning.
Very clear.
Number 422 Mike Lima, just maintain 6,000. Number 71 Bravo, make left traffic, runway 15. Number 71 Bravo, enter pattern at or above 3,000. At or above. Number 1 Kelly, turn right, yeah, resume the departure, turn Los Angeles, turn 125.8, get in.
Push back that Qantas A380 Super that will be towed over to the Qantas hangar here shortly.
We have a United 757-300 now rolling on 25 right. This is United Airlines 2039 taking off to Chicago on the 757-300. That's Joe's flight right there.
Anybody is not lights in the future, call SoCal approach for flight following.
What was that?
What?
Did you hear that on the ATC?
No.
Am I just hearing my own frequency in my headset?
What'd you hear?
It was some like other voice that just popped up inside. Blah, 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 blah. Contact something else.
We have another United 757-200 about to take off to Newark. United flight 2728.
Originally, this is Qantas flight 93 coming in from Australia. Of course, we have Qantas flight 11 coming in from Sydney a bit later. Tater. So it looks like they are just moving that Atlas 747-400.
Oh yeah.
Looks like they're just moving it further to the east.
Couple spots over.
I'll tell you, these are the days to come out to Plane Spot here at LAX. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Not too warm and not too cold.
Steve is out here too. This hasn't been out here in a while.
I know. Our friend Steve. Haven't seen him in a while.
He said that he tunes into the 24-hour live cameras just to see if the weather is good.
You know how many people tell me that?
Yeah.
I tune into the 24-hour live stream just to see what the weather's like before I come out to Plane Spot.
It's true.
We're going to rename ourselves the LAX Weather Channel.
We've got eyes on the weather for you. There should be like a little box in the lower right corner that says, yes, good to go.
Weather on the 10s.
Yeah, come on.
Every 10 minutes, updated weather information.
Or no, stay home and just watch us from home.
Yeah, you could do that too. But no, you want to be outside here in Southern California. Qantas A380 Super continues plateau over to the west side of the airport, back to the Qantas hangar. Looks like we do have a heavy on the downwind leg. Air China 777-300ER heading to the north side.
Did you hear the news about is it a Dreamliner in Melbourne burst tires?
A Dreamliner burst its tires?
Yeah, Etihad. I think it was on landing. I didn't really read the full report. I think it happened yesterday or 2 days ago. I forget because they're like a whole day ahead in Melbourne.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, how did that happen? We're on the wrong frequency.
Air New Zealand Flight 4 coming up from Auckland at 777-300ER, just 11 minutes out from touching down here on the south side at 2-5 left. Of course, everyone's eyes on R2. Boop, boop, beep. Will we see it take off here on the south side once again? Good chance Of course, we saw that take off last Sunday in the beautiful sunset. Singapore, flight 1-2, coming from Tokyo to Narita. Making the left-hand turn on to Lima. Of course, that was a north side arrival.
I'm not sure what happened here. It's like it got hit.
Here.
Got bumped into. I had it programmed to south earlier. There we go. That's what we were hearing.
Tim with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Tim. Says happy first Sunday of 2025. Watching in Monterey Park as always. Happy it's such a beautiful morning. Happy New Year. It's a beautiful day. Second show of 2025 for us here on AVL. Of course, Friday we took you to the north side for a little different type of plane spotting outside the In-N-Out Burger. All right, so what happens is this. Hold on. United Dreamliner taking off here on this south side. Singapore making that last turn, heading into the gates of Tom Bradley. Another heavy arriving on the north side. Delta Flight 898, A350-900, coming from Atlanta, Georgia.
Flight time from Atlanta is 4 hours and 12 minutes.
27.
Well, Rudy, you're quiet here this morning. Did you party too hard this past week?
Yes.
I knew it.
The week is catching up to me. Looking out to see if there's. I saw ARF trucks or an ARF truck going that way. So just kind of keeping an eye out. It's very quiet. Is ATC on? I don't hear anything.
It is on.
There we go. This takeoff is United Airlines 797 taking off to Los Cabos on the 737-800. Next takeoff is Joe's flight back to Florida, West Palm Beach.
You have Air China, the 777-300ER, next arrival on the north side.
Tower to stack on 556, go 25 left. Stack 556. Good morning, with call on the 25 left. Here's land, 25 left, pass up. Center 1062, with call on that 25 right, click stay on. Right on that dock, number 10.
Send it to the north, Air China, the 777-300ER, now short final for 24 right.
Flight time from Beijing is 11 hours and 58 minutes.
Back to what we were talking about. I'm not trying to think about tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Just another day, right? Back to reality.
Yeah, you know, when I was getting ready this morning, I was really struggling to think about the week ahead.
Yeah.
Exit right, Juliet, ground point 75. Exit right, top 25 right, Juliet, Southwest 1225. Thanks, dude.
This takeoff is Frontier, flight 1062, taking off to Phoenix on the A320neo Kenai, the Beluga Whale livery.
Harrison, hello Harrison with the $5 super chat says, hey Kevin Rudy, hope you're all well. Hate that the weather is so good once we left LAX, but happy for y'all. Murphy's Law, Harrison.
Thank you so much. I know, I was telling him earlier, it's like sometimes we go on trips and the weather isn't the best. And that's what happened to them. It was very foggy, not very clear, and of course now they're gone. And it's clear. Clearest day all week.
Clearest day in a while.
Go figure. You know, it's been a bummer seeing everybody leave. I feel like we were at camp this week.
Yeah.
Starting with the New Year's Eve and everybody celebrating the new year with us. And slowly, little by little, people going home. You know, one thing Tater mentioned is he was very impressed how many people flew in from out of town just to come celebrate New Year's with us. Like, these are not people that are local. But little by little, flying out, including Danny. She's going to fly out tonight.
Are we sure?
I think this time for sure. She was supposed to fly home, what was it, Thursday or Friday? Thursday.
Thursday, yeah.
She's blaming me. I'm like, you should, you know, should stay. Kidnapped her.
Chris Charlie is here until tomorrow.
I think will be the last one. This is Delta Airlines 742 coming in from JFK on the 767-400ER with the American Cancer Society sticker.
Well, we know it's a warm day because I just got the high temperature on my iPad. High temperature alert on the iPad.
Yeah, it's a little toasty. Normally I'd have a jacket and be bundled up, but...
Jeez, in that case, maybe I need to put the umbrella on the computer here. What, this is January? This is what we do in January.
What's going on here?
All right, so now the umbrella is blocking the...
I'm going to guess what you're filming.
Oh, that's right. You can't see.
Can't see. I'm assuming you're looking at... No, I don't know.
Echo 556 from 5 right of Lean, we'll contact ground 175. Thank you, sir. Go 2 and your taxi 1.
This is Aeromexico 1783 taking off to Guadalajara on the MAX 8. Hasta luego.
We do have a heavy about to arrive here on the south side.
This is Air New Zealand Flight 4 coming in from Auckland on the 777-300ER. Adrian slowly driving back, nearing El Paso.
It's already in Texas. Adrian, slow down. You're going to hit all that bad weather.
Yes.
He says he's going to keep to the south as he heads to the East Coast. It looks like Atlanta, it's going to be a lot of rain. Keep your eye on the temperature with all that rain, because that rain can turn the black ice pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, that's dangerous.
Lima, Fox, Q5 left. Take this new Lima to the city ranch. Hotel 9, Lima. Please control 25 right, then back to the city ranch, 740. Tower 7434 heavy, 4743 heavy, on the Shelby 2 back there. 15474 heavy, only tower, wind calm, runway 25 left.
So got that Air China 777-300ER heading here to the south side. Looks like Air New Zealand already cleared the crossover 25 right. Oh my gosh. KSF Geek says we have about a half an inch of ice and anywhere from 6 to 14 inches of snow here in the middle of Kansas right now. Still have power, thankfully. My gosh.
Wow. Yeah, not good. Our next arrival is DHL, operated by Singapore Airlines, coming in from Nagoya, the 777 freighter.
America 244, LAX. Everyone's calling a heavy going to the 7 runway 25 left, settle in. Runway 25 left,
Netherland Pixel, one of our great mods, Jerry, with the super chat. Thanks so much, Jerry. Says good morning, Kevin, Rudy, and mods, and AVL family. The morning cleared out nice for the big Sunday show. It was a perfect day.
Yes. Beautiful. Better than last Sunday.
Oh, yes. Gerald Avery with the $5 super chat. This is the weather here. There is killing us watching here in the Midwest under winter storm warnings. I know.
It's a good day to fly out of here. Or fly into here.
These are the days of our highest rated shows when you guys have all the wintry weather and we're basking in the sun here in Los Angeles.
You know, the only thing we're missing, I was telling Danny on the way here, are the snow-capped mountains. We don't have that.
We haven't gotten a winter storm yet this year.
It's been very dry.
It's been very dry, very warm this year. Of course, we're in early January. Anything can happen. If we don't get anything by February, within the next month and a half, it's done. And we won't see much of anything. And for the sake of live streams, I'm completely fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely don't want to get rained out, but do miss just a little bit of rain during the week when we're not live.
Yeah. This is that Singapore Airlines 777 freighter, DHL.
Flight time is 8 hours and 50 minutes.
United 15, Juliet, ground point 75. Juliet, point 75 in. Last 30 seconds, look out, March 6.
This is Alaska Airlines 1332 taking off to Cancun, Mexico on the 737-900ER.
A lot of 777 action outside of Tom Bradley as Air New Zealand makes that final turn heading in. Eva Air 777 also pushing back, as well as the Air China 777-300ER now making that left-hand turn onto Lima. Looks like Eva possibly will be a north side takeoff as that tail heads to the south.
It's been nice having Charlie around this week.
Yeah, he's been updating the Twitter X profile all week, giving you guys a glimpse of behind the scenes.
I went back and caught up with all that. New Year's Eve, all the countdowns, and we had a lot of fun.
Later Tater wearing the Captain Crunch hat.
Oh yeah, it's funny. The countdowns towards like the early part of the evening when it technically wasn't midnight here, we were so energized. I think the 10 p.m. countdown was the best, and then after that, you could tell we were kind of fading.
Oh, the crowd got crazy.
Yeah.
After the 9 o'clock hour.
10 p.m. was like, yeah. What was in their champagne?
Champagne? So United Dreamliner heading to Terminal 7 here on the south side. It was a good sized crowd. I went back and watched it last night. It gets bigger and bigger every year.
So you know when we'll do it next year? December 31st.
Connie with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Connie. Says, I'm glad to see a stream where the mods in the chat actually get along since I moderate a live stream. And I actually had a chatter curse at me on my channel for timing them out. Oh, trust me. We've all dealt with that.
They do that?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Oh, really?
No way. You don't say. How dare them?
We've been doing this for 4 years now. We've talked about it before. We've learned a lot in the terms of the chat.
It's all good and fun. This takeoff is United Express 5456 taking off to Austin on the E175.
Air Mexico arriving here on the south side.
Air Mexico 644 coming in from Mexico City on the MAX 9.
Legend Shane gifting 50 Airline Videoslav memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Amazing support continues. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jane. Wow. What a way to start the year.
Uh-oh. Subway cookies have opened up.
Oh, they've been chopping away at them.
Oh, really? Is there any left?
No, Charlie ate them all. Just kidding. By the way, our friend Steve has offered to cover the costs of coffee and donuts today.
Oh.
So, whenever you're ready for
Coffee and donuts, huh?
Yeah. Although Steve should have a cookie.
If we got coffee and donuts coming, I'm going to stand by for that. Because if I eat a cookie now and eat a donut later, I'll never hear the end of it from my mom. See? All you guys do on a Sunday is eat cookies and donuts.
Hey, some people eat that every day. All good.
Do you have a Delta 757 arriving here on the south side?
Delta Airlines 1903 coming in from Guatemala City on the 757-200.
I will say it's very dry out. That is the only thing that's going on here.
I'm feeling it in
make
my
sure
throat.
you drink plenty of water today. 'Cause it's one of those days where it'll sneak up on you and you'll be like, I have a pounding headache and I don't know why.
Yeah, pass out. It's a little toasty too.
For now.
Yeah. I finally took down my decorations outside.
Oh, nice.
So at least the neighbors think I put everything away. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a busy day, but we're not talking about tomorrow. Gotta put it all away.
Alpha to the ramp, 539. Last 1446, approximately 25 ready. Yeah, ground point 75.
25 ready, ground point 75, 1446.
LA Tower 249, 5 left, visual bridge. Yeah, 249, LA Tower, 1 pound, only 25 left, land. We're gonna land 25 left, guys, 49.
Do we have the One World livery, Alaska 737.
Alaska Airlines Flight 1446 coming in from Cancun.
It looks like Eva heading here to the south side just made a left-hand turn onto Lima. Interesting. See, I wish I happened to our friend later Tater. I thought he was going to come back. This would be a question for him because we don't see too many aircraft actually make a left-hand turn onto Lima. Usually if they're coming here to the south side, they will take Delta over to Papa and come back around. Of course, FAA Tower doesn't oversee Lima, Mike, and Kilo, the 3 taxiways closest to the Tom Bradley. So Kilo is there, Lima is here, and Mike is the closest taxiway, which is half of a taxiway, honestly. Actually, I take that back. Is it? Yes. So there's 3 over there, right? Mike doesn't go all the way through to Bravo. I think Mike stops at the American hangar.
I think that's November, right? That goes all the way through?
November goes through, and then Papa, yeah. So Mike is half of a taxiway, and City Tower oversees Mike, Lima, and Kilo.
I used to have the maps with me, but they're at home.
1506, LA Tower, 25 right line. 25 right line, the way American.
So it looks like Eva is using Lima, now crossing over to Kilo.
I think that's one thing about plane spotting is you're always on your toes about, what's it doing?
What's it doing?
What's it doing? Where are you going?
Wait, what's it doing?
No.
Wait, what's it doing?
What are you doing? Don't turn left.
Well, if it made a left-hand turn, then we know it made a wrong turn to begin with.
That's true.
It was already on Kilo.
Going
So now
on
back
spin
on
circles.
Kilo, now heading here to the south side.
This is Alaska SkyWest 3432 taking off to Manzanillo on the E175. Our next arrival is a Queen, Caleta Air. It's flight 810 coming in from Mexico City.
Taxi Hotel, Juliet.
Also, Eva Air Cargo Flight 622 committed from Taipei, 777 freighter. 4 minutes out will be a Southside arrival.
Yeah, 249 crossing. Ready, Juliet, crossing 750. Alright, clock 25 Juliet, push ground. 49. 1506, contact Hotel departure.
This is American Airlines 1506 taking off to Miami on the A321neo.
Also, Korean Air Flight 18 heading back to Seoul, now pushing back. The A380 Super will be heading to the north side. Unless it's heavy. Was it last week or the week before? There was an Asiana A380 Super that did take off here on the south side, so it's possible still. One of our great mods, Danny Dusseldorf with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Danny. Says happy 810,000 subscribers. Did we just hit that? Really? Wow.
Nice.
Thank you, Danny.
Time to celebrate cookie time.
810. Well, on our way to a million.
Let's go.
All right, we got a queen up next.
Flight time from Mexico City is 3 hours and 7 minutes.
That's you said, Saturday 25 right left, wait number 2 for departure.
Alright, 2 right, number 2 for departure, 279.
That's runway 25 right, line of wait.
25 right, line of wait, and edge 279.
Accepted 307, current traffic 6 miles, runway 25 left line. 25 left, line up.
Usually we don't see Coletta go all the way to Lima.
We need some go-longs today.
Yeah, let's see some go-longs. Pretty sure this will be an Alpha 8 turnoff here. We're in the older livery.
Yep, there we go.
Even too heavy like that.
Yeah, it's been nice meeting pilots this week. Met a Lufthansa captain
Yeah,
on Friday. And was it the day before? We met a United captain.
Even 62 heavy like that.
It's always good to run into people who know who we are. Oh, watch your channel. Your videos are good.
307 with that Piper only 25 left, but big up traffic. Final. Clear for takeoff runway 25 left, 307. Yeah, man, 3057 visual. Alright, 36 LA Tower, approximately turbulence.
We got Eva Air Cargo 777 freighter up next for arrival here on the south side at 25 left. Also the Eva Air passenger 777-300ER heading down for a south side takeoff at 25 right.
Eva Air Cargo 622 coming in from Taipei.
So Coletta is still on Alpha. I don't know if they'll make Eva go all the way down to Lima or not.
Yeah, why not? Come this way. Ready to go long.
2036, we have number 25 right at Foxtrot.
Evo 622 heavy, turn at Lima, then left on Alpha, contact ground point 75.
You know, Rudy, I'm getting good at this. I know how to call it now.
You predicted it. You know what's going on. We'll take it. Go long.
Well, because Kalena is still on Alpha, that would be a tight turn.
Yeah.
So because of that, Eva Air Cargo, the 777 freighter, heading all the way to Lima. Going along.
2036, LA Town, you hold 4 to Foxtrot. You want to over to departure? 607, climb to 1000, contact SoCal departure. Also 15,000 over departure, 30. United 279, SoCal departure.
United 279.
I feel like it's been so long since we've seen a plane go long here.
It's been a while, especially on a Sunday. I got remember last time I saw an Eva Air Cargo 777 freighter going along.
You know, in the past week, I've been to LAX every single day, and other than Sunday, didn't really spend time at the hill.
Yeah. Philippine, flight 113, 777-300ER, now pushing back from the west gates. That's usually a south side takeoff. And of course, it is the top of the hour already.
Wind 0303, runway 2, at west for land.
And officially 11 a.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is January 5th, 2025. There's a lot of fives in those numbers. One of my favorite, number 5. Hope you guys are all recovering from a couple weeks of either being off or being around family and friends. Well, welcome back to Plane Spotting. If you haven't joined us in a while, we're the Plane Jockeys here at Imperial Hill. Thanks for joining us here today. Just getting started, 11 a.m. How you holding up there, Rudy?
Good, good. Going full force into 2025. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the big Sunday show, the first of the new year here on Airline Videos Live. Thanks for tuning in.
Well, the first Sunday show, the second show for us already this year. Singapore making that right-hand turn onto Echo, heading up to 24 left there on the north side.
You go LA Tower, approximately turbulence, heavy 7 departing the end board, wind 010, runway 25 left for the land.
Connie back with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Connie. Says congrats on 810,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. Didn't even realize we hit that. Karen becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Karen.
522 LA Tower, turbulence, a heavy Airbus 350, 6 mile final, runway 25 left for the land.
Turkish flight 179 coming from Istanbul, an A350-900, 3 minutes out. Will be arriving here on the south side. Eva Air flight 5 heading to Taipei at a 777-300ER. Now rolling down runway 25 right. An American 777-300ER heading toward Terminal 4 here on the south side.
Landed on 24 rides coming in from Miami, flight 2474. Korean Air A380 still making his way to the runway there on the north side.
United Airlines flight 32 heading to Tokyo Narita on a 787-9 Dreamliner lighting up on the radar. It's usually south side takeoff.
Man of the hour is here.
There he is.
American 2660 to 3604.
Who's ready for some tater time?
On up, 25 right, so takeoff, American 2660. Skywest 4108 LA Tower, 5 right, line of 20. Line of 42, Skywest 4108.
Philippine also lighting up. Should be heading here to the south side. Let's head to Turkish, the A350. Next arrival here on the south side.
Flight time from Istanbul is 13 hours and 37 minutes. This is American Airlines 2667 taking off to Los Cabos on the A321.
Alpha Kilo LA Tower, flying runway 5 right from intersection Foxtrot. Departure, hold short, flight 25 left. 25. Circuit, Tango, hold short, bring up 5 right at Lima. Hold, car line, destination, shape,
Philippine now making his way over to Kilo. There should be a south side takeoff coming up. Greg with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Greg. Says happy New Year. Had a chance to plane spot at Dallas Love Field, Dallas Fort Worth, Texas over the holidays, and a bonus takeoff and landing in Memphis due to bad weather and need of fuel. Looking forward to a fabulous 2025. It sounds like you had a great plane spotting experience there in Dallas.
Nice.
Happy New Year. The Greg. Michael with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much. Michael says, hi, Kevin Rudy. Some country has its first ever special livery. It's the Tide Pod, but maroon and gold with the University of Minnesota logo. Pretty cool. Maybe you'll see it at LAX. I have seen photos of that. I don't think we've seen it yet at LAX.
Interesting.
In fact, I saw that they were playing, Minnesota was playing football the other day, and I thought of that plane.
Ooh. Got to look out for that one.
LA Tower 1340, 25 west to the land. Up to 81.330.
our A380 now rolling. It's Delta 528 taking off to Atlanta on the A321.
Philippine heading here to the south side. Asiana now pushing back.
The A380 is up in the air.
Oh, it's up in the air.
Yes. It's Korean Air Flight 18 Super taking off to Seoul on the A380.
Bank to the right, just slightly.
Our headset is having issues today.
It was having issues the other day.
Yeah, so we're just gonna stick. We're gonna stick with that one.
Stick it, yeah.
Hot
Philippine
mic, by the
making
way.
that turn, heading here to
thank
the
you for
south
warning
side.
Yeah, we were just having a not family-friendly conversation over there, so
All right, so you gotta put that up to your mouth. Who do we have over here?
howdy, y'all! Happy New Year, everybody!
Take one step a little bit and look to that
step
camera
there.
in the middle. There we go.
Yeah.
Who
Stand
do
where
we
Rudy
have
was.
back
Yes.
here today?
Yes. Howdy, y'all! Happy New Year! It's tater time.
It is tater time.
Tater time.
And I'm going to
Happy
stand on
New
Rudy's
Year.
microphone cord here.
There we go. There we go.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody. I stopped by to thank y'all for the awesome retirement party y'all threw for me the other day. I mean, who gets fireworks for their retirement? I mean, seriously, that was awesome. Yeah. I mean,
I didn't
every
have to-
hour on the hour for all evening. That was great. So, I mean, nobody but these guys could do that. So that was a great party. And Danny gave me some awesome smelling flowers. She's hiding right now.
Yes.
But they still smell awesome. They're in my living room right now.
Nice.
I woke up this morning, it's like flowers. So thanks again for everybody. It's been great. My first day of retirement, I took down the Christmas decorations and did laundry. So that's how it starts.
You know, I was gonna say, I knew you'd be back here. I knew you'd be back at the airport. You couldn't.
Well, because
Yeah.
I knew where to find you. Yeah, this is, I can get to you here. I can't get to you over there. There's like doors and things.
Yeah.
But no, I had to stop by and say thanks and ruin everybody's Christmas.
Subway cookies,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, New Year's resolutions. We may as well just, we're 3 days in. It's time for that stuff to be over.
Yeah,
so
what's
have some cookies. And but again, thanks very much for the awesome party. That was amazing. And everybody had a good time. I didn't realize while I was there, and I apologize to some of y'all who were there, that nearly everybody at the party except me was from out of town. And so, I'm talking to people who's, I'm going to have to go home pretty soon here, and not realizing everybody else who's having champagne and staying up to the wee hours of the morning just had to go down the hall. They didn't have to drive home. So there's some interesting conversations that could have happened had I realized that I was talking to folks from all across the world. So I apologize for that, but it was a great time nonetheless.
It was
and
a
it was
good
really
time.
neat getting to meet people who's like, we've been hearing you for better or for worse, and it was just an awesome time, and I'm really glad that I got to meet everybody. I'm glad everybody was there, and it was a great time. I should retire more often.
When's your official retirement party? Later, right?
A little later,
Tater?
yes, much later.
Tater. So you
They
can-
may tell me and they may not. I heard a rumor it might be in the middle of February.
Oh my gosh.
In case I change my mind, I suppose. But
I know
doubt
it.
But, it's one of the crazy things about ATC schedules is that we're a lot of times, if you want time off, you have to think way in advance because the folks who are working right now, any time off they wanted this year, they had to put in for it a month or two ago.
Yeah.
Back before Christmas, because that's how far out the schedules go. Because everybody can't have time off at the same time. And so that we go through several rounds of bidding where it's based on seniority and you get to choose a few days. And then, hey, classic gold. or corn dog is
Corn
what we used
dog,
to call
yes,
them.
corn dog.
Yes.
Corn dog just took off there on
We
the
got
north
corn
side.
dogs, we got mad dogs, but you'll never see a mad dog corn dog. So yes, getting time off at the drop of a hat just about doesn't happen for controllers. I mean, if you desperately need it, you may have to call in sick that day because there may not be any other way. There's just not enough people to cover. For last minute, you've got to be somewhere, and that's just kind of the way we're working right now. We're hiring more folks, we're training more folks. It takes a while to get them through the system, and then there's people like me who leave, and it's like, wait a moment, we're trying to get more people in, and where are you going? So that happens.
That's what I'm saying.
But man, it's an awesome day. The weather today is beautiful compared to what it was just a few days ago.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of fireworks we heard, but we didn't actually see.
All right.
Today, other than the fact that it's broad daylight, you can see the fireworks 50 miles away.
Yeah.
And that's, man, I mean, just a few days. It's awesome.
Isn't this the weather you were hoping on your last day?
This is why people move to California. We call it the sunshine tax. You can't afford to live here, but at least you're not going to freeze while you are living here.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is. And that was actually how I ended up in Los Angeles in the first place. I was in New Orleans and had decided it was time to move on, because that's, as a controller, that's how you move up, is you go to a busier airport. Pilots go to bigger planes, controllers go to busier airports. And I had gone to New Orleans because at the time there was a fairly well-beaten path from New Orleans to Houston, which is where I'm originally from and where I still have family and where I thought I wanted to be. That path kind of dried up about the time I got to New Orleans. And so after a couple of years of not being able to get to Houston, it's like, okay, where can I go? And I started sending paperwork to basically anybody who had openings.
Wow.
And I got replies back from Detroit and Los Angeles. And the manager called me in one day and said, okay, you need to make a decision. What's it going to be? Where are you going? And it's like, ooh.
Pressure's on.
Yeah, the pressure, well, there was no pressure at all because, and I've been to Detroit, and no offense, Detroit, your roads are not awesome, but there's some great museums. If you ever have the chance, go spend a couple of days at the Henry Ford in Dearborn, which is an amazing place to spend. Honestly, you need a couple of days to do even most of it. But it was really no choice at all, because snow is the dirtiest four-letter word I know. That's the beauty thing about being in this tower is I can see the snow on the mountains over there.
Right.
Way over there.
Yep.
And if I'm tired of looking at the snow, I just turn and look this way.
There you
and
go.
So
that's what we
so
love.
that was really a no-brainer for me, is shoveling snow or have to live under a bridge. And I'll live under a bridge any day to not have to shovel snow.
There you go.
And
I agree with you.
Fortunately, it hasn't quite worked out that way. Because there's actually competition for the bridges. If you want to be under a bridge, you got to get there early, and you got to stake out your ground. But I've been exceptionally fortunate that I haven't needed to do that, and I haven't had to shovel snow either. So it's a win-win.
There you go.
So, but
You
yeah,
lived a good life here.
I honestly, fortunately have. I've been incredibly fortunate throughout my career. And
we're fortunate that this is where we cross paths.
As it is, I mean, you get cookies out of a deal. I mean, it's awesome. But the whole audience is awesome, and the number of folks that turned out the other night, and the fireworks and all the flowers and all the other cards and all the stuff, it was just awesome. And thank you to everybody. I know everybody couldn't be there because CH doesn't have that many rooms, but they would have if they could have. So thank you very much to everybody, and happy 2025.
I asked you earlier, and I'll ask you again. What has been the best part of retirement so far?
Not having to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning because the alarm went off. I have not set the alarm once. I've erased that function on the phone.
There you go.
And just not happening. So that's the best part so far, is just waking up whenever I wake up. And if I'm not ready to be awake, I turn over and go back to sleep.
There you go.
I don't expect that's a long-term solution, but that's the activity of the moment, is not setting the alarm. And that's awesome, actually. I'm pretty sure my blood pressure's already gone down.
Good.
Awesome.
We do have a question from Trevor.
Oh,
Thank you
okay.
so much,
Hello,
Trevor. Trevor says, happy Sunday. Question for Tater. If you wanted to just casually pick up shifts at LAX Tower in retirement, is that even possible? Or is there a licensing issue that would prevent casual ATC work?
It is not possible because all the controllers at LAX are federal employees, and as of last week, I am no longer a federal employee. There isn't really a provision for casual controlling, if you will. A lot of it is because there are definite currency requirements that just like pilots have to have a certain number of takeoffs and landings, controllers have to have a certain number of hours on position, and it's, if you're certified on, the various positions at LAX Tower. Hello, Philippine. In a nice 777-300 whiskey. They had 3 Airbus 350s for a brief moment, but
missed those.
Earlier this year, they started having some money issues, and those airplanes will now be seen wearing Lufthansa paint because that's Philippine turned them in or sold them. I'm not sure which, but they went to Lufthansa, so you'll see them here in Lufthansa colors next.
Got it.
And I like the 350 of all the Airbuses. I think it's the prettiest.
Yeah.
Because just the proportions are right.
Speaking of which,
I love the blended winglets. That's really nice.
Yeah.
A lot of the Airbuses are just a little, no offense, slightly clunky looking, particularly the 330 series, 330, 340, because it's basically the same airplane. They're just a little.
What do you think about the 330 Neo?
Delta's been bringing those in from time to time.
It's been a while.
It's got the better looking winglets. It's definitely a better performing airplane, which is not, I'm sorry, it's not saying much. We collectively don't love the 330 series. They're kind of dogs. So are the small engine 340s. We hardly get I don't think we get 340s anymore. Lufthansa brought them out of retirement for a minute during the summer.
I got to fly on one before they took them away from here.
Yeah, and I mean, I've never ridden in one. I can't speak to the passenger experience, but as a controller, you say clear for takeoff, and then we wait and we wait and we wait for it to get out of the way.
Good job, C-17.
Because nearly anything else behind it
See
will.
that C-17?
Oh, cool. I believe we've got a VIP. Oh, there's a VIP in town right now, I think, or there was when I left. And I remember seeing the NOTAMs for additional VIP activity. So, she's coming or she's going. That's probably about to come to an end. Give it 3 more weeks.
Yeah.
And we probably won't see much more of that here for a while. But,
so Tater, now that you're not a federal employee, can you give us all the inside information on what happens when the president comes to town? I'm joking.
Not being a federal employee does not exclude me from basically the NDA that you have to sign as a federal employee.
Right.
So
there you go. Good to know.
I can neither confirm nor deny that there might be something special happening.
Yes.
But it sure is a pretty plane. So there is that. So roundabout to finish answering Trevor's question from yesterday. No, I can't just drop in and fill in. They would love it if I could. It would be sort of interesting.
We would too.
Because of the minimum currency requirements, which basically amount to several full days of working every month just to get all the boxes checked. Not to mention all the things that change along the way. For instance, here it is Sunday. Tomorrow, and actually sometime later tonight, Taxiway Charlie will become restricted basically right in front of us here because they're going to do further work on the south end of the midfield satellite concourse, which I think is now the Tom Bradley West Gates, or the West Gates at Tom Gabley, wherever. You can see they've added this new section here to the south, and they're going to do further work on that. And because of the construction, the taxiway right next to it will be restricted to basically A320s and 737s. And so that happens tomorrow, and that will run on for something like 6 months or whatever. But there are constantly things that are happening that if you haven't been there for, you take 2 weeks off when you come back from vacation, you spend the first couple of, honestly, sometimes the first hour or two just updating yourself on what's new, what's changed, because there will be, procedure changes that have come out in that time. Sometimes there are rule changes that have been implemented that just, happen. There'll be chart updates and all that stuff you have to be up to date on before you can plug in the tower.
Right.
So being a very casual part-time really just isn't feasible.
I see that being tricky, yeah.
Which is unfortunate, because I think a lot of the folks who have retired would be willing to come back on a one-day-a-week type basis to keep your hand in, but 6 days a week just gets so old. So long ago.
Yeah.
And
Well, you always have a place here.
So be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, right. All good.
But thanks for the question, Trevor. It was it's an interesting thought. There are other possibilities. I have been asked to return to the tower and be an instructor in the simulator, because the control tower also has a full simulator training department where a lot of the instructing in the training department is done by contract instructors, a lot of times who are former controllers, because that way we don't have to bring controllers down off of the control floor to do instruction in the classrooms. And so that's something that I've been asked to consider, and
That would be
there'll
great.
be a little bit of time away, but one of the catches to doing that, and this was expressed, is that it's difficult to get people doing that who have been recent in the operation.
Yeah.
We've got folks doing it now who last talked to airplanes half a dozen years ago.
Oh, wow.
And a lot has changed. I mean, one of the last days in the building, I talked to one of those guys, and we were talking about stuff that changed that they weren't fully aware of, because if you're not working the airplanes, you don't realize, oh yeah, that's, you get the briefing items, you see the changes, but there's the additional step of reading the briefing items and seeing the changes, and actually working the airplanes and having to deal with it and figuring out how you're going to work around it. So
Yeah, the other day we were even talking about the change of overnight operations, the waypoints.
oh yeah, yes,
Yeah.
and that's that actually was something that came up in the conversation, because that just happened less than 2 months ago, and there's still some growing pains with that. I remember the last time I did it, there was conversation back and forth between the tower, the TRACON, and LA Center about how we were going to make that work, because there's some rough edges still. So yeah, if you're not there on a regular basis, all that's just going to be completely go by you, and
Yeah, what's Death
how
Star?
you gonna know? So
Ewok?
Ewok. Yeah, I know Ewok. Death Star. You're probably not going to hear Death Star. But there's some unusual situations that would have to occur. Oh, here's Asiana in their 380.
Taking off.
Yep.
Oh, is it?
Yep. Now
Yeah,
we're
they
seeing
just
really?
roll
All
by,
right.
catch them
Well,
on the
listen,
other side of the
stand
American
by.
Main, right behind the 7.6 over there. There they go. You blink, you missed it.
I know, I tell you.
You'll see it pop up behind the United hangar. And there they go. Asiana, by the way, has or is in the process of becoming part of Korean.
Right.
And so at some point that airplane will turn blue. Maybe.
Maybe.
I have to admit, I prefer the Asiana paint scheme to the
same
Korean. I just like the colorful stripes on the tail. The rest of the plane blends in with the smog really well, unfortunately.
Oh,
but the
yeah.
tail,
Yeah.
I like colors on the planes. And the last decade or so, we've been in the whole Euro white thing, where everybody buys white planes and there's a little splash of color on the tail, and that's the only difference you see.
And they call it a
Tahiti, Tahiti is one of the outliers.
Oh, yeah.
They actually have beautiful airplanes. It probably costs a mint to paint them.
Oh, I'm sure.
Here goes Cathay. Yeah, we're getting into one of the busier hours of the day, actually, where it was, there are two waves of Far East traffic that go across the Pacific. One of them around now, and another one around midnight, give or take. Well, it starts around 10-ish, but it goes on to midnight.
Yeah, this is my favorite time of the morning right now, the takeoffs. And
Right now, lots and
early
lots of heavy jet
afternoon,
takeoffs.
Lots of arrivals.
Yep.
And
then there's-
look, Tanner.
Yeah, and there's
R2-D2. Boop, beep.
Yeah. So,
Did you see someone commented on your takeoff video, Kevin, R2D2, and they said, it's Kurt, he's a comedian. He said, missed opportunity to add the scream, the R2D2 scream on the takeoff.
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Oh, that would be great. So, it's probably trademarked by Disney now.
Oh, yeah.
But, so, fair use. But
Ryan with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Ryan says, Tater, happy retirement. Craig Pinkleton, Mina, and Booger wish you the best from Burbank. Why can't I never get your name right there?
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's been a long time coming, 33 years to be exact. But thank you very much. It really has been a great job most of the time. I mean, if you like looking at airplanes, getting paid to look out the window all day is awesome. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Alyssa M with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Alyssa. Says, happy 2025 to you and yours. Later, Tater, it was amazing to see you on New Year's.
Thank you.
Thanks for entertaining us that night. You're amazing. Sending nothing but love and blessings on your retirement.
Wow, that covers all the bases right there. Thank you very much. That was a great evening. Again, I mean, who gets fireworks for the retirement party? I mean, that was just perfect. So thank you very much.
And Ozyman at 55 with the super chat says, wishing Later Tater a happy retirement. Hope you'll stop by with cookies every now and then.
So is the Subway down the street. They really hope I stop by with cookies.
They're good cookies.
They are good cookies.
Yeah.
If you need some good Subway cookies, go over the Subway on Main Street in El Segundo.
There you go.
I don't know why, but somehow they do the best at making Subway cookies. Not that I'm a connoisseur or anything, but yeah, I've checked them out.
Well, you can't overcook them. They're just the perfect softness. Allison N, one of our great mods with the $10 super chat, says, happy retirement, Later Tater. Question, what was your favorite part of your shift? Clocking out, lunch, or break doesn't count?
Oh, break doesn't count?
Break doesn't count.
Oh, wow. Favorite part? Geesh, that's a little. It depends what day it was, to be honest, and who I'm working with, and a whole bunch of other things. Generally, it was always a bit of an adventure clocking in, because especially on the first day of my work week, so coming in on whatever my Monday was, which frankly was never actually a Monday, but. Because there were always going to be those, we talked a little while ago about debriefing items and the things that changed, and some of them you would know about because they've been scheduled ahead of time. It's, oh yeah, this week this is that, this and that's going to happen. And then there's sometimes you come in and it's like, oh, this is a thing. So that was always sort of exciting to find out, okay, what am I about to discover here? And there was almost always some little something. So I probably the coming in. Partly because once you've got, sometimes quite literally the hardest part of the day is just getting to the tower. Vehicle access at LAX can be awful sometimes, as any local will tell you. If you're ever flying into LAX, don't ask somebody to come pick you up. Get a cab, get an Uber, whatever, but you can ruin a relationship by asking somebody to come pick you up at LAX. You really can. It's terrible. And the control tower is situated right in the very middle of the terminal complex, which means the controllers have to fight through all the same traffic as all the folks who don't know where they're trying to get to. And there have been times where my commute has taken me an hour and a half. The first half hour was getting to the airport exit. The last hour was getting the last mile from the exit to the control tower.
Oh boy.
So yeah, at that point, you're just glad to be out of the car. And I like my car, but even so, that's just frustrating for everybody. I'm hopeful that the people mover that is just started testing is going to make a big change on that, because once the people mover works, and it's going to mean that a lot of the vehicle traffic won't have to be in the middle of the airport, because there will be the transportation center that is about a mile outside of the terminal complex, where the rental cars and all that sort of stuff, where you don't have to come into the very middle of the airport just to pick up your folks or get dropped off. And I think that will help a lot. So Looking forward to that, even if I'm not going to be here for all of it. But that's still a year and something away, because the People Mover is an automated system. It needs about a 1-year test period, is my understanding.
Oh, wow.
And they've just started doing some of the testing. Occasionally you'll see it moving back and forth along the track. I hope in reality it moves faster than I've seen it move so far.
Yeah, Kevin's caught it a couple times.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. But it's I mean, the couple of times I've seen it moving, it's like I could push it faster than that. But
yeah, it'll be interesting how it'll impact traffic in the horseshoe, and I mean, it'll impact you when you fly out, you know?
I would hope that it would reduce the vehicle traffic within the terminal core, because there are times of the day that it's just terrible, and people from the parking garages trying to cross the street on the ground level, which is horrible. If we can figure out how to keep the pedestrians and the cars in separate places, that would be great. Looking forward to that, because there will be crossovers from the People Mover to each of the terminals on either side. We won't have to go down to ground level just to get to the transportation. And so that's going to be great. It's also going to be a lot safer, because the number of pedestrians I've seen nearly get run over, where they're in the middle of the street and the cars are trying to figure out if they want to go left or right. Because that's always a thing. So yeah, that'll be a great upgrade that is a long time coming. So what do we got? Kevin's very intently focusing the camera on
I'm
something.
just over here running the camera. I'm over here running the camera. So you can't actually hear me
running my
today,
mouth. So we got that covered.
Just a few super chats. Joey Hernandez with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Joey. John gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, John. And Scott gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Scott.
Well, we caught up.
72 degrees here today.
I love it.
Tater, can you believe that?
I love it.
That's
21-ish in international units, I think.
So with that being said, winters like this, are we going to see any reverse ops this year? Is it becoming slim to none at this point?
This, probably not. Because what forces what y'all call reverse ops, we call it east traffic. Right now we're in west traffic, because north is that way. If you're looking through the airplane camera, north, we're on the south side of the airport. So all the airplanes right now are taking off to the west over the ocean. They're coming in over the city from the east. We call this west traffic because all the airplanes are moving to the west. Reverse ops is where the wind, and a lot of times it's the Santa Anas, where we get wind coming in from the desert, from the east, high enough levels that we have to turn around, because the airplanes like to fly into the wind. Because the more the wind is doing the blowing, the less that means that the airplane has to do the moving, because airplanes fly by virtue of air moving over the wings. And if the wind is doing some of that moving for you, then that means you don't have to do as much work on the ground to get up, or slowing down in the air to get down. And so there will come a point where the airplanes just won't take the tailwind anymore. And LAX will run with a higher tailwind component than a lot of other airports, because it's such a pain in the airspace to turn this airplane around. It really is, because when LAX turns around, every other airport within about 50 miles has to start doing something different.
Right.
And that's a huge impact on one of the busiest airspaces in the country. And so we resist doing it because of the huge impact. And frankly, the airport just cannot handle as much traffic when we're going east. I mean, it's better than it was, because we have exits on both sides now that are actually pointed the right way for you to get off the runway when we're east. And that just changed within the last year or two, particularly on the north side. So it's better. And
what happens when we have really strong crosswinds, like wind coming from the north?
Then we have an air show.
All right.
Because we get to watch as the pilots have to do pilot stuff, and every now and then it doesn't work out, and they go around and try it again. You get to see a lot of tire smoke, because one of the things about these current generation of aircraft, we've got big turbofans hanging under the wings, is that they have to land pretty much level. And one of the ways you can handle a crosswind is to dip the upwind wing. You can't do that if it means the engine's going to drag on the ground. They get really upset when you drag the engines on the ground.
Yeah.
So you basically have to land the airplane going sideways. And the landing gear is built to do that, but you see a lot more tire smoke. There is...
you call it crabbing.
Well, they're crabbing is exactly what they're doing. And because you can't do a slip. If you're in back on an airplane and the pilot tells you that there's going to be a crosswind landing, a lot of times they'll mention that in passing to the point where this is going to be a firm arrival. We're not going to try and make this a soft one. We have to, we can't make a crosswind landing like that. Basically, it's not going to be a greaser. They have to stick it down. They need to get good traction with the tires to straighten the airplane out on the runway.
We have another C-17.
Oh, we have another heavy guy
C-17.
coming in. These guys almost always come in on the north side because they almost always park at the west end because there's extra ramp space for them to basically take up 2 gates. And there's an access gate at the west end of the airport where the vehicles and stuff can come in, because sometimes it's a VIP movement, sometimes it's a satellite. It's not always a VIP movement. We have companies here in LA, in fact, right over down the road in El Segundo, and some in Pasadena. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory is in Pasadena, which is just flying miles, about 10, 15 miles that way.
Right.
Driving miles, it will take an hour to get from here.
Yeah.
But a lot of space technology stuff flies out of this airport, and some of it's too big to fit in anything other than a military cargo plane. Or it's a military cargo to begin with, and they're not going to put it on Southwest.
Right.
They'll come in, and they have road access at the west end where they can basically bring it in, and it goes straight from the truck into the back of the plane. Sometimes the whole truck goes into the back of the plane. It's a really neat operation, but yeah, that happens sometimes several times a year just for a satellite transfer or a rocket transfer or something like that. Oh, here we have R2-D2 on the way out.
All right, we got action on
This will
both
be
sides.
on the pond going to Narita, most likely. Oh, actually, no, they may be going to Haneda. I forget.
This one's going to Narita. It's the earlier
Okay, I had
flight.
a 50-50 chance. It's a really cool plane. It's unfortunate there's no real good angle to look at that airplane because so much of it is on the nose, and
Right.
there's no good place to see all the stripes.
Now you remember BB-8, the
Yeah, I
ANA
haven't seen that one
777.
in a long
Oh,
time.
that actually ended up in San Bernardino.
Oh, did it?
Striped of its decals, and it sat there with the ANA logo for about 6 months to a year. It's now been moved, but yeah, that one's out of the fleet.
Oh, it's out of
Yeah.
they retired it. So
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, a lot of these, like even the R2-D2, there's a licensing agreement between Disney and the airline,
Yeah.
and at some point they'll have to pull the decals off or whatever, because it's not normally it's not an open-ended thing.
Right.
You may remember some years ago, New Zealand had a deal with the movie studio for Lord of the Rings, and there
Oh,
were
yeah.
3 Lord of the Rings airplanes,
Yeah.
and those, of course, are all gone now. The planes may actually be gone. I know the logos are. One of them was a 7.4, one of them was a 7.6, and we don't
Oh,
get
yeah.
either
Long
of those
gone. Long
from New
gone.
Zealand anymore. So we do occasionally, maybe once a year type thing, I have seen a New Zealand 320 pass through.
Really?
And I think it's the delivery flight,
Oh, okay.
because it comes in from Toulouse or someplace and then goes from here on.
Oh.
Where it's just the 320 just doesn't have the legs to fly nonstop from the factory to Auckland.
So Tanner, what is your favorite? Because we've talked about this. I mean, you're kind of you're an aviation person. You like looking at the planes. Is there one livery that you've seen throughout your years that you just stands out in your mind like the best special livery?
The best. Ooh, that's a loaded question.
Yes.
Because because there'll be one I can't even think of off the top of my head, and I'll go back through photos and oh yeah, that one was really cool.
Yeah.
But
Not one that just comes to mind real quick.
Southwest Lone Star, of course.
Oh, there you go. Yes, yes. I believe that's coming in today, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a Southwest. It used to be on 737 on the short body airplanes.
Yeah.
And they've transferred almost all of them now to the 800s or the MAX 8s. And I think Lone Star is one of those. But I have to tell you that despite the number of years I spent in New Orleans, we got United in a Dreamliner going here. Oh, sorry. I'm blocking the gimme bag. One of the things I particularly like about the Dreamliners and the 350s is how quiet they are relative to some of the older airplanes.
Yeah.
A 747-400, a lot of noise. And that was one of the things that really surprised me when the first 380 came in here. And this was been, 2000, early 2000s, 2005, 2007,
yes.
Somewhere around in there. We had the A380 demonstrator actually come into LAX, and I remember being really, honestly, somewhat disappointed at how quiet it was. I'm sure the neighbors are very appreciative of how quiet it is. The 747-8 is a good deal quieter than the old 400s, which are quieter than the old 200s. And the neighbors appreciate that a lot. I actually live about a mile and a half off the departure end of the big runway at Long Beach. And Long Beach doesn't normally have heavy jets, but I still know when it's 7 a.m. because that's when they start launching. And even I can tell the difference between a 737-800 and a 737 MAX 8 from the noise it makes just flying overhead. And so the noise is a lot less on the newer airplanes, which I think, honestly, in this day and age, we got to get there, because airplane noise it's been a real issue for airport neighbors.
Right.
Airport noise has been the death of airports. And we don't have as many airports as we used to. The thing about airports is once it's gone, it's gone. And so closing an airport, basically every airport's neighbors want that airport to go away.
Yeah.
This airport's neighbors would love for it to go away. Santa Monica, that airport is going to go away. Torrance is trying to close their airport.
Oh, boy.
And a lot of it is airplane noise. And so quieter airplanes, I think, are really going to be an important thing for just quality of life for the airport neighbors.
Yeah.
And it's, and airplanes that make less pollution, honestly. And we're working on that with, we finally started introducing aviation gasoline that doesn't have lead in it. I can't believe I'm having to say that now. That should have happened years ago.
Yeah.
But we're finally to the point where we're taking lead out of gasoline for airplanes. United, we've got a United 73 MAX right in front of us. United is spending a lot of money on sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, which is basically fuel that doesn't come straight out of the refinery that's about half a mile that way.
Yeah.
And that stuff also burns cleaner than the petroleum fuel.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on. A lot of it takes a long time because one of the biggest things about aviation is safety.
Yeah.
And so a lot of testing has to go on before you can start using a piece of equipment or a fuel or what have you. A lot of testing goes into making sure that it works at, ground level in Saudi Arabia, where it can easily be 40 some odd degrees centigrade, which is 100 and something, Fahrenheit. But it also works at 35,000 or 40,000 feet, where it can be that much below freezing. And the funny thing about, most fuels is they don't work well when it gets really, really cold. Even jet airplanes actually have fuel heaters to keep the fuel from turning into jello. Those of you who drive diesel vehicles in cold countries are aware of special additives to put in your diesel fuel. There'll actually be a different blend of diesel fuel for winter meadows, because diesel fuel is great at room temperature like this.
Yeah.
It's not so great when it starts getting really, really cold. It starts to gel. And when it gels, it doesn't flow through the lines, which means it doesn't make it to the engine, which means it doesn't go. And airplane engines not going is kind of a problem. So, yeah, we like it when they go when they're supposed to. Oh, here we have Moss Air going in their Airbus. I really think they missed a bet here with this paint job. For the holiday season, they should have put a great red X right in front of the Moss.
X-Moss.
Yeah, that would have been perfect. You know, X-Moss.
You know, Moss means more in Spanish.
So,
Moss.
yeah, well, yes, but you know, but they're flying it here. So at least
well,
when the
maybe
airplane
they're
comes here,
listening.
half the time that would make sense.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
maybe put it on one side of the plane. But I think that would have been a neat, a neat thing that they could have done for, grins and giggles, because I don't imagine it would have made any difference. But it was a neat thing that occurred to me.
There you go.
All right, real quick, Joni Swanson with a $5 super. You met Joni the other night.
Yeah, hey,
Kevin,
Joni.
You and Rudy, the dynamic duo, have become you, Rudy, Mr. Dater, and the terrific trio.
Three Musketeers.
There you go.
Thank you so
Maybe
much,
the Three
Joni.
Musketeers. Didn't Rita used to work at Disney?
Yes.
Get some years.
Robert Braun with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Robert says, happy retirement later, Tater.
Thank you, thank you.
How far in advance do you have to notify LA Center before you switch traffic flow? Talking about reverse.
Yeah,
right?
reverse. Well, or honestly, the more notice, the better. There are times that that actually takes hours to coordinate. And let's take a moment here. We'll watch, who's this? China Eastern going. That's Pudong, isn't it?
Shanghai.
Yeah, 777. Yeah, that's one of those planes that needs more paint on it. It's
Yes.
just like lots and lots of white paint and a little dab on the tail. I mean, y'all can do better than that.
Well, they do on their
They do.
A330s. They have some beautiful.
And of course, then there's we saw the other night the Panda plane, which
The Panda,
that's
yeah.
cool. I can see you not doing that on all the planes, but that was cool.
Yeah.
But there have been times where the turnaround takes hours to coordinate. And a lot of it's because we're looking at the weather forecasts, and we'll look at the offshore buoys. We are also looking at weather stations north of here and out in the desert. And what we're looking for actually is wind shifts, because a lot of times there will be a kind of a line where you can see the wind starting to shift, and you will project, okay, it's, and the weather folks will say, we expect it to get to LA around such and such a time. And so based on that, we'll start looking at the expected traffic flow, because we can see flight plans that have been filed for airplanes that aren't even in the air yet. But airlines file, a lot of their flight plans and stuff, sometimes a day ahead. And we have this. We can look at the schedule. We can see when there's going to be kind of a lull in the traffic, because that's what we're looking for to do a turn. It's kind of a quiet spot, because what happens is that at some point, we have to stop launching airplanes so we can finish catching the ones coming the wrong way. And so we'll stop launching sometimes for 10 or 15 minutes while they clear the airspace of the last inbounds before we can start launching into, right now, if we launch an airplane east, there's airplanes you can see stretched out to final in front of them. And, noticing those airplanes is really bad. They get really upset when you do that. Here we have Qantas. So we launched a couple of 380s. Now we give another one. So we'll try and look at a quiet spot in the traffic flow where we can afford to basically shut things down for sometimes 10, 15 minutes, clear the airspace, and let everybody reconfigure the computers, and then off we go. And I say reconfigure the computers because the departures, the center, all have to reset their computers, because now airplanes are going to be doing different things in a particular piece of airspace. And so controllers, when we're west traffic, they own airspace over there. When we're east traffic, now they own airspace over there. And so the rules are different because there's no mountains that direction. For 2,500 miles, no mountains. There are mountains that direction in, tens of miles. And airplanes and mountains don't mix very well either. So there are different procedures. Some of the airplanes that would normally be on one side of the airport are now on the other. A lot more of them end up over here, frankly. All the guys, like we just watched On the Pond, we watched China Eastern, those would almost certainly end up over here. And instead of going straight out over the ocean, they would take off eastbound and then make a climbing right turn down this way and head out over the ocean down there.
Is it true though? Because we've been out here when you guys have made the switch, and,
Yes.
and we look at we look at the wind direction. We're like, okay, at some point it's going to turn, and then all of a sudden we start seeing the go arounds after go around after go around.
Yeah,
Sometimes the pilots are a little upset.
Well, sometimes,
Yeah.
I mean, yes, that kind of forces the issue. We have
Yeah.
an informal, we call it 3 go-around rule, where, one or two is like, okay, but after the third one, okay, this is getting serious. And that's not
It's
a
time to
written
flip.
rule anywhere, but that's sort of a guideline that,
Right.
because we get random go-arounds regularly anyway. But when you start getting, multiple, one after another,
Yeah, what's going on?
it's okay. We can't, I can't force them to land the plane.
Right.
And, at some point it just becomes unsafe. And that's not what it's all about. So, yeah, if you start seeing go around, something's going to happen soon.
It's amazing that all of this is coordinated hours in advance. I always thought it was just, all right, let's flip.
Well, we try not to be, let's flip, we call that a battlefield turn. If you have to, all of a sudden airplanes start going around. The weather guy didn't quite time it right, whatever. And it's like, we got to turn now. And everyone hates doing that because it becomes kind of a goat rope.
Is that pretty rare for that
Yes.
to happen?
Yeah. I've seen it happen 2 or 3 times in my decades. And it's always one of those things you don't want to have to do because all the airplanes are in the wrong place.
Scrambling.
All the flight plans are wrong. All the computer settings are wrong. And basically what happens is that you have a whole bunch of airplanes down there, and I've had to do this, where you get a conga line, where airplane, the guy in back follow the guy ahead of you. Every airplane follow the guy ahead of you. You talk to the guy in front, okay, taxi down the runway, and you bring this parade of airplanes down the runway so they can get to the other end and be in the right position when we can start launching airplanes. And each one of those guys, somewhere along the way, is getting a revised clearance because the departure fixes have changed, sometimes the entire departure procedure has changed. Some of them end up having to go to the other runway because the departure procedure they get is for the other side. And we really try in east traffic to avoid what we call crossovers, where there's a guy on one side of the airport who takes off into the airspace on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
And this is something we could probably do a whole talk about. Because I know it's people ask, why does this airplane go here? And why does this airplane go there? And a lot of it is not for here, but what happens when they're in the air. Because if we can avoid airplanes that have to cross in the air, that automatically becomes safer and more expeditious because now both tower controllers don't have to make 2 holes for one airplane.
Right.
Which is what happens if we have a crossover, because now the tower controller on one side has to call the tower controller on the other side and say, hey, I need a gap for this airplane. And the other side guy has to make a hole in his airplanes for that airplane that's on the wrong side, if you will.
Oh,
Got
what a
it.
mess.
And there's a lot of, that's one of the more challenging things about training to be a tower controller here, is the crossover coordination, where it's back and forth of, and where is an appropriate place to put his airplane in reference to your airplanes. Or if you're on the side with the crossover, you look at your traffic, you look at his traffic, and you try and see, because tomorrow it'll be you looking at it, and you say, okay, where would I approve this airplane? And there are various things you can look at. Was okay, a great place would be right behind that airplane. Or in some cases, you don't look at so much his traffic as you look at what has he got in between the runways. Particularly on the north side, you can see that, okay, he's getting to the point he's going to have to cross. He's got no more exits left. And that's a perfect time for a crossover because you can't launch anyway.
Yeah.
And so there's lots of things like that go into making those decisions. But if you can send the airplane to the correct runway, for its departure procedure, then all that, is negated.
Everything's lined up.
Now the flip side of that is now the ground controller is having to do the ground controllers because there's 2, sometimes 3.
I'm sure they have their hands full
They
on
do,
a day like that.
and because now they have to get that airplane all the way from one side of the airport to the other, and meanwhile their airplane's going the other way, and it can be. It can increase your workload a lot as a ground controller if you have to start taking Southwest to this side of the airport, because Southwest has to go all all the way down to here.
Right.
Sometimes we can cheat if we work out a deal with the city ramp tower where we can come down, the taxiways here. But generally, they'll have to come down November and Papa, kind of where that 380 is right now, and then go the 25 right, which is another mile and a half, almost 2 miles.
Yeah.
So, you get extra taxi miles that way. So if you get extra taxi miles on your frequent flyer plan.
Hey, I'm all for that. Let's do it.
Real quick, we have some more comments. Armin V. Winter Great Mod says hello to Later Tater, all the way down in South Africa. Your retirement has been felt.
Oh my goodness.
Happy we can still hear you on AVL. Blessed retirement for all.
Oh, well, thank you very much. South Africa, huh? Okay, so it's summertime there right now. I bet it's warmer than it is here. Although I may have to take my shirt off here in a little bit. So I heard that.
That's a nice coffee, by the way. Are you thirsty?
Omar with the $5 super chat says, great job, guys. President, First Lady are traveling to Los Angeles this week to dedicate a national park. C-17 coming in from Andrews Air Force Base to bring equipment.
Well, there's the scoop. Being outside the system, I don't get that info anymore. To be frank, even if I did, I couldn't tell you. But if the president is coming in, then it's going to be quite a to-do. Air Force One is a much bigger deal than Air Force Two. That much I can tell you. We've had Air Force Two in and out a fair bit over the last 4 years, with the vice president's home being like 10 miles that way.
Yep.
Right.
The actual president coming in is a much bigger deal. There's much more security, much more restrictions, and a whole lot of other things that take place.
This past year, we had Air Force One take off during East Flow, which was really interesting.
Yes. There goes Korean. One of the fun facts about, not changing the subject, but speaking of Korean, talking about training and ground control as we were a moment ago, one of the fun things about learning to be a ground controller here is recognizing where airplanes park. And there'll be folks that's like, okay, I've got this Korean, and the instructor said, oh, he's going to cargo. And a lot of times the student is like, how did you know? And in the case of Korean, it's the aircraft type. Korean does not use short 777s for passengers here. If it's a 777, a long 777 whiskey is what we call it. 777-300, whatever it is. But on our flight plan, an aside to the aside, on our flight plan strips, we have 4 characters for the aircraft type. So that thing was a B77L. Long ones are B77 whiskey. Doesn't matter if it's L or ER, we don't get into that in most cases. But so if it's a 77L for the little one, it's cargo. If it's a 77 whiskey, then it's passenger. And Korean does that. And there are a couple other carriers that have passenger and cargo ops, but they don't use the same type airplane for both. Cathay, we saw that Cathay go a little while ago. Cathay uses 777 whiskeys for passenger. If it's a 74, it's a freighter. I think they're transitioning to some 777-200s, but they don't use those for passengers here either. So, fun fact.
All right, real
that
quick.
was a digression from a digression. I forgot where we started.
Top of the hour station identification.
You're listening to.
It is officially noon here in a very warm Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here at your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the Big Sunday show here on January 5th, 2025. Hello, everyone. We got a friend Later Tater.
Howdy, y'all. Happy 2025. First Sunday of the new year. It's a beautiful Sunday for the new year. I think all Sundays should be like this.
Yes,
and all the days between the Sundays.
So if you have any questions for Later Tater,
yes, by all means.
Answering all your questions. Thanks for joining us here today.
So, anyway, we were digressing from a digression before we went to the station break. And
I had brought up about the rare Air Force One takeoff during East Flow.
Yes. That was, I think I was here that day. That was a particularly odd operation because I think that was during the period where we had taxiway closures on the north side of the airport. And so that created some extra challenges for the security folks. And there were some procedural things as well that we had not anticipated having to do that. That was sort of a very special moment, I suppose you could say.
Captured live by us.
Oh, okay. Well, there you are then.
He was
There
at
you
the
were.
H Hotel, and I mean,
Oh, he was right at you there.
Yeah, it was great.
So, yeah, they don't like doing that, to be quite frank, because I mean, it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure out all the security implications of taking off right over a bunch of high-rise buildings that have public patios.
Yes.
So, yeah, they were not thrilled about that, but the weather just wouldn't allow for.
So they had eyes on me, Tater. Is that what you're telling? They had eyes
I
on
can
me.
neither confirm nor deny. So
I kind of felt it. You know that old song?
Sure.
I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Oh dear. Quick, somebody ask a question before he sings.
We do. We have one of our great moms, Soul Searching Emily, with a $10 super chat says,
Hi, Emily.
"Hi, later Tater. Congratulations on
Howdy.
retirement.
Thank
Two
you very much.
questions. Has Next Gen been fully implemented?
No.
And once Next Gen has been completed, do you know what's next for ATC advancements?" Thank you, Emily.
Oh, wow. How much time do we have? Actually, the stuff that replaces Next Gen is already in the works. I know that it is. I can't give you specifics because, frankly, I don't know. Next Gen is, as I understand it, way behind, as government programs tend to be, because there are too many fingers in the pie sometimes. And what happens a lot of times is there's initial standards put out. This is what we want the thing to do, and this is how we want it to work. And then as development goes on, there's, well, feature creep, basically. So, while we're at it, could we make it do this thing? Can we make it do that thing? And so and it's, of course, subject to governmental budgeting pressures, which, as we've seen lately, can be quite a challenge because you can't spend in the government. I realize the U.S. government's kind of special overall in this way, but in the government, you can't spend money you don't have. Yes, the U.S. government does that as a whole, but an agency cannot spend money that it doesn't have yet. And so that affects hiring, that affects training, that affects equipment acquisition. I mean, NASA's had many issues with this over the years where there were projects that were scheduled for a certain launch date because there was a great launch window because of where the various planets and things were. And budgeting just forced them to, in some cases, almost give up on the whole program because they just, they had one opportunity and the money wasn't there. And that's the same sort of thing that happens to us. I think the biggest issue at the moment is the reliability of the navigation system, because we have seen the last decade or two, the world has been transitioning to GPS and similar satellite-based systems. Europe has their own system, Russia has their own system, and the problem we've started to see the last few years, particularly with some of the things going on in other parts of the world, let's say, is that it's not hard to really mess that stuff up. GPS can be jammed, it can be spoofed, and I think we're starting to realize that we've maybe put too many eggs in that basket.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure what the solution for that is, because a lot of the stuff that GPS replaced has already been turned off, and a lot of it, frankly, was very old equipment. And so there wasn't really a replacement plan, because the whole idea was we're going to replace this with something else entirely. We're not going to try and update this thing. And now it's starting to look like, well, maybe we should have kept some of that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, going to be one of the factors that have to be considered with Next Gen or whatever takes its place. Next Gen, in a nutshell, was a system where basically instead of following roads in the air, which is what airplanes have been doing for the last several decades, you have highways, we have airways, we have jetways, and the whole idea was, instead of airplanes following point to point to point to point to point, you basically go straight from wherever you are to wherever you're trying to be. and all the stuff would get sorted out along the way. And that's, last time we talked about air traffic centers, LA Center and all the other places, and that's what those guys do, because they're controlling airspace way high up, sometimes in the middle of seemingly nowhere, where there are airplanes on the way from here to there and airplanes on the way from somewhere else to somewhere else, and their paths cross. And we've got to make sure that they cross, but the airplanes don't.
Right.
So, and NextGen was supposed to take care of a lot of that and allow a lot more airplanes to do much more direct routing than what they've been getting in the past. Because satellite navigation was going to allow that, because you didn't have to go from one ground-based point to another ground-based point. And so
Interesting.
But and I hope that answered the question, because that's about my some knowledge of NextGen right there.
I think so, yeah.
So do you think it's probably not going to happen with considering funding? And
it will. I assume it's going to happen. The funding, everything's slow. Meanwhile, technology keeps going.
Yeah.
And so you want to get the latest and greatest, but you've got to, test to make sure it's safe and reliable.
Yeah, don't get AI involved with
and one of the things that makes innovating in aviation so difficult is you can't put in a new system and it takes effect overnight.
Right.
It takes, we've seen, just standing here today, in the last couple hours, hundreds of airplanes pass through. Every single one of those airplanes has radios and other navigation stuff in it, computers, all that kind of stuff. And it takes time to update those things. It takes money to update those things. And there's a certain reluctance to spend money on something you don't absolutely have to have.
Right.
And so what you end up having to do is you have the old system has to keep running while the new system gets phased in. And so they have to operate side by side, sometimes for a decade, while the transition happens. And that can be difficult, because now you're spending money for the old thing to keep it running. You're spending money on the new thing to get it up and running. And the users have to transition from one to the other. And sometimes that comes down to, we'll keep the old airplanes with the old stuff. We'll put the new stuff in the new airplanes. Because that's the easiest way to do it, is for Airbus and Boeing just to slap the new thing in at the factory, and off you go. And then there's all the training that happens, behind the scenes, and all that has to be done. These guys, these pilots go in for training a couple times a year, and controllers do as well. And so there's downtime for that to happen. There's implementation time. And it's not like just opening a new exit ramp on the freeway, unfortunately. It takes a lot more than that to make it happen. And I keep bumping the microphone, I'm sorry about that. Here we have Fiji coming in while Japan Air goes. We got a 350 and a Dreamliner.
So my question, you probably can't hear me.
Depends on the question. If I can't answer, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you.
What's that, Kevin? So a lot of the time that we heard here on the show was you learn the language of a lot of these countries, and you would say, contact,
Yeah, that's...
How did that come to be? Is that something you decided you wanted to learn?
I guess, because frankly, I don't speak any of those languages.
Yeah.
I barely speak English. So in a lot of cases, that was the sum total of French or German that I know, is those three words. And you would hear that every now and then, where the pilot would respond in kind, and I'm like,
And some other phrase.
Yeah, well, I quick go find some other airplane to talk to. Because it's
How many different ones did you learn?
Can
you say all of them, the ones that you know off the top of your head?
Frida Sane for Lufthansa. When we had Condor, I would give them Alfreda Sane. They're seasonal. We don't have Condor right now. Au revoir for Air France. We used to have another French airline that...
French B?
Oh, that's right. We had French B. They're seasonal also. There was a third that was here for like a minute back before the pandemic. They had 330s, and they parked at Terminal 6. And I don't remember the call sign.
Was it Air Italy?
No, that's overall I wouldn't work for Air Italy.
No.
That would be.
I'm trying to think of another Paris.
No, this was. And it might have been before y'all were live streaming.
Norwegian.
We had no. Yeah, I don't.
They had a Paris route.
Yeah, well, that would be the one-off. It'd be. We have Norse now. Before the pandemic, we had Norwegian Air Shuttle, the red nose airplanes.
Right.
Oh, yes.
Lipstick.
Well, and it was funny because they had two call signs depending on which operating certificate they were using for that particular flight. So sometimes they were red nose, and sometimes they were Norse Shuttle for Norwegian Shuttle.
Right.
And you see that now with Norse. Because they use two different call signs. It's the same operating model. They found, I don't know if it's the same people or how it's, but it's the same or a very similar operation where sometimes they're a long ship.
Long ship, that's right.
And sometimes they're a long boat. And the flight plan identifier, there's only one letter difference. One of them is UBT, which is boat. Which I remember because U-boats. I'm sure that's not the way they want to be thought about. But and the other was NBT, which I use for long ship because it's no boat.
No boat.
Stupid controller tricks, y'all. But
I'll keep that one in mind.
Well, because it's like you do. But there's a lot of silly little workarounds that we have for stuff like that. Because Air Italy and somebody about 2 weeks ago in the training department asked me about Air Italy, and I had completely forgotten about Air Italy because they were here for a minute. In 330s that were not terribly interesting to look at, as I recall. They were white with black, I think. But their flight plan identifier for us. Now, ICAO uses one set of flight plan identifiers, and then there's the airline transport group that uses a different set of aircraft airline identifiers. So we use 3 letters, they use 2. And so the one I know off the top of my head is JetBlue, which for us is JBU. Their IATA code is Bravo 6. And we don't use those codes because Bravo 6 could also be an aircraft registration. Chinese, China aircraft are registered with the letter B and a series of digits after that. So Bravo 6, and then a flight number could be Bravo 6534 or what have you. So I'm not sure that's the only reason, but that's definitely one of the reasons that we use a different set of flight plan identifiers. And I think our system predates theirs for actual transfer of information. I could be wrong about that, but So,
all right, real quick, Aviation Mike, one of our great mods with the $5 Super Jet. Thank you so much, Mike. Says, I'm learning so much from Later Tater and the regional impact of LAX traffic pattern shift. Put me in the tower. I'm ready. He's ready.
Come on down. We need folks. Yes. And honestly, LAX does need folks. I mean, we're not special in that regard. There are a lot of air traffic facilities that need more bodies. And I think we've talked about this before, but it takes years to train a controller up to the point where they're ready for prime time at LAX. Basically, every controller at LAX was somewhere else before that. I was at 3 other places before I came to LAX. A lot of our folks actually are prior military. We've got a number of vets working the tower.
Wow.
I think we've got all the services represented except for maybe the Coast Guard. I don't think we have any coasties at this point. I keep saying we like I'm still there. It's been less than a week. Cut me some slack.
You'll always be there in our minds.
It may be, but we've got. I think all the services that people remember are represented at LAX Tower. I know we've got Army. I know we have Air Force, Marines, and Navy. So
just give me the chills.
So
that's great.
Well, I mean, military does get for most federal jobs, military vets get some preference for hiring. You still have to be able to do the job.
Yes.
Because we've had a few over the years that were prior military, and they were controllers in the military. But I don't think there's any Air Force base in the world that operates like this place. At least I hope not. I would hope there's more system to it, more a lot. But whoa, no dancing over there. So we have had a few military controllers that came to LAX, and it wasn't right for them. But we do have a lot of former military folks here, guys and gals, and there's some great folks. I'm proud to work with every single one of them, and they deserve to be here. But we need more of them.
Yeah.
And there are college programs that train controllers, and the military trains controllers. There used to be other ways to, actually I guess there still is, there's another way to apply for the job. Once or twice a year, the FAA will put out basically an open announcement where anybody can put their name in. It's normally a fairly brief window. We had one earlier this year that actually ran for a couple of weeks. And in many cases, they get thousands of applications, and I don't know how they sort through all that stuff. I honestly don't. But the process takes often years. If you want this job, have patience.
Yeah, be committed, right?
Well, be committed, but have patience, because it's. And I was talking to somebody at the party whose name, I'm sorry, escapes me right now, because names pass through my brain like a colander. But he was expressing, some interest in maybe putting in for it, and I encouraged him at the time. It's like, put your name in. If you don't apply, you definitely won't get the job. It's like the lotto. If you don't buy a ticket, you definitely won't win. Right. And I'm encouraging the lotto, but that's how that system works. And it's the same thing for the controller. We don't go, out on the street and say, hey, you want to be a controller. You've got to put your name in the hat. Is how that starts. So if that's something you think you want to do, the next opportunity, put your name in. usajobs.gov is where that all happens. But it can be a very laborious process. That part I can promise you.
Real quick, back to the chats here. Miss Patch 2010 becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Miss Patch. Alvanor 0293 with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alvanor. Says, just like the U.S. military decided to purchase only 21 B-2 Spirits because the unit cost is astronomical at $2 billion. Yes.
It's no money. I mean, they're printing more all the time.
Ryan with the $5 super chat says, what's the rarest 727 carrier you've ever worked? I have a Lufthansa 727-200 departing LAX on my channel. Shot back in the day, shot by Booger's dad.
Okay, that was.
You were still working here with the 727s.
I worked 72s, but not Lufthansa. That was before my time, quite frankly. I do recall, y'all remember Mexicana?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Mexicana, when I first got here many, many moons ago, Mexicana would sometimes bring in a 7.2. It was back when they still had the green tails.
Yeah.
Because I think the end of Mexicana, the tails were blue. And I don't remember a 7.2 with blue, but I do remember green tail 727 from Mexicana.
I always remember, during our podcast, you said LAX was built for the 727, not the A380.
Pretty much any airplane much bigger than a 7.2 or, frankly, a 7.5 rocks at LAX.
Yeah.
I wish everybody had 757s. Those airplanes get up and go. And there's, off the top of my head, I can't think of a spot where I can't put a 757 under most conditions. A day like today, I can put a 7.5 anywhere. Now, once they do the tax-free Charlie thing next week, I don't think a 7.5 will be able to squeak through there. But yeah, airplanes of that size, anything bigger than that, somewhere on this airplane, or on this airport, it doesn't fit. To the point that there's a spot on this airport where we used to be able to take 767s, and then they started putting winglets on them. And the addition of the winglets on the 767 made it too big to fit through that spot. And I'm pretty sure we taxied through there before anybody told us. Yeah, it was, and you would think the addition of winglets, but that was enough where that airplane all of a sudden did not fit.
Interesting.
So, yeah, 7.2s, 7.3s, A320, basically narrow bodies. Any heavy jet, there's a restriction somewhere on this airport. A lot of it's between the runways, much more when the weather goes down, because when the weather is really, foggy like it was, the last couple weeks ago, there's stuff we can't do between the runways. And the big heavy jets are the first thing to feel the pinch. So, yeah, 727s fit, MD-80s fit pretty much anywhere on this airport you can go with a real airplane. Stuff bigger than that, not so much. Other 7.2 operators I can remember, of course, American had loads of them back in the day. Delta had a bunch. Everybody had them. They were the 7.3 and 320 of today.
Yeah.
Most of the 7.2s I remember actually were cargo. By the time I got here, most of them were cargo. And there were some like sports charters. Champion was a charter operator. There was a private. There've been several privately owned 7.2s. Trump used to have a 7.2. He has a 7.5 now. Used to have a 727. There was the last short 7.2 I remember, a 100 series, was a privately owned one, or at least operated. Very colorful. It was like silver with blue stripes, and it was Peter Nygaard, I believe was the name on the side, in great big letters. And you would see it parked over at one of the FBOs. Haven't seen that in ages, and I don't imagine we ever will again. But I do remember that one.
Wow. Hey, Tater, it's your plane on the downwind. Lone Star 1.
Hey!
Nice.
Everybody's favorite. Oh, and that reminds me of one of my previous digressions that I stopped partway through. I was talking about Lone Star, and I worked in New Orleans for 6 years. And before New Orleans, I was in North Louisiana at a little city called Monroe. And so I've got over 10 years of being in Louisiana, and yet the Southwest Louisiana livery inhales vigorously. I am sorry. I know what it's supposed to be, and if you see it from just the right angle or just the right distance, you can see it. But I'm really disappointed in that particular one. I think they could have done better. But most of them are pretty neat. I think it's the Indiana one that is really colorful.
Illinois.
Freedom one is neat.
Gorgeous.
It really is. The Hawaii plane. Really colorful.
Actually, coming in today, I believe.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hang around, y'all. You get to see all the special planes. Some of those, and I mean, the design is neat, and then you start thinking about what it took to take a design that clearly you start with a flat sheet of paper, and you're going to put it on an aluminum tube. And it doesn't always just work one for one. You've got to tweak it some where it actually works. And most of them, like, what do you do with the engine cowlings?
Got to map it all out.
You map it out where from a certain spot it matches perfectly, or you don't try. Right. And, or in some cases you just kind of do something neutral where it doesn't detract from the design, but it isn't part of the design. The one that, Alaska used to have, the Salmon 37. That was cool.
Gone.
And of course, the one that replaced it is equally cool.
Yeah.
And that's it's a really sharp looking airplane. Alaska's got a bunch of.
What do you think of honoring those who serve? We have a couple on Alaska.
We have a couple of those. Alaska has. That's actually my favorite.
Yeah.
If you will, non-special Alaska. I mean, you've got all the Alaskas with the comic characters and all the other stuff.
Right.
But that's, because Alaska has one, and I think Horizon has one. It's the same basic paint job, and that is my favorite
now too.
Of the Alaskas. And
do you remember More to Love on Alaska before they got rid of their?
Oh yeah, that lasted for like maybe a year. That was during the Virgin buyout. I miss Virgin America.
Yeah.
The passenger experience was great.
We were talking about in their cabins. Danny was saying that apparently you can like text people in the plane on Virgin America.
Yeah. So the passenger experience in Virgin America. Their call sign was Redwood, by the way.
Oh.
But I enjoyed flying on them, and I'm sorry they went away. And it seemed like at the time it seemed like an odd tie-up because there was no fleet commonality at all. Virgin America was all Airbus, Alaska was all not Airbus, and of course all the Airbuses are gone now. Alaska, they didn't keep any of those a day beyond the end of the lease. The 321neos were the last to go, because those started getting delivered sort of in the early days of that, I think. But even those are long gone. But yeah,
we caught the last takeoff from here. Sad day.
I'm vaguely remembering that, actually. But yeah, there was an Airbus with the More to Love, and there was a 737 with the More to Love. You know, red and blue, and I mean, it's very colorful. We just have another special Alaska come through here. The black one with
the UNCF livery.
Yeah. So yeah, they've got.
Love all the Disney stuff. The
all the
Pixar
Disney
Pier.
stuff. Yeah, there's Toontown. Yeah, and there's more than one of those, or different variations of Disney stuff. There's one that has Goofy on the tail.
Oh, the Goofy.
That's Toontown.
Yeah, there's another that has Woody on it, and
that's Pixar Pier.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I just know when I see him out the window, and I'm sitting there trying to think of them. I'm going.
Do you do the Goofy sound?
But yeah, there's they've got a number like that, and those are all kind of neat.
WestJet had Disney World one, but apparently that one's gone now.
It was the one with Mickey on the tail during the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah,
and Frozen.
That was
Frozen.
Yeah, but from the first time I saw that airplane, I didn't know who it was. Well, it was at night, and it's like, who the heck is it?
Yeah.
And they had the Frozen one as well.
Delta's about to start. They're about to celebrate their 100th anniversary, and there's been leaked images of a new livery depicting the 100th.
Okay.
And
you're ahead of me on this one. I haven't seen it.
I'm not super thrilled to be honest with you. It's it's missing something.
Yeah, Delta was. I mean, my favorite Delta livery was the minute that they had the flag on the tail, the tricolor flying colors that lasted maybe 2 years. It did not stick around for long. I liked it simply because it was more colorful than the widgets. Yeah. But the widget is Delta all the way. I mean, you can't.
I guess my favorite with Delta has got to be SkyTeam. The SkyTeam livery.
Okay, you can have the SkyTeam livery.
It's different. But
it's different, yes. The problem with SkyTeam, and it's the same problem that you have with Star Alliance. From, you see one over there. Who does that plane belong to?
Yeah, whose is it?
If you can't see the name, under the windows, ahead of the engine,
anybody,
or if you aren't looking at the flight plan, you have no idea who that airplane.
A couple of years ago, we had 3 SkyTeam 777-300ERs. There was Aeroflot, Air France, and KLM. 2 were sitting at the Westgates. 1 was at Tom Brownlee. I thought, I hope the baggage gets on the right plane.
Well, yeah, you hope. And I assume when you get up close that the pertinent doors are marked appropriately. You just can't see from the control tower. But those, those Alliance paint jobs, Star Alliance and One World boat. No, One World is better actually. It's SkyTeam, where the whole airplane changes appearance, and particularly at night, if you can't see the plane. And I've had this issue a couple of times working ground control over the years, where I tell somebody at some intersection, follow the Air France or the China Eastern or the Delta or whatever, and they don't see that first little part of the plane where it actually says Air France or Delta or what have you, or then and I look over 5 minutes later, and it's like SkyWest, what happened? Well, we're waiting for so and so. Oh, well, he's at the gate. Or a lot of times when that airplane gets up here, I'll realize, oh crap, it's one of those. No, I absolutely don't blame them, because the last thing you want to do is pull out when you're not supposed to. And so if you're not sure, and there'll be times that the pilot says, who are we supposed to follow? And because, and this is something we tell pilots regularly, if you're not sure, ask. Don't assume anything. Particularly don't assume that you're cleared for takeoff or cleared to cross the runway or anything that puts you in potential conflict with another airplane that's moving real fast.
Right. Yes.
So, we encourage pilots, if you're not sure, ask.
Yes.
And so, there we do. We have Lone Star right now over the H Hotel. It's a beautiful clear day. We can see it 2 miles away. And
so another question came to mind, and I'll come closer to you so you can.
Oh, that's fine. Well,
this one's actually coming in from Sacramento, flight 2762.
Alrighty. Yeah, we get Southwest goes from here to Sacramento in SkyWest does as well, although I don't remember who they do it for.
I know Kevin has a question for you, but since we're talking about it, where does WN come from?
Well, that's their IATA identifier, and probably at the time that they were given that identifier, somebody already had SW. Don't know who that is either.
Yeah.
For our flight plans, they're SWA.
Got it.
So but yeah, WN, I don't know.
Okay.
Those identifiers are not ones that we normally use. I happen to know a few of them because I see them on FlightAware or some other place that uses them or references them. But for the FAA air traffic system, that's not something controllers, auto controllers don't know that exists. Because it's not part of our world. The amount of stuff that we don't have to know would actually probably surprise people because it just doesn't matter.
Other things do.
Other things do. That guy going to Sacramento, I don't know. I can read the flight plan and tell you how he gets to Sacramento. What happens when he gets there? No idea. That's their problem. My problem is to make sure he gets out of here safely, and then I move on to the next one. That's how our system is set up, where we break it down into manageable chunks. That's why we have controllers here and controllers there and controllers, various other places, and that's why, there are 2 tower controllers and there are 3 ground controllers and there's departure controllers who are separate from the arrival controllers. Is you need to keep each section small enough where one person can keep up with what's happening in his little sector. And if it starts getting stupid busy, in most cases, there's a way where he can offload some of those and they'll split it. And, so that sector just became Sector 1A and Sector 1B. So you don't end up with controller overload.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to take you back a few years back, because I was zoomed in on the Emirates as it made a turn, and I saw another, I believe it was a plane in the sky, and it reminded me Rocket Man. Remember the Rocket Man?
The movie?
So-called, no. Remember the guy?
Jetpack guy.
Rocket Pack Man.
The alleged jetpack guy. I never got to see any of these jetpacks.
But you were in the tower one day. I was up at the H Hotel, yeah.
I remember one time I was actually working the north side tower.
Yeah.
And the south side tower had one of his airplanes say that, and I forget who it was, it doesn't really matter now, but, so-and-so just reported a jetpack.
Yeah.
And they were, as it turns out, like 15 miles from the airport. And supervisors, was asking me, because the north side tower controller also often works the helicopters that are in the general area. And so those 2 positions were combined up that day. They can be split, like we were talking about a moment ago. We'll split it a lot if there's like a police chase going on, where all of a sudden you have 6 helicopters chasing each other around.
Yeah.
We'll dedicate one controller just to, helicopters. We'll split it off. It's a separate frequency, but, that day there was not that much going on. And I remember the supervisor asking me, hey, do you have any law enforcement helicopters? And I had a police or a sheriff on frequency, and remember asking him, hey, do y'all have time to go look? We just have a report of a jetpack. And it was, initially I didn't know exactly where it was. I knew it was east of the airport because that's where the report came from. And when I actually took a moment to look at the chart, it's like, holy cow, that's way over there. And so he didn't go look at it. The guy I was talking to didn't go look at it, but it was probably outside of his, they're normally designated search areas or patrol areas, and this would have been in somebody else's patrol area. But he can relay it to the powers that be quicker than we can because he's already there. Don't know whatever happened to it. There were 2 or 3 spottings, and at least one of those alleged jetpacks eventually turned out to be balloons or some other crazy thing.
Gosh.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the shape of like an astronaut, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. I never got to see it. I'm really disappointed. The crazy thing is there actually is a company here in the Los Angeles area that makes jetpacks, and they're not available to the public, so I hear.
It's probably good.
Probably yes, but they do exist. So
interesting.
The more common thing we've had the last couple of years, honestly, is drones.
Drones.
Yeah.
The number of drones that are flying around, and a lot of them are supposed to be geo-fenced, where you can't fly it within a certain distance of the airport, and the rules are you're not supposed to fly it more than like 400 feet above the ground. But there's, in a lot of cases, nothing that keeps you from doing it. Right. And so we, almost every day get some sort of drone report sometime or other.
What about birds around here? Is it an issue?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We have a warning in there's a listing of airports that the FAA puts out. It's for pilots that talks about each airport, the runways, and various special notes for that airport, all this kind of stuff. It used to be called the Airport Facility Directory. Now it's called the Chart Supplement, because you need this along with your charts to get all the information you need. But in there's a special note about birds in the vicinity, which, the beach is right there, plus there's going to be birds. We also have a warning on our information, our automated, we call it the ATIS, the Automated Terminal Information System, which we update at least once an hour with the current weather, the runways in use, all that kind of stuff, if there's taxiways that are closed. And one of the things that's on there basically all the time is warning bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. It just, because it always is.
Yeah.
I can remember just a couple weeks ago, we couldn't see out the windows, and somebody was telling me, we just passed birds, 200 feet.
Oh.
So, that is absolutely a thing, the airport takes steps to try and mitigate some of that. There are actually, I don't know if there still are, but there was a time where they had traps set up in a couple places around the airport.
Really?
That were not for catching, seagulls, but were for catching hawks. Because you would get because you've seen hawks and vultures and things, and they circle and they circle and they circle.
Yeah, we've seen that.
And so they had special traps where basically it was some sort of a prey in a cage. On top of that was the eagle trap. And so, the bait, basically you had bait and some sort of live bait, so it would move, I assume. And the whole idea was that the raptor, eagle, hawk, whatever, would dive on the target, get caught in the trap, and they could relocate it. There have been occasions where the operations guys will come out with basically a carbide cannon. Basically, it goes boom.
Oh.
Makes a loud boom. It's. But
so if you ever hear a boom,
if you just hear a mysterious boom, it might be the airport trying to run off the birds.
Oh.
It's more likely to be somebody with fireworks, because that happens
or a carbide
all
firing.
The time, or a carbide firing. Yeah, but there's lots of things that go boom around here. Occasionally, it's bird disposal. It's dispersal. They do, They don't kill stuff unless they absolutely have to. And normally, the stuff that's dead is something that got hit. Yeah. There's regular times where somebody reports a bird strike on the runway, and then the airport goes out to, get any debris off the runway so that somebody else doesn't suck it up.
Right.
It's like, oh, hey, we got lunch. So,
there was a cat that was on the runway the other night here on the south side.
Cat?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Now we've had dogs, and there's been reports of coyotes and foxes. Yeah. There was one time a cow got loose on the airport.
A cow?
But a cat, I don't think I'd ever.
Wait, how did a cow get on the runway?
I can understand a cat, but a cow.
Well, the cow was supposed to be changing planes.
Oh.
And because we've had that happen. I remember talking to a Connie, it's call sign Coletta is what it says on the side of the plane, 747 that was going from here to Hawaii. And it's like 2 o'clock in the morning or something. It's like, and they don't normally fly there at that time. And having nobody else to talk to, say, hey, what are y'all carrying, or what are y'all doing, or whatever. Because there was some note about livestock on the plane. Normally, in the remarks, if they're carrying live animals like that, there will be a remark, something in the remarks section saying so, because they really don't want any kind of sudden movement if they can help it. I mean, horses and cows all travel standing up generally.
Yeah.
And if they have to make a sudden turn, you can ruin a racehorse that way. And there have been racehorses that are worth as much as the airplane.
Yeah.
So you really, really, really don't want to do that. And so I asked them, and said they had 200 head of cattle on board. They were taking an entire dairy farm to Hawaii.
Wow.
For those of y'all who used to live in LA, you may remember that Chino used to be full of cows.
Yeah.
Chino's now full of houses where the cows used to be. The cows apparently all went to Hawaii, which, I mean, if I could live in Chino or Hawaii, I know which one I would choose.
Yeah, really. Jeez.
Even the cows.
Yeah, that's what the chows goes. But yeah, whatever I just said, because I'll possibly say it again. But yeah, this was a cow that got loose in the it was being loaded on the plane or offloaded from the plane or something like that, but it somehow got loose in the air freight area.
Wow.
And it took them an hour or two, because you may be shocked to know, but LAX does not have cowboys on call. I don't know how we rounded up the cow.
Wow.
But yeah, there are no cowboys on staff at LAX. Shocking development.
Interesting.
If you're interested.
There we go. Yeah, new job opportunity. Ricardo Hernandez with the $2 super chat says, my son Ricardo Hernandez is hi from San Diego. Hello there, San Diego.
Hola, amigo.
Kevin Morgan with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Kevin. Says, happy retirement, Tater.
Thank you.
Over your career, what airplane or airline was the biggest pain to work?
Oh, I'm not sure I've been retired long enough to answer this question. In all truthfulness, at LAX, it kind of depends what time frame there, because any one of the majors has had a moment. There have been times, and by a moment, I mean there's a period of a year or two where they just don't seem to have it together. And for when I got here, it was American, quite frankly. Now, this is many years ago, but it was American. United a couple of times has had periods where and normally the issue is not the pilots, it's the ground operation, where the airplanes show up and there's no ground crew to park them, or there's no gates for them to park on, or they've got some operational requirement that creates basically a hindrance to moving the airplanes. And so all of them have at some point or other gone through periods, even Southwest, have gone through periods where something's happening internally that spills over to the way they operate. And it's usually some sort of transition. So I can't call out any one as particularly much worse than any of the others. They've all had times where it's like, man, can y'all just get it together, please? But I would imagine that any big company, you're going to have stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where, there was that issue this past year where Delta's computers all melted down because they updated, except the update didn't work or whatever it was. And there were a couple of days where they were just almost out of business. And there was Christmas a year or two ago where Southwest basically had a computer meltdown.
Yep.
And they basically didn't operate any airplanes for a day or two. And there have been times where American or United or Delta, one of the majors who has a hub somewhere, and that hub is having issues. And they'll put out a ground stop for that one airline going to that one place.
Wow.
Because their gates are, like United, Denver, snow can be a problem.
Right.
So not calling them out specifically, it's just one I know I have seen. But all of them at some point where you're having some big issue at your hub where you don't need any more airplanes showing up for whatever reason. You don't have anywhere to put it, there's nobody to park it, whatever the issues are. So all of them have gone through phases like that.
Yeah. So, wow.
I'm not going to call out anybody at the moment because I don't, that's just at the moment. And this time next year, it could well be somebody else. So that wouldn't be sporty.
I know the period where the A380s were taking off here on the south side, that must have been a lot of extra work for you guys as controllers.
We were actually talking about that offline a little while ago because, of course, a lot of that happens right here in front of you because this is the favorite place to cross a 380 is right here. This is Taxiway Lima for those of us, basically goes straight down between the Tom Bradley and the west gates of Tom Bradley. And there's Lima on the west side and Kilo on the east side where that heavy jet is right now. And those two taxiways are controlled by the city ramp, not by the control tower. We used to until they opened. Now they control those. They actually control one on the other side of the west gates called Taxiway Mike.
Yeah.
You can just barely see between the two buildings. So you can see the Air France tail. He's on that side. And they control Mike as well. Now the FAA tower uses November and Papa, which are parallel to Mike. But none of those have crossing points. Lima is the crossing point where you can come across both runways in a straight line. And there's not many places like that you can. You can do it here. You can do it at Taxiway Golf over by the Signature Aviation ramp in front of United Maintenance, or you can do it at two ends. Generally, airport design, you try and avoid points where an airplane can end up on a runway accidentally. And LAX used to have many more of those than we used to. If you look closely over here in front of the Tom Bradley, you can see there's Taxiway Juliet. Right next to it is Bravo 8. Both of those used to come all the way across to here. One of them was November and one of them was Papa. So that was one of the renamings that happened a long time ago. Now neither one of them comes all the way across. And the whole idea is that you can't. The problem we were having was airplanes would come out of the Charlie 10 alley, where American is, and at the time it was a straight shot.
Ooh.
And so if you missed the turn onto Taxiway Bravo, the next thing that happened was runway 25 right. And that did happen on a couple of occasions. So they reshaped that whole intersection where it's not now a straight shot out of that alley. You watch heavy jets coming out of Charlie 10, and they all kind of make this angling turn to the west because it's not a 90-degree turn anymore, strictly to keep airplanes from accidentally missing the turn. So yes, Taxiway Lima, and we've talked about the issues with 380s before, and it's not just the 380, but it's the poster child because it's the biggest and it's the mostest. It doesn't fit between the two fives. So there goes Alaska. Speaking of One World, there we go.
Yeah.
That's in a 900. And easy way for me to tell I think those are next gens, 800s and 900 next gen from Max, is the shape of the tail cone. That's from the control tower. That's the easiest thing to see. From this level, you get a better shot of the engine cowlings where it has the scalloped, but those are hard to see from the tower because they're almost under the wing. But the shape of the tail cone is the easiest thing to see if you can see it.
Interesting, yeah.
Or one other funny little thing is that on the Maxes, it'll have two white lights on the tail cone instead of the one, because on the next gens, the white nav light is above the APU exhaust. Or below, I think it's above. On the Maxes, there's one on each side.
Oh.
So same thing with the Dreamliner. Silly little spotting things, but you notice that after a while when you see them dozens of times a day. But because the 380 will not fit between the runways, you basically need, as a tower controller, I need a gap on my departures that are normally on 25 right and a gap between my arrivals on 25 left to get the 380 all the way across. And what we try to do is time it so once he starts moving, he can keep going. Because you can just barely see it here, but you can look and you can see the Taxiway Hotel, the taxiway that runs between the two runways, is not at the same level as the runways. The runways are actually slightly higher, and that's by design. But what it does mean is if I have to cross one runway and then stop in between, it's uphill to cross the other one.
Yeah.
And you can see that from the tower. It's really easy to see it down at the west end where we have a better view. Here it's not, but it's the same all the way. And I mean, the taxiway was designed that way for wingtip clearance and some other, things like that. So you try not to have to stop. And there have been times where I give somebody a takeoff clearance, and the whole idea is the moment he rolls through the intersection, Emirates cross 25 right, hold short of 25 left, and I'm aiming for him to get here before the arrival exits the runway. So that as the arrival is exiting here, I can tell Emirates, continue across. And if the guy taking off lollygags, then the timing gets thrown off because I can't cross the right until the departure is airborne or through the intersection. And so Emirates or whoever gets a slow start, and generally they don't jump it. I mean, it's 1 million pounds of airplane they have to get moving, and they're very worried about jet blast.
Right.
And so in most cases, they're using the inboard engines. They're not using all 4 engines at high power for breakaway thrust if they can help it because of how far out those engines are. And so it takes them a moment to get rolling. And then he starts crossing, gets in between, and by now, the first arrival has cleared the runway, and now the next one is out there. And it becomes it's like, do I have time to get across? If I can keep him rolling, can I get across before that next arrival gets to the runway? And you're looking at how fast the 380 is taxiing. You're looking at how fast the guy is flying down the final. And, through a certain amount of experience, you're basically making a gut call. It's like, okay, this looks like it's going to work. And, or this ain't going to work. And you end up holding him. And there have been times where I've ended up having to hold the 380 between the runways, which means that his nose is not blocking the landing runway, but his tail is absolutely blocking the departure runway. So all of a sudden, I'm not departing any airplanes. And a crafty Local 2 controller, the controller for the other side, who can see this happening, knows this is the perfect time to ask for crossovers because he can't launch anything.
Yeah.
So, so that's coming back to what we were talking about before. That's somehow how this works, where you look for the opportunities. It's like, oh, the 380 is stuck. This is my chance.
Yeah.
Request A, and you ask for everything because you're probably going to get it right now because this guy's kind of stuck. And there are times where we end up having to call arrivals and say, hey, can you build me a hole where basically they put extra space between 2 arrivals, and it's about 7 miles is what you need if this guy's at a standstill. But can you give me give me an extra hole so I can give a 380 across? And sometimes that hole is a long time away, because sometimes the final extends all the way to the California state line.
Oh yeah,
it goes that far. So, here goes one of our C-17s.
Yeah,
we're hoping the second one takes off on the south side. That's always a sight to see.
Yes, it is.
Actually, I caught you one time. You were on the south side. I was over here at an Imperial Hill. One took off, and what you call an air show. It kind of took off and then went straight up.
Oh,
and you said, that's very impressive, y'all.
Oh, did I? I probably shouldn't have said that. I mean, it's, particularly if that airplane, if it's empty, the power to weight ratio is going to be really impressive.
Yeah.
As far as airliners go, a lightweight 757 can put on an air show. I've had a couple of those over the years where they were deadheading out of here, and that thing is a rocket. If I could have any modern day-ish airliner, it would be a 757-200. If I could have anything at all, it would be either a TriStar or a Constellation, both of which are basically extinct. But and unfortunately, a 75 is headed that way.
Yeah.
But it's an old airplane. Honestly, that airplane's been around since the 80s, and there are people that have been around that long, bless their hearts.
But an awesome airplane.
Oh, it's an awesome airplane, absolutely. And the pilots, I've never talked to a pilot who didn't love the 757.
Yeah.
And most of them are also cross-rated on the 76. That was from the get-go. That was part of the design, was that a pilot could fly both with minimal differences training. So the cockpits are very similar. The procedures, the checklists are all very, very similar. It's just like the 320 series. If you can fly a 319, you can probably a 320 or a 321 with minimal difference between the two. And that's why you see Virgin America had all of them. And American's getting, all the airlines at this point have Airbuses because you get maximum utility.
Right.
The same thing, Southwest has 737s, but for quite a while they had 3 generations. They had the OGs. They had the I forget what the middle series was, and they had the next gens, the Century series, maybe the 3, 4, 5, 6s. They had some of those, as well as the 200s, and they were all configured almost identically, so that a pilot could jump out of one and jump into any one of the others and go.
Yeah.
Real quick, we do have a question.
Sorry,
Congrats on your retirement from Proud Pirate. Says, could you describe the levels inside the tower? Are those patios sticking out of the sides of the tower? You know, we always had that question too.
The actual controllers are in the little cupola up top.
Yeah. Right.
You see the sort of light gray part at the very top that's octagon shaped. Oh, here we have another Moss, and he doesn't have an X on him either. Another 330.
Used to be a passenger.
I kind of like this new livery they've got with the I don't know what you call it. It's not a checkerboard.
Lizard.
But,
We call it a lizard tail.
oh, okay, sure. Go with dragon tail. Let's go with dragon. That sounds
Dragon?
cooler.
All right. That
Although
does sound
dragon's
cooler.
normally going to be China, but.
There's the
Both the ones we've
C-17.
seen,
Take it off.
by the by, there goes our C-17. Both the Moss Airs that we've seen today were converted 330s. We do occasionally get purpose-built 330 cargo planes. The telltale is the bulge under the nose.
Right.
That is a modification that was designed for the nose gear so that when the airplane is sitting on the ground, it's level. Because the 330 is not normally. The nose sits slightly low. It wasn't intended to, I don't believe, but that's the way it worked out. It's more obvious on the 200s. But if you see a 330-200 with a funny little bulge under the cockpit, that's for the nose gear to retract into, because the nose gear is actually mounted slightly lower, so that when the airplane's sitting on the ground and they're loading, the low floor is level.
So are those patios on the side?
Yes.
They are
Those
patios,
are.
okay.
That's the 16th floor, I think. It's part way up. That is actually where the weather observer normally takes his observations.
Okay.
So he doesn't have to come all the way up into the cab. The sneaky part is that on occasion, it's not the same weather. So he's on the those patios, and they're open grates. I mean, I've been on them. It's if you've got vertigo, you don't want to be there because you can see all the way to the ground. It's not a solid floor. It's metal grates. It's got a handrail and all that, but still. But there are times that the weather on the 16th floor is not quite the same as it is half a dozen stories up.
Right.
And so, he said, the visibility's 4 miles. And say, come on up to the cab. And it's like, visibility is a quarter.
So it's just you get in an elevator and you go straight up, kind of like the National Monument in DC. You just go straight up.
There is an elevator that goes basically from the lobby all the way up to basically 2 floors below the tower cab.
Okay.
The elevator does not go all the way to the tip top.
Okay.
Because it can't. I mean, you think about it, that would be a 10-foot square obstruction of visibility and have the elevator come up. So it stops a couple of floors below. Okay. And there are stairs the last 2 flights up to the actual tower cab.
Gotcha.
So, and there are emergency stairs because those stairs up to the tower cab continue all the way down to the ground. So if we have a fire, you don't use the elevator. If the elevator doesn't work, you use the stairs. You'll get all your steps in that day. Oh, yeah. Because the break room is a couple floors down. It's lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of steps.
Is Bob still hanging out in the break room?
Bob is still on the refrigerator door. At least he was. I happened to notice that my last day. I saw the sticker on the magnet on the elevator door. Not the elevator, the refrigerator door.
All right, Bob's still up there in the tower. Good to know.
So, he's not here anymore.
Oh, no. Bob moved on, did he?
Yeah, Bob moved to Phoenix.
Oh, okay. Well,
he's retired with us.
I mean, there have been some folks that left LAX and went to Phoenix, so he's in good company.
No more Bob. No more Bob.
Well, all right.
Less confetti.
Did he take the Doritos with him?
No, we kept.
No, we kept the Doritos. He took the boxes and the confetti with him, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a mess.
Linda,
The airport had to give an extra sweeper for that.
Yes, they did. Yeah, Linda Kavinsky there in Chicago, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much,
Oh,
Linda.
wow, Linda.
Swat
Happy New Year.
Cats with a $20 super chest. Did later, Tater, did you go to OKC, Oklahoma City FAA Center for training?
Yes. That is, for most controllers, that's where it all starts. I spent about the first 6 months of my career at the Mike Monroney Aero Center in Oklahoma City. It's right on the edge of Will Rogers World Airport. And I've been back several times since then for various training things, but basically every air traffic controller passes through Oklahoma City sometimes, oftentimes more than once. During their careers. There's a lot of training that happens there. I've got friends who are instructors there now. I have an invitation to come instruct there, and there are training facilities for tower controllers. There are training facilities for radar controllers, not just approach control, but also en route center. There are training facilities for all those folks there. And there's a huge, it's basically a college campus on the west side of the airport there that is all FAA training, and not just controllers. There's also the air medical branch, that does physicals and medicals, that kind of thing. A lot of the technical stuff goes through there. A lot of the FAA's airplanes are based there. The FAA has a fleet of airplanes that are used for what we call flight check, where they fly around the world, literally. There's one that had to go to Antarctica earlier this year.
Oh, wow.
To check all the radio navigation aids, to check the frequencies, all that stuff, make sure that it works, that it's in line with where it's supposed to be. And they're all based out of Oklahoma City. So that happens. And then the FAA also maintains a library there of aviation. I mean, it's an amazing place to go. But yes, I've been there several times. Beautiful Oklahoma City. It's much different now than when I was there the first couple of times. Oklahoma City, as a city, has changed immensely. It's actually a nice place to be now. Well, I mean, the first time I went to Oklahoma City, we were reminded that there are more horses in Oklahoma than there were people.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still the case, but my backup plan when things at the academy were looking a little rocky was across town is a horseshoeing school. So I went and spent a day there checking out the facilities and deciding that I don't care how bad the controlling thing is, I am not becoming a farrier. A farrier is a guy who actually does horseshoes. And you need a really good back because you're bent over most of the time.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of overlap with blacksmiths. It's hot, it's dirty.
Yeah.
And if you're allergic to horses, as I happen to be, that's not a choice career for you. Yeah, it's ironic. My family has a horse farm, and I'm allergic to horses.
Really?
So,
I was just going to say, I could see you coming back to LAX as the cowboy of LAX. So in case another cow gets loose.
Yeah. Yeah, my horsey is made out of a broomstick. I can ride a horse well enough not to fall off, but that's not my gig, I'm afraid. But yeah, interesting discovery that I'm allergic to horses.
Wow.
So yeah, fun stuff. More than you ever wanted to know. But what else have we got?
Yes, we do
In this
have
momentary quiet
Eric.
spot. How much wind noise am I getting off the microphone?
No,
here?
you're sounding good.
good.
Eric says,
But,
Happy New Year. Greets from Amsterdam.
Oh,
In
Amsterdam.
Holland. Yes, lots of
Okay.
people over there in
We
Europe.
have a former controller now. He's one of the contract instructors whose mother lives in Holland. I'm not sure if she's in Amsterdam, but his family is there. So,
Aussie Band
it's a small
55.
world.
Quick question for later, Tater. Will the new MSC South be domestic only?
I don't know. I visited the MSC Tower about a week from today, actually, I guess it was. Not too long ago, less than a week ago, and talked to those folks. And we talked a little bit about what's going to go into the south end of the MSC. And the plan originally was that American Eagle was going to move from their current location on the east end by United Maintenance. And American Eagle was going to move over to here. And that was going to be in preparation for the building of Terminal 9, because Terminal 9 is planned to go where American Eagle is now. Terminal 9 is on pause for the moment. We have Korean in their 747-8I about to touch down. Oh, cookies, going for the cookies. Don't make more, I promise. But Korean, as an aside, one of 2 airlines that brings passenger 748. We call it a 748 because, again, we only have 4 digits. But yes, I know it's a 747-8I. We get a lot more 8Fs than we do 8Is, but we get them from Korean and Lufthansa. Both bring in passenger 748s.
And we have Atlas here today with passenger 74. That's kind of rare.
That is kind of rare. Don't know who or why.
They came in yesterday.
Is that the gold tail? I know they have one that's gold instead of blue.
No, it's the blue
and
one.
I've been told that one does that. But they're there we go. There's
the one just landed here.
Yeah, I mean, I just love all the colors. I mean,
have a picture of this.
Everybody grabs their camera. Yeah. I'll vamp for a moment while everybody takes pictures of Southwest. But this is actually a really neat paint job. And the number of colors when you start looking at it, and I mean, how many people you think took to actually mask that paint? Because it's an amazing paint job, very colorful. Because you got the colors on the fuselage, and you got the colors on the tail. And here goes American.
Kind of a rare Southside arrival, too. I don't think I've seen it too often here.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, we get some Southwest on this side, which like we get some Deltas and some of the others. A lot of times, the arrival runway is determined by where the airplane's coming from. Most of the folks that arrive on the south side have been straight in for sometimes hundreds of miles. They end up on this side. And there'll be guys that, or aircraft that come up from the south. A lot of South American, Central American stuff ends up on this side because it's closer to, they're coming from that side. And again, that avoids airplanes having to crisscross in the air. If the finals are fairly empty, the approach controllers will sometimes do what we call pro-park, where they put the airplane on the correct side of the airplane or correct side of the airport for where it's parking. But they have to have a fair amount of empty space on the finals to do that, where somebody's coming from one side, just like departing. Yeah, they're crossing over. And there are times that they don't have the room to do it. And it's very much a sort of a courtesy thing for our ground controllers, honestly.
This one's from Houston Hobby.
Oh, well, they escaped. So, howdy, y'all. Welcome to LA.
Quick. Top of the hour again.
Oh, did we just do this? Feels like just 60 minutes ago we did this very thing.
Just after 1 p.m. here in beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's a big Sunday show here on January 5th, 2025. I'm your plane jockey Kevin alongside plane jockey Rudy's out of camera sight, but we have Later Dater.
Howdy, y'all. Welcome to 2025.
Yes.
What
How you
time is it
feeling?
now?
Oh, the outer shirt has come off.
Yeah.
And now it's going to get cold.
Yeah, the wind is immediately picked up. So,
that's why I never.
Yeah.
I mean, might as well leave the hoodie on.
He's so bashful. We'll see how long this lasts. But for the moment, it was getting a little toasty.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, it was 50 some odd degrees at my house this morning. So. Which would have been in international units like 12, 13, 14, something like that. It was chilly-ish. So, Rudy's going for the phone. Who do we have? We got some sort of heavy jet over there.
ANA Dreamliner on the north side.
Okay, I was going to guess EVA, but okay. All in upon. This would be one of their newer ones then, for the lines. But, we just launched R2-D2. So we don't give as many all-upons as we do Japan Airs. We get more Japan Airs than we do all-upon. It's rare to have more than one all-upon on the ground here at a time, whereas it's a little late in the day. Earlier today, there would have been 3 Japan Airs at the Tom Bradley.
But not enough for them to bring their A380s here.
Sadly, no, because All-Upon has the cool 380s that they
Yes.
only fly into Hawaii. It would be neat to see those here. As big a nuisance as the 380 can be, it would be neat to see them.
Have you ever seen them in person?
No, I have not.
Oh.
Have y'all went to Hawaii?
Hawaii,
Didn't you? So,
yes.
Okay, so you've been there, done that.
And you plan on going back at some point.
Okay, yeah, they've got 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah, 3.
With the sea turtles on the side.
Anu, yeah. We've seen,
and-
actually, when we went, we were blessed to be able to see all 3 of them.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well done.
Tater, I want to go back to something you had touched on. I want to make
Okay.
sure. So
Bad touch,
the
Tater.
Eagle's Nest, is that staying for the time being?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I got sidetracked there because, yes, Terminal 9 is on temporary hold because the idea of Terminal 9 was to have it up and running in time for the Olympics. And at this point, the time frame just isn't going to work.
Yeah.
And so that's on hold because they're going to devote their attention to finishing other things instead of starting new ones, which I think is a wise choice because it's going to be really busy in a couple of years. But Terminal 9 is slated to go where the American Eagle nest or box is now. And the plan was that the American Eagle was going to move over here to the south end of the MSC. And it was one of these things where this has to be finished so they could move, so they could start Terminal 9. And this is, as far as I know, not behind schedule, but there are other pieces of the puzzle that are. And so for the time being, American Eagle is going to stay where they are. I heard through the grapevine that they don't really want to move. Don't know if that's true.
I'm
or
fine
not,
with them
but-
staying over there. You know what? Because we just installed those new 24-hour cameras. The microphone is pointing directly down on that.
Oh, so
I
you
was
got-
not looking forward to the days where the
What-
pavement.
Yeah,
because they were
you
gonna
might have to
get
move
rid
the
of.
microphone when that happens. But
So yes, stay there. I'm fine with that.
For the foreseeable future, they're going to stay there. So
And
who's gonna
Terminal
go in?
Zero is off the board
Terminal
as well.
Zero or Concourse Zero is also on hold for the time being. I know that one, the People Mover, was part of the holdup because they can't. The Concourse Zero is scheduled to go where the Uber lot is right now.
Right.
You can't move or shut down the Uber lot until the People Mover is up and running because the Uber stuff moves where the People Mover goes. And so they need the People Mover to be fully functional before they relocate the Uber people, and they can't relocate the Uber people until, well, they can't do that until it's moving. They can't start Concourse Zero until they can close that lot. So yeah, it's another one of these things where this thing is waiting for that thing, which is waiting for that
Right.
thing. So yeah, both of those I think are now for later this decade. And as I understand it, the passenger volume here just doesn't really justify more terminals yet. The LAX, as I understand it, this was something that I heard in a public statement from the LAWA, I think it was LAWA director earlier, well, last year now, that because LAX, the passenger volume has not recovered fully to pre-pandemic levels.
Wow.
Domestic traffic is still low. Some of the international traffic has come back. China, for a long time, was in a real lull because they were having issues with COVID and lockdowns and all sorts of stuff. Now, that's starting to come back, but we're looking at potential economic sanctions and all sorts of things happening with the new administration. So I think everybody's sort of in a wait and see now what happens.
We've been wondering about certain airlines announcing to come either back to LAX or make an appearance here.
Yeah.
Air India.
Air India, who has been in San Francisco. We had
Yeah.
Air India a long time ago. I remember Air India. Back in the day, they had 74, this is how long ago, they were using 747-400s by a muffler.
Yeah, right.
So that or his cat just got stolen. So, yeah, that's a thing here, y'all. So yeah, I remember Air India. They had some really ornately painted airplanes. I remember a 74 where every single cabin window had a little filigree around it.
Yeah, they still have those in the 777.
Yeah, it's a really ornate paint job. And they've been in San Francisco for a while now. They pulled out of here in the early 2000s. We lost a lot of airlines in the 2007, 2008 timeframe when the economy just tanked.
Yeah.
And I mean, several airlines just went away entirely. Some of them pulled out. Some of them became sort of seasonal or, reduced operations, that sort of thing. But I remember, there were several airlines who basically had airplanes parked here waiting for the bankruptcy court to come get them.
Wow.
But yeah, Air India would be neat. There was somebody, I seem to recall hearing there was somebody else
Vietnam.
from that part of the world. We were supposed to get Vietnam.
Vietnam
that was
Airlines.
supposed to happen a year ago, I thought.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of this stuff has sort of gotten, kicked down the road bit by bit. If I remember right, their call sign is Bamboo.
I was going to say Bamboo, right? Is that the call sign?
Yeah. And we had Hong Kong for a minute.
Yes, Hong Kong.
Air Bohemia.
What happened to Hainan?
Well, it's funny you ask because they had the same paint job. They were both Dreamliners with red and yellow stripes. And I think Hong Kong shut down. I haven't seen either one of them in ages. So they may have been, victims of the pandemic where they just...
Hainan's still around.
Yeah.
The Hong Kong,
Yeah.
I'll never, maybe you were working the tower this day. I always talk about this. I was here at Imperial Hill. I was out here just grabbing video. Got the Hong Kong A350 taken off. I left here 10 minutes later.
Oh, here's KLM right now.
Philippine 777 had a compressor stall, if you remember that, here on the south side.
Okay.
Not
Not
remember
yet.
that? 2019, I think, was the year.
Okay, so
Yeah.
in the before times.
Yeah.
It's in the before times. Here's KLM with their revised livery. They went from a completely straight line to a swoopy straight line. At least there's still color on the plane. They didn't do like Lufthansa, where we're going to take most of the color off the plane.
Right.
We like the orange Pride livery. That was nice.
I haven't seen that one just lately, but it's been in and out of here periodically. And
Go back.
they've got one with the 100 anniversary, the big 100 on the side.
KLM 100.
And we're probably going to see some other airlines coming up to 100-year anniversaries fairly soon. The 100-year anniversary of this airport is soon. 1928, I believe, is when Mines Field opened up. It didn't become Los Angeles Airport for quite a long time after that, but the 100th anniversary of LAX is imminent, I believe. American in a Neo, Korean in their 748.
So what we're seeing out here to the west, you've got ANA, Cathay Pacific hanging out there at the beach. Are they just gate space? Is that a minimum at this point?
Well, they're either they're hanging out there because they don't have gate space, or there's something that's blocking them. I can't see everything that's going on there. Horn works, try the wipers.
That was one of my favorite sayings. You said you could go hang out at the beach or something.
Oh, well,
I love
because
that.
you can't quite see it because there's the dunes between here and there, but there's a beach just right there. So, yeah, I mean, if you're going to hang out somewhere, go hang out at the beach.
Hang out at the beach.
Especially a day like this. Who doesn't want to be at the beach?
Yeah, they moved the Queen again.
So,
just back in that first spot.
Real quick, Michael with a $10 super chat says never got the chance to hear Tater in the days of taxi into position and hold. Good luck, old school.
That's a flashback there.
Yeah.
We've been using line up and wait for, probably 10 years at least now at this point. That is closer to, I believe, ICAO phraseology as opposed to taxi position and hold was U.S. phraseology.
Okay.
So, we transitioned to that quite some time ago. There have been other changes through the years to bring our phraseology and our procedures more in line with what the rest of the world does. Since particularly here at this airport, a lot of the operators are from other parts of the world.
Right.
And for them, particularly operators who, English is a second or a third language, having procedures that are similar to what they do back home is just going to make a safer operation all the way around. So it was a lot for us to learn initially, and every now and then I can remember somebody would, I would give them a lineup and weight clearance and would get a, position and hold as a read back. And it's like, okay, you've been around just a little while.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that goes back a long, long way. And I'm hitting something here. So, but
let's go back to the chat real quick.
Oh,
Anna,
yeah.
the dispatcher, with a $5 super chat, says, my favorite Southwest airline livery, and part of the reason I got hired by them, talking about Amua 1.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, it is a really colorful airplane. I like that one.
Wicker, with a $5 super chat, says, shout out to the legend, Later Tater.
Legend in my own mind.
O'Malley, who I think you met high atop the Edge Hotel, with a $20.25 super chat. Thank you so much, O'Malley. Says, Later Tater, we're not worthy.
Oh, sure you are. Sure you are. I mean,
Good to see you, O'Malley.
there's room in this world for everybody.
There's the Korean Air heading into the gate there at Tom Bradley. Just that Speedbird touchdown here on the south side.
Did we? I saw something. I didn't see who it was.
Well, I don't want to take up your whole Sunday afternoon. This is your first Sunday.
This is my first Sunday as a
away
retiree.
from the tower.
Yeah, away from the tower, yet here I am commentating. But this is an awesome day to be outside,
Yes, yes.
watching airplanes or doing
is.
pretty much anything.
Yeah.
So,
What else would you be doing right now? First Sunday off? Would you be watching
mowing
football?
the yard.
No, mowing the yard? Okay.
No, Tater's not a big sports ball fan.
No? Okay.
I'd rather play the game than watch someone else do it.
There you go.
That's, and better exercise too.
Yeah.
But, okay, yeah, we got British Airways.
Yeah.
We get, I think, 3 flights a day from them.
Yes, 180, 380.
We get 380 later. They can sometimes bring in an amazing variety of airplanes. They have 7, both models of 777. They brought in Airbuses, as well as the 350s, as well as
the
380s.
Yeah.
United with one of their big Dreamliners.
Also Turkish now pushing back. Of course, I always say this, the tail going to the west, always the south side takeoff, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
But the tail going to the east does not guarantee they're going to the north side.
Right.
Because this is a tricky place to push back, because when they push out of the corner gate there, 159, or the guys that have to come out of the alley backwards, because that happens also at the gates down at the very far end, 153. If you put a heavy jet on 153, it has to come out backwards.
Okay.
If American puts a heavy jet on 41, it has to come out backwards. They just don't have room to turn the airplane around in the alley.
Gotcha.
And the problem is they push out on the normally taxiway Charlie, and it basically blocks an airplane coming across at Juliet, like British Airways is right now. It blocks that airplane from going to Charlie. They have to turn on the Bravo, the taxiway that's closer to the runway, because it blocks the intersection of Juliet and Charlie.
Right.
And that becomes a bottleneck. I mean, we call it a hot spot, where a lot of stuff happens at that intersection right there. And so pushing on Charlie right there, tail west, means that now you've just lost one of your taxiways.
Well, now, did we just see something happen here? Because I thought Turkish was actually starting its taxi.
Well,
they're
I
actually
saw
still
that.
pushing
Now
it back.
Yeah. So
Did they have to push that out of the way so Speedbird could make that left turn?
Well, because I think Speedbird is on Bravo.
Okay.
The instructions were probably push on Charlie, tail west, abeam the terminal.
Right.
And sometimes what they have to do is they do a push me, pull you back, kind of a 3-way turn to get the airplane lined up so they can go backwards.
Okay.
Because that, you can see it's a tow bar tug. That's not a super tug.
Right.
And so they have issues with how much of an angle they can put on the nose gear with the tow bar and the tug.
Gotcha.
Because there's 2 pivot points when that happens. And there are times where they will, if you try and turn too sharp, you'll actually break the tow bar.
Oh, yes.
And normally there's a shear pin where there's a design weak point where it breaks the tow bar instead of the airplane. But that means everything comes to a stop while they swap out the tow bar and that sort of thing. But the instructions will almost certainly tail west of being the terminal, so that something could come in or out of Charlie 10 alleyway while they disconnect. The other option would be tail east, normally adjacent to Terminal 4, where all those American tails are.
Right.
And that gives them the option of going either way. So Rudy's pointing at something.
The second C-17 is on the move.
Oh, okay. So.
Oh yeah.
Are you sure you don't want iced coffee or anything?
I'm good, but thank you.
No, you have to watch the main
I'm
show.
not good for much, but I'm good. So, and the other advantage of pushing them tail east adjacent to Terminal 4 is it leaves the taxiway Juliet intersection clear, and it reduces the bottleneck factor a little bit right there. And what you would do as a ground controller, if you're going to keep them on the south side, is you would bring them down, and you can turn at Juliet or Kilo to join Bravo going the other direction. Or if you're taking to the north side, they're already pointed westbound, so they go Charlie, November, and the north route is what we call that. So as a ground controller, I normally would not try and turn them at Juliet, because anybody coming across the runway right there is going to be nose to nose with them. That creates a bottleneck, and the tower controller gets mad. Whereas if you come down to Kilo, there's nothing else happening at Kilo. So you can turn at Kilo, make the U-turn, and join Bravo, and head that way without blocking somebody that's trying to come across at Juliet. They may have to wait for someone coming across at Juliet, but at least they're not blocking it. That's one of the cardinal sins for a ground controller at LAX, is blocking the runway exits. So you try real hard not to do that. And there'll be times where you actually position airplanes pushing with the whole idea that they're not going to block a runway exit. This would be one of those cases, perhaps.
And the C-17 is going to appear.
C-17 is on the move.
Right
Rudy's keeping eye. There it is. Sure enough, it's right at the top.
There it is.
Of taxiway Lima on the move.
Here, I thought it was heading here to the south side.
Well, that would have been nice.
Yeah. But
We're going to have to blame for that. Just kidding.
Yeah, the C-17s coming to the south side is a fairly unusual occurrence, because where they're parked, it's easier to get to the north side. And in general, the military pilots are not familiar with operating at a civilian airport.
Okay.
And so in a lot of cases, they'll have a follow-me car leading them to where they need to park, and that sort of thing. And so we tend not to try and do anything fancy with them. Just because...
Straight into the runway.
Yeah, straight to the runway. It's neat to watch them go, because the C-17 will actually rotate and go nose up, and the C, watching the C-5, which we don't get to see. I haven't seen the C-5 here in a minute, but the C-5 is more like the Antonovs. It just kind of levitates off the runway.
That's so
and just sort of all of a sudden, it's, but it is almost level the whole time. So, United with a 75-300. Or 753 for our flight plans.
Real quick, back to the super chat from Network with the $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Network. Aviators with the $2 super chat says Happy New Year. Congrats to Later Tater. Greetings from Minneapolis. Plow Jockey 70 with a $10 super chat says the visit by Tater has been amazing. Do any of y'all remember the 1970s during the gas crisis when carriers removed all the paint to save weight and fuel? Paint shops weigh a lot.
Paint does weigh a lot. I have a friend who runs an aircraft paint shop, and they have to reweigh the airplane after they paint it.
Wow.
And so,
yeah. What happens if it's overweight? Do they gotta scrape it off and do it again?
Take it off.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
is that what
the paint goes on before the passengers go in? So, in a lot of cases, obviously these guys, they've got weight and lifting capability to spare, but it matters, because the weight on that the paint weight on that 777 is measured in hundreds of pounds probably, and every couple hundred pounds, that's a seat you cannot fill, and the seats, butts and seats is what pays the stockholders. But
Tater, does black paint weigh more than white?
I have no idea.
I'm just trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
Why white? Why white?
Well, why white? Because white is
temperature, right?
it reflects
Yeah.
more of the heat. And particularly if you're at, that's a special Volaris.
Yes.
It's particularly if you're at 25, 30, 40,000 feet, where most of the atmosphere is beneath you. The effects of solar radiation are much higher at altitude. And so white paint helps reduce the radiation load on the air conditioning,
Gotcha.
frankly. Plus, it stands out. It stands out better. I can see a white airplane at night. When New Zealand shows up with their all-blacks airplane, that airplane is nearly invisible on the ground at night. Fortunately, they have lights, but still.
Speaking of lights, I have a question for you.
All right.
We were at the Proudbird and we caught two Queens landing with their landing lights off.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Like,
They're
what's
not
going on there?
required to use them.
Oh, they're not.
They're just required to have them. And particularly in low visibility, you're probably not going to want it. It's kind of like driving around in the fog with your high beams on, where most of the light reflects back in your eyes and you can't actually see anything. So in cases like that, they're probably going to keep the landing lights off until they're basically over the runway.
There's a C-17.
There it goes.
Thought I heard it too.
My tax money at work. But those airplanes were built right here in Long Beach.
Yeah.
That was McDonnell Douglas back in the day, then Boeing. The factory's been closed because they built all the ones that they sold. And here we have United and another Dreamliner.
Oh, yeah, up like a rocket, jeez.
Yeah, what's going on there?
United is interesting at LAX because they operate all three versions of the Dreamliner. They have 8s, 9s, and 10s. And off the top of my head, I don't think anybody else brings all three of them here.
The 8, very rare at LAX. We don't see too many of the 8s. 9 and the 10. American, yes, but with United, no.
And Aeromexico will bring 8s.
Right.
And I think All Nippon has some 8s also.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, those are more common.
Andrea with the Super Chess says Hainan still flies to Manchester most days in A330, so they're still around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they're just not here all the time.
Right.
They used to be here a lot before the pandemic. We had several flights a day from Hainan. And then
even a little bit after, I remember a couple years ago we saw them.
Okay,
Then
yeah,
they
I don't know that they're completely gone. One of the funny things about the way controller shifts work is that there can be things that happen if an airline flies in on a day that you're not scheduled for work, then you're just not going to even know it's there. So when there are airlines that are there goes, well, they didn't stick around at all. But there are airlines that only operate here once or twice a day, and if they show up, before your shift or after your shift, you may never even work them. So at that point, unless you come in on some weird day, you don't even know they're a thing.
Unless you watch AVL.
I was going to say.
Right. Well, I mean, for New Year's, we talked about Starwalker.
Yes,
Who
Starlux
has 2 flights a day now, which y'all informed me, and I don't think I was aware of that. I knew they have an evening flight, but they have it a day
gotta
flight.
hang out with us.
That's there you go. So, okay, here's another one that uses 777s for passengers and freight. And the aircraft type will tell you which one it is. That and the fact that it says cargo on the side in great big letters, but you don't see that on the radar. But
I'm going to make that turn that we don't want to see.
Well,
Alpha 8.
Have an Alpha 8. Sometimes they'll actually make Alpha 7. And as a tower controller, in most cases, you want them off the runway because there's another airplane behind it. Sometimes you'll push them down the runway because the ground controller has told you, hey, I'm pushing off of one of these ramps. And Alpha 7 in particular exits right into the back of the what we call south pads. There's the Qantas Freight there, and it's also where all Nippon Cargo, puts their 747-800. or 748, excuse me, is, there's 5 gates right there, and Alpha 7 dumps basically right behind those. So most of the time, if you're pushing off one of those pads, you're going to tell the tower controller, hey, I'm pushing off the south pads so that they don't exit at Alpha 7 because they may not be able to clear the runway. And also as a ground controller, before you give that airplane push instructions, you're going to be looking up the final to see whoever the next 2, 3, 4 arrivals, are any of them likely to make the left turn? Because you may actually hold that airplane on the gate to give that arrival the time to get off the runway, because the arrival in the air takes precedence over the guy sitting on the gate every time.
So you're telling me you never helped us out by sending a plane down to Lima on a live stream day?
Oh, I can't imagine why somebody would do that. But I hear tale that people like it when airplanes exit right here at taxiway Lima. So, but
earlier we saw a Queen land, and they were waiting on Alpha. And then we had a 777 cargo also land, but they pushed all the way to Lima because it was still on the taxiway.
Yeah, and that will happen where if I've got somebody pushed like off of the Imperial Terminal ramp right here by the museum, whose name just escaped me.
Flight Path, yeah.
Flight Path Museum, yes. The ramp right in front of that is called Imperial Terminal West. Not to be confused with the Imperial Cargo Complex in the southeast corner of the airport. I wish those were named more differently than they are, because periodically pilots will say, we're going to Imperial. Which one? And they often don't know. If they're not from here, they don't know. But if you're pushing off with this ramp right here, Alpha 8 becomes a bad spot, because you may not be able to get off at Alpha 8, and that would be the first time that you come down here, because they got room to get all the way off the runway while that guy pushes in front of them. So that would definitely be a reason to push an arrival all the way down to Alpha 8. All the way down to taxiway Lima. In extreme cases, you'll actually have them turn right. Even though they're parking over here, you'll have them turn right and take them that way on either the center taxiway, or you'll actually cross them all the way across and put them on Bravo and take them down so they can get around all the stuff that's on taxiway Alpha. That normally happens if ground control has 2 or 3 airplanes that are pushed down in here, or if one of those airplanes has got some sort of a hang up or a mechanical issue, or there's some other reason where they may not move anytime soon. You'll take the cargo guy or the GA guy that's going to one of the FBOs, because a lot of times they can get around it and then cross again. It involves extra runway crossing, which is not ideal, but that saves them sitting on taxiway Alpha for 10 minutes waiting for somebody to disconnect their tug or fix their tow bar or what have you.
Speaking of the south side, and we're talking about all these buildings at Alpha 8, we see this building that's in the way. There was talk of revamping this whole area, right? Just kind of redoing the whole thing.
My understanding is that there's something like that afoot. I have no idea what the actual plans or timeline are. But
I'd be fine with if we just got rid of this building right here, which I think is Aeromexico Cargo.
I believe you're right, and I can't imagine why you want it to go away. It only blocks like 2 runway exits, and
if it had a flat roof, it'd be totally fine.
It would be, actually, and it's kind of unusual because most hangars have flat roofs. It's kind of funny that way.
Actually, it's the only building that actually has a roof like that, really, when you start looking.
Yeah, well, you can look at the American maintenance hangar over there, and it's got a kind of a funky roof going on. But all the other stuff over here is basically flat roofed, which gives you the advantage, like this building right in front of us, where you can put all the air handling units and stuff on the roof.
Right.
And plane spotters.
And plane spotters, should there happen to be any.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool, actually. Could theoretically be arranged, perhaps, if you knew the right people.
Yeah, who do we talk to?
So I don't know.
We know the people at Sky Chefs.
Do you? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, we're talking about who do we talk to set up a platform for plane spotters?
I know that has been discussed.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know at what level. I don't know how seriously.
Well, I'll be honest with you. They, where they manufacture the new West gates, the module units over there, they had to lay the concrete down to put those on. I think there was talk that they were, when they were going to tear down, because there's some storage over there near Sepulveda.
Right.
American and United store some of their planes right there. I thought
right there by when you come out of the tunnel.
Yeah, I think the talk was they were going to move it over there where they built the west gates, but now that's not going to happen. I say you already got the concrete.
Yeah.
Put the parking spaces in, and you're good to go.
Yeah, you could do. I think security would probably be the biggest issue, because you're going to want to be able to delineate, basically you want to keep all the plane spotters on the land side, because putting them on the air side, all of a sudden now there's a whole bunch of security concerns. But if you keep them on the land side, you can come and go just like you do here. Here goes Turkish, Istanbul. Interesting, when you watch all the airplanes, you realize how many of them have red on the tail. And if they don't have red, they probably have blue.
Right.
I would be willing to bet. I haven't done a survey, of course. And then you have like LAN and American that cheat, and they have both. But
there's a question in the chat I think is relevant right now.
Oh, okay.
We're watching the Qantas get towed over to the west end of the airport. So
they'll go to the West Airport maintenance area. You'll hear controllers talk about WAMA. And it's West Airport maintenance area. It's a far southwest corner down there. Qantas has a hangar and Delta has a hangar. And every now and then somebody else will go down there because there's a run-up pad that they can use with a blast fence, I believe.
So you said starting tomorrow we're going to have restriction right here with
right in front of basically right in front of you here with the MSC and the American maintenance. There's going to be a restriction for that piece of Charlie for several months.
So the question is, starting tomorrow, can they do what they just did right now?
No. They will have to come down from the north side. So they will have two options. They can either go up Yankee, which used to be Alpha Alpha, which is the north-south taxiway sort of at the west end there, or they can go up November, which is here just the west side of American Maintenance Hangar and the MSC, so they can get to taxiway Delta or Echo and come down from the north side, because they can't be on Bravo next to the runway. I mean, they can, but it basically shuts down the entire south side of the airport.
Will we see any more use of Alpha because of this?
Or
is that just too far to the south?
Don't know. Haven't thought about it that far, because it was like, that's
I'm out of here.
Not my problem. But I could foresee, under certain circumstances, maybe. The whole issue with Alpha, of course, is the runway crossings. We talked about that a little earlier. The runway crossings are the biggest issue because of the restrictions it gives you on the runways while you're trying to do it.
Right.
And you can't put that airplane on the taxiway in between the runways either, because now you just closed both of them. I may have made that mistake once with a 748.
No.
Whoops. And a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But that might have happened once. So, well, and for a while, and we had Lufthansa were bringing both. In fact, not that long ago, they showed up in the 747-400 again. There were, I know when the 5G stuff was first taking effect here, there were issues with interference or concerns about interference. And so for a couple of days, some of the old airplanes were coming back here because they were more resistant to it than the new ones, or something like that. But for a while, Lufthansa would show up with both. And it would be a 747-400 or a 748. And so you had to be really careful about identifying which one they were in. That can happen now with Cathay. Because they use both of them for cargo. So does Cargolux, so does Polar, Giant, Atlas, whatever call sign they're using at that moment. But all of those have both right now. And so you've got to be really careful. It's a trap for ground controllers particularly, but also tower controllers, to make sure you know which one it is. And there'll be times where they call to reposition the airplane on the airport, and the ground controller will have to be very specific with the tug operator. What kind of airplane are you in? Because they just call up and say, yeah, we're Qantas 130 Heavy. And it's like, okay, what kind of airplane are you? Because in most cases, the tug drivers won't differentiate that they're a super as opposed to just a heavy. Super is basically the 380. It's exclusively a 748 is not considered a super, although it would matter if Qantas had any. But it's very important for the ground controller to know which one they are, because a heavy, I'll bring it up Bravo. Yeah. If I do that with a super, and I'm not saying that's never happened, then, you know, things get interesting because he can't be there and you just don't have the clearance with the runway.
Let's talk about that real quick, because we get a lot of questions about the Charlie and Bravo. The A380s, the 747-8s cannot taxi down Charlie or Bravo because the wings are just too...
on taxiway Charlie.
They can be.
Basically from like here on. Okay. I don't think I can have them down here at all.
Going to, I guess, basically from Lima down to 25, right, you cannot have them.
I don't think we can have them there at all.
Okay.
Because of wingtip clearance.
Yeah.
And there's at least one operator I can think of that won't go down Charlie, and they don't have one of those airplanes. Qatar does not like to use taxiway Charlie in this area, even though they're coming in with 350s.
Right.
And they, I've had one refuse, to use Charlie because the company rules apparently don't allow it. So sometimes somewhere apparently something happened. But yeah, the 748 and the 380. Basically can't go beyond this point. They used to be able to go on the corner gate here at what's now 159. Back in the day, it was 101. Right. And we could put them on there, and they would still go up to the north side. Right. But it's been a long time since I've seen a 380 on that gate, and I'm not sure we can put one there anymore. We don't need to normally because we've got all the gates along taxiway Kilo. There we go with Air China and their 777. They are actually another one that happened to occasionally, very, very occasionally, show up in a 748.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I remember being surprised one time when they showed one up with a 748, and it was not a freighter. And it's like, oh yeah. I didn't know you had one of those. Well, surprise!
I got 4K video. The Air China 747-8 taken off and landed here in 2020 and ended up in a political advertisement without asking for your...
Did it?
Yes, it did.
Shame on that.
So yes.
Yeah. I don't think that counts as fair use.
No, not fair use. But we have great video, 4K video of the 747 with Air China.
Way to go, because that's not a normal thing here, but I know it has happened.
Yeah.
And I remember one time being surprised by it. It was like, oh wow, because I think that meant going to Plan C. Because Plan A and B clearly is like, well, I can't do that. So another one I remember being surprised by for a little while. Korean was showing up in 330s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was...
Interesting.
I remember Asiana brought the 777-200 for a while.
Yeah, and they still do some of those for cargo, although most of the cargo they bring here are 74s. And some of in fact, you can see some of their cargo 74s used to be passenger 74s.
Oh, yeah.
And I know I've got pictures of at least one that was a passenger plane the first time I took the picture, and in some subsequent years, like, wait a moment, same airplane, but it's cargo now. So, but they're also, I think, have some 777-200s for cargo, as well as passenger. So,
wow, interesting.
But, yeah, they've been transitioning to Airbuses, and of course they're going to be transitioning to Korea here in the that distant future. I don't think the plan is for them to run parallel. I think eventually those two operations are going to get merged.
Well, believe it or not, they're Asiana 204, which has been the A350, is now back to an A380 today. So another A380 on its way in.
A while ago from Asiana. So probably holiday level traffic.
Soy Aaron says hi from GDL HX. Is that Hong Kong?
or Hainan, still around. It flew Bangkok to Hong Kong in an old A330 with them. HU flies Mexico City to Tijuana to Beijing. Now you know, like you care. Have a great 2025. Oh, we do
thank
care.
you very much. Well, and that's one of the things about working the tower here is I have a very small picture of what happens. I can tell you what happens here most of the time. I can't tell you what happens anywhere else because it's not part of my world. As a controller here, what happens in Hong Kong doesn't really matter. I mean, yes, we have planes that go from here to there, but other than that, it's neat to know, but not critical for separating airplanes here. And so if you're not into it, then it doesn't matter. But
he also brings up another point. So Aaron back with the super chat. What I like to call them double landing, parallel landings, takeoffs on the 2.5s, the 2.5s, 2.5 left, 2.5 right, which used to happen, now doesn't happen anymore.
Rarely. We really try not to have airplanes landing on 2.5 right if we can help it. It used to be standard procedure. We will still have arrivals on both of the north side runways. In-house, that's called inboards. Where the 2.5 right and 2.4 left, we call the inboard runways. 2.5 left and 2.4 right are the outboards from the tower perspective, obviously. But we try not to arrive, particularly on 2.5 right, because the arrival ends up exiting the runway right into the terminal mess.
Right.
You know, there's all these terminals, there's all these airplanes taxiing and pushing and all that, and that's where the guy exits unless the tower controller pulls him further down the runway. And so you've got the highest likelihood of something not going right because he lands on this runway, can't get off because the exit's blocked, or something of that nature. There will be times, however, where the tower controller will move somebody from the left to the right. And normally when you're doing that, it's because you need to do something else with the left. I.e., you've got a 380 you want to get out, and arrivals can't build a hole for you. So if you move somebody over, and all of a sudden your 3-mile gap just became a 5 or 6 mile gap, and that may be just enough to get the 380 out. Here we have Itardo is their call sign. They brought the 330 today.
Yeah.
I like that paint job. I mean, just the fact that it's not all white, but it's a beautiful color blue. And
of course the ghost livery on the back of the tail.
Oh yeah, you can just for just a second I saw it there. I mean, the light has to hit it just right.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine how you take a picture of that.
It doesn't show up.
It doesn't show up hardly at all, especially on an airplane that's moving. By the time you see it and reach for the camera, it's gone. But it's a very neat thing. It looks very much like Coach or somebody.
Louis Vuitton.
Oh, is that it? I know there's one of those fashion folks that has something that looks like that because we used to have somebody at Tower who was very into that stuff. And so I was like, oh, that looks vaguely familiar, like that thing that they used to have. But we get one flight a day from these folks that you can see on the tricolor on the tail from Italy. Of course, we used to have Alitalia, and this airline is sort of from the ashes of Alitalia, I understand. That's about all I understand. We talked about, we had Air Italy for a minute, but that was before the pandemic.
Kilo Sierra with the super chats. Greetings from London Heathrow. Congrats on the retirement.
Thank you.
If later data could work in a tower somewhere else in the world, where would it be?
Oh, wow. So many places. Off the top of my head, maybe Bermuda, only because that's where my mother's family is from.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that there's anything, you'll see more interesting airplanes in Hawaii than you will in Bermuda.
Thank you.
But there's a family connection.
Yeah, we have one of our, Pinky is from Bermuda.
Oh,
yes.
okay. So that's great. Yeah, my mother's father was Bermudian. And nearly every summer when I was school age, we would fly to Bermuda for several weeks to spend with my mom's family there. And of course, they're all gone now, and nobody in the family could afford to keep the house. So it's, but that was neat. So yeah, maybe Bermuda.
Okay.
But
there you go.
Another funny one. There apparently is some need for air traffic controllers in Antarctica, of all places.
Oh.
Would you really go there?
Oh, is that Allegiant? No, that's Viva. Another colorful airplane over there. So, but going to Antarctica, it would be kind of like climbing Mount Everest. You're going to have great stories when you come back.
Yeah.
That's one of those great things. One of those things that's going to be great to have done. It's probably not a whole lot of fun while you're doing it. And for somebody who doesn't like cold, it would be an ordeal. But it would be a neat thing to have done. And apparently it's really, really beautiful there if you can get over the fact that it's completely frozen.
Yeah.
For now, anyway. It may melt in the future. But right here, right now, or right there, right now. And of course, it's summertime there right now, so the sun is up. And
like 24 hours a day.
Yeah, there's definitely a period where it's the midnight sun, I think they call it. Actually, I think Alaska they say that, but same concept. And I think the challenge doing that would be establishing a regular sleep schedule.
Yeah.
Because the temptation would be, the sun's up, it's, got to do stuff. And you, at some point, it's like, well, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And which, granted, I had that whole issue. All the controllers here have that issue because LAX is a 24-hour facility. And so there will be days where you walk out of here at 1:30 in the afternoon and you're due back in at 9:30 or 10 o'clock that night.
Yeah.
And for the overnight shift. So, yeah, you've got to be able to go home, rest, and, during broad daylight and come back. And for a lot of people, that's a real challenge. If you've got young kids at home, they come home from school about the time you get home and they're, doing kid things and they probably have kid things to do and you need to be able to hole up somewhere and take a nap. So that's a real challenge I hear from some folks. And that is quite the colorful airplane.
Yeah. Brian Henry with the $5 Super Jet. Thank you so much, Brian. Says, howdy, y'all. You should have seen the backup this morning at DFW. They were using the 3-1s, which is very rare, but the winds are super crazy today. Yeah, you guys are getting
I didn't hear a word of that, but okay.
I heard about that. Our friend was flying out of DFW this morning.
Yeah.
Oh.
Crazy winds. They were using the 3-1s, which I guess is pretty rare.
That is unusual for DFW. We've got a couple of former DFW folks.
It was
LAX.
backed up.
So, and DFW, that's an awkward operation for them because all of a sudden they go from having like 6 runways to having 2, if I remember right. And so, yeah, that airport's built to move a lot more airplanes than you can do with just 2. And, of course, American has their hub there.
Right.
And there's plenty of other folks there, too. But there's a lot of gray airplanes there. I've been in the tower there, and it's kind of crazy because our whole airport would fit in some little corner of that airport. That airport is huge.
Yep.
And I, remember being in the tower. I had a friend that worked there for a while and being so jealous of the run-up pads and all the space. They can just put airplanes. Oh, you're not ready? Just go over there. And okay, here goes Eva. The 777 is now one of the louder airplanes at LAX a lot of the times.
Yeah.
Amazingly. But I like the new Evo livery. It's a modification of what they had before, but I like the 2-tone green. That looks nice.
Yeah.
But, I do remember being very jealous of the acreage at DFW.
Neil with the Super Chat. Thank you so much. Neil says, this must be the easiest show Kevin and Rudy has ever done. The Tater knowledge is pure gold. Perhaps have his own section. Enjoy the retirement later, Tater.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's... I will leave here with no voice if
You and me both.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
It's so dry today.
It's dry. Well, the
Yeah.
wind. I mean,
Yeah.
and this happened to me when we were at the at my retirement party.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Where I talked nonstop to either on camera or off camera to all of the nice folks who came for hours and hours, and outside. I think being outside may be part of it, because I remember when we recorded the podcast over there at the park by In-N-Out. By the time I was done with that, I was so hoarse the next day.
Horsey.
And of course, over there we had the beautiful aroma of jet fuel and burnt rubber being directly downwind at the touchdown zone of 24 right. But we had the full ambiance. And I haven't had no desire to eat In-N-Out ever since.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, so. Well, I mean, that could be something fun we talk about offline at some point, but I think at some point we would run out of tater talk.
I don't think so.
We can always find a topic. Always find a topic.
We love it.
Yeah, so, but.
Kevin Morgan with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Kevin. Asking, is there a number of A380s the airport can have parked at the gates at any one time?
Yes.
And that would be what? 7, 8?
How many gates do we have?
Well, how many gates do we have that can take the 380? Most of them are right here in front of us.
Right.
Because you'll always see the 380s are on the south end of the Tibbet. That's like the 156 through 148 gates can take the 380. The ones up on the other side, like where British Airways is right now, those are not 380 capable. I don't think any of the MSC gates can take a 380.
Actually, there is. There's one right on the end, and they used to park the China Southern over there overnight, if you remember that.
I forgot about that. Okay, well, I stand corrected.
And then I think there's one more on the southeast corner, which is that very tail end, right next to A&A. I believe that's A380.
We were talking about that earlier. That used to be 101. That's now 159. I haven't seen a 380 on that gate in a long time. But I guess it's still 380 capable. And then there are 2 or 3 out at the west end that can take 380s.
Okay.
So I want to say 3 off the top of my head.
So I think the most we've seen is 5 sitting there since after the pandemic.
I took that picture.
So well, I mean, it's an impressive lineup. It really is.
Yeah.
And most of them came back. We lost Singapore 380s first, but they still have them. They just don't bring them here.
Right.
And
I think it came once.
There was a special a year or 2 ago. There was a special charter that Singapore 380 came in.
Yeah, there was 2 that day, and an A350.
Well, the 380s were charters. The 350 was their scheduled run. But the 380s, as I understand it, were charters. But yeah, we used to have Singapore 380s here all the time. They were one of the very first 380 operators. I think they were actually the first one to bring them here for scheduled service. If they weren't the first, they were one of the first. They bought them. Qantas has brought them back. In fact, during the pandemic, there was a Qantas 380 in storage at the very west end of the airport. If you drove down that road at the west end, Pershing Boulevard, I believe it is, you could see one all taped up with the windows covered and the engines, all that stuff. Most of their 380s were in storage up in Victorville. And of course, they have a maintenance hangar here. Their hangar here is big enough to put a 380 in. And so the airplanes would be ferried from Victorville to here, and then they go through all the checks and stuff to fly them back home and put them in service.
And I believe that hangar is it one of the biggest in North America?
It probably is, because there's not that many hangars that can hold 380s in North America. They used to have a hangar up here where the MSC is now. That's where, way back in the day, TWA maintenance was.
Oh, wow.
That hangar could hold 2 side by side. I have a picture of 2 Qantas 380s side by side in that hangar.
Wow.
But, of course, that hangar went away to build the MSC, or the Tom Bradley Westgates. And that was actually a funny thing, because I remember that happening, I think, on a Saturday, is when they actually took that hangar down. They'd taken all the sheet metal off of it, but the actual framework was still there.
What year was that?
Oh my gosh, probably before you were born.
I was gonna say, I don't remember
quite.
that.
This was before all of this happened.
Yeah.
This was long time ago. But they took the structure down with demolition. And the airport hadn't told us they were going to do this.
Oh, gosh.
Because you would think, we shouldn't have airplanes right next to that on the taxiway while this happens. But we did, because I was working ground control at that time, and I looked out the window, and I was talking to airplanes, and the thing was there. A moment later, I look out the window again, and it's gone. And one of the pilots sitting there is like, well, that was fun.
What just happened there?
What the? Yeah. And I was like, it would have been nice to know that was going to happen. But yeah, it just, in a couple of seconds, the whole thing just,
Is that what they're going to do with the American hangar?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, the long-term plan is that eventually should go away.
Yeah.
Because on the back side of the MSC extension there are going to be a couple of gates.
Yeah.
But you can see, if you look at the artist rendition of the long-term plans that LAWA put together, there are actually going to be more gates there. You can't get to them right now, but there's room for more gates than you can actually get to with that hangar there. So I think eventually, at least part of it must be going to go away. No idea what the time frame is on that. Because if they take that hangar down, where are they going to move to? And maybe they're going to move up to the
United. Well, I had heard that they were going to move into the old United hangar, but the old United hangar needed some roof repairs.
Probably. Yeah. So maybe that's the plan. I mean, it
seems like they're.
I mean, there's a couple of Americans sitting over there right now, as you mentioned that. The neatest thing about that hangar is that's where Endeavour went when it landed. Is after they did their flybys and all, that's the ramp where Endeavour ended up, and they offloaded it off on that ramp.
Which one was that, United?
The United maintenance is where Endeavour ended up. So back in the day, that was a neat day. And there's our Asiana 380, our second one of the day. I really do like the colors on the tail of that airplane. I know they said that hours ago, but I still like them.
Yeah.
But if you look at the color of the fuselage, and then you look at smog over the mountains, and it's almost exactly the same color. So if you want to be sneaky, what you do is you go give an retired Asiana airplane, you paint out the tail, and your airplane will be invisible in the smog.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, it will work with American also. Give an American airplane, paint out all the stripes, and that you've got your own stealth almost.
Oh my gosh.
So, I mean, I'm sure that's not what they meant.
No.
But, American still has at least one bare metal 7.3. With the previous delivery, when it was the polished airplanes, they've got one that I remember seeing within the last month or so. I mean, they've got a bunch of. Have you noticed that a lot of the other retros have moved from 319s to 321s?
Yes.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Several of them, the former U.S. Air or America West retro paint jobs have moved to 321s.
So originally those retro on the A319s were actually painted when they were U.S. Airways.
Yes.
The 737-800s were Americans retro.
Yep.
So they just kind
U.S.
of moved
Air
them
didn't
over.
have the 800s.
Yeah.
And American didn't have the 319.
PSA, I think, was one of them that moved over.
Yes, PSA, Piedmont, and Allegheny.
Yeah, PSA is the one with the smile on it. Allegheny, Piedmont. And then on the American side, you've got the American, bare metal, and you've got Reno Air, and you've got TWA.
Bare metal's coming in today, actually.
So.
All right, real quick, Tater, we do have another top of the hour station identification, very important to the FCC. Just after 2 p.m. here in beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California, you're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the Big Sunday show here on January 5th, 2025. Come over here, reach you guys. All right, we do. Let's go back to the chat here real quick. Ordinary US with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much.
Jump rope.
Mr. E gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Mr. E. Rachel W with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Rachel says, hello, Later Tater, sending you nothing but the best wishes on your well-deserved retirement. Thanks for 35 years of doing your part and help making air travel safe at LAX for everyone.
Well, howdy and thank you. It's been a pleasure and an honor, and I'm glad I made it to the end.
Now you said the other day that it was a possibility that you were going to sign on for another year.
There was. The management at LAX had asked me to stay for another year, and the request had been sent up the line to headquarters, and about 2 weeks before Christmas, the approval came back down. By that time, the retirement paperwork had already been filed for months, and there goes Alaska in there.
It's the UN.
This is another one that if you don't know it's Alaska, you'll never guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Looks like an old Braniff plane.
Nice shot.
So were you disappointed? Were you thinking you're really going to be on for another year?
I honestly the plan had been to stay for another year. My mental plan had been I would probably stay for another year. And as the fall developed, it just seemed more and more like, it's time to hang it up.
Yeah.
Get out while the getting's good, so to speak. There's just lots of I can't say there's any one thing that's like, oh, okay, I need to retire. But there were lots of little things that were sort of hints that, I wanted to go out before I got to the point where it was, before my time was overdue. It's one of those, my sister's a vet, so the analogy I'll give you is it's kind of like having to put your dog to sleep. You never know if you went too early. You'll definitely know if you were too late. And you don't want to be too late.
Yeah.
So it was kind of that position that I wanted to go out as the guy people were saying, man, I wish you would stay. And not the guy that people are like, just go already. Or why aren't you already gone? And I think I called it. I will say it does appear that the next couple of years are going to be possibly pretty challenging for government employees based on the incoming administration. That's as political as I want to get. That was one of the final deciding factors, though, was the outcome of the election. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't want to play this game. But there are lots of other things that led up to that where the paperwork was already in at that point.
Yeah.
And so that just sort of let me solidify my decision that, it's time. And but, there were lots of things that went into it. I mean, one of the other things that really made an impression on me was watching some of the other instructors, because I'm an instructor. I've instructed people at LAX for years, but I've been here long enough that I'm now watching people I instructed who are acting as instructors and watching them work, and some of them are doing an awesome job, much better, frankly, than I think I did. And that was one of the clues. It's like, it's okay to leave now. So, I don't think I'm leaving anybody in the lurch. They got 2 extra years out of me, and it's the way things go. It's time to move on, and I'm sure I will miss it at times. I don't miss it at 4 o'clock in the morning. There's that. But yeah, I think the feeling that I'm doing something valuable is going to be what I miss the most, and I will have to find some replacement for that. Some sort of public service, volunteer work, something where I feel like I'm contributing more than just, paying my taxes every year.
Well, you've contributed a lot today by being on our show.
Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome.
There you go.
And again, I stopped by to say thank you. So for the, umpteenth time, but thank you very much. These guys threw an awesome party for me. Happened to be New Year's Eve. There happened to be some fireworks. It was really a neat, it
was a lot of fun.
Really neat thing. It was a lot of fun. Got to meet a lot of folks from around the country, and I'm not sorry. So, thank you very much, one and all.
Well, we do have a lot of people in the chat still sending you retirement messages.
Okay.
Mike D
thank
with
you.
a $20 super chat. Thanks so much. Mike says, happy retirement later, Taylor.
Thank you. the glare. The sun is in
Retirement
just the wrong
last
spot.
year, no regrets. He retired last year, no regrets.
Congratulations, and yeah, it's and that's one of the things that once you make that decision, the tough part is not looking back, because you don't go forward by looking back, and so that's the challenge at the moment is what direction is forward, and I'm not sure yet.
Take some
stay
time.
tuned.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's all right.
Figure it out. KC with the super chat. Thank you so much, KC. Says, thanks so much for the excellent broadcast. I'm wondering how many times autopilot is used nowadays when landing or departing. They have to tell you guys, right?
Yeah,
On landing.
They don't have to. A lot of times you'll hear it, where the pilots will check in and say, yeah, this is going to be an auto land. And normally they will say that in circumstances where the weather isn't such that it has to be. And so, but when they tell us that, the point is that there are what we call ILS critical areas where I could put an airplane that's going to interrupt the signal that they're using to track down to the runway and land the plane. And so they are, and because there will be times where they've said, yeah, we'd like to do an auto land, and the city ops is trying not to get run over by the 777. And
Backing up.
yeah. So,
what's going on
see,
there?
the thing is, he cannot turn. He's right on the edge of the whole short line there. The obvious thing would be make a right turn and to get out. He can't. He's right on the line. The only direction he can go is forward, backwards, or left. And none of those are awesome right now. But
Make a run for it.
yeah, he's basically skirting right along the edge of the line there. And they're not supposed to drive off the pavement. They can if they have to, but they're supposed to stay on the pavement.
Oh,
Not all
really?
the pavement is stressed, so it's paved for runoff and erosion and jet blast. It's not paved to drive on it.
We were off-roading in SFO. My gosh.
Oh, well, yeah. So, and I'm not saying that they don't and they can't, but they try not to, because if you go off the road, you're going to introduce fog.
Yeah, fun. Yeah.
When you come back, you're going to kick up gravel, tire, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And, all of that is bad news if it gets ingested into a jet engine.
Right.
So you really, really don't want to do that. And you'll see them sometimes. I'm sure heard it on the frequency where some pilots, there's fog on the runway or on the taxiway. And the next call is almost always to city ops, because they're the ones that come out and get it. And sometimes you don't hear it because it's on another frequency, because a lot of times the city ops will be on the ground control frequency. In many cases they're listening to both, but in most cases the tower controller turns, hey, ground, do you have a city ops? Because a lot of times ground will be talking to a city ops that's doing something that doesn't involve the tower, repositioning airplanes, for instance, where the tower's not involved in it, but the ground controller is. So the ground controller will have a city ops. Yeah, you contact tower. He's got some FOD or whatever. Every now and then we have to call over to the ops office, and they'll get somebody in a unit to come out. But normally they're on the field somewhere.
Yeah.
So.
Big Daz, Australia with the super chat. Thanks so much, Big Daz. Singapore parked up to 2 of their A380s at ASP in Australia during COVID.
That was Alice
and
Springs,
they
isn't it?
never flew again.
My understanding is that's part of why a lot of Qantas's airplanes ended up here, was that by the time Qantas was ready to park there, Alice Springs was basically full. So they ended up here instead. I don't know how true that is, but I did hear read that Alice Springs was basically full for a while with airplanes that were parked for the duration.
Michelle Johnson with the $7.47 super chat. Thanks so much, Michelle. Says, congrats on 810,000 subscribers. It's a big leap.
Congratulations. Wow.
Thank you. Big leap from just you, Kevin, and Princess Petunia. There used to on the north side, along 24 right, there used to be this big tree plant.
Right.
We called it Petunia. Just as the plane would land, it would get on our shot. You guys eventually took it away.
Aww.
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of flower lovers in the landscaping at LAX. Well, and stuff like flowers attracts bugs, which attract birds.
Yeah.
And so yeah, they try and keep a lid on that stuff. The one exception seems to be in the springtime when all the poppies flower, and the whole north side of the airport can be orange. It's really pretty.
Didn't they have trees lining the 24s on the north side a long time ago?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Before my time, maybe on the
I don't think it was that long ago. On the outside, but still on the
Lincoln
outer
Boulevard type. There are probably some there, maybe. But all of those become things that you don't want to hit if an airplane has an excursion off the runway.
Film Fortune gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. They can watch Film Fortune, and Michelle Johnson also gifting an Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Michelle.
So wrapping it back to what we were talking about earlier, because I don't think I finished, we were talking about autolands.
Sorry.
And there are places that interfere with the navigation signal that I cannot have an airplane while somebody is using that signal to land. And there have been occasions where a pilot requests an autoland, and we tell them the critical area is not protected, basically meaning I can't guarantee that there's not going to be something there, particularly in weather like this, where the vehicle operators on the field that have to be careful when the weather is bad. The weather's fine, so they don't worry about the ILS critical areas. But when the weather is bad, and there's a better chance that pilots are going to be using the autoland feature, where basically the airplane lands itself, there are places basically we can't go. And so you'll see a lot more runway crossings right here in front of you at Taxiway Lima and at Taxiway Gulf, because those are sort of in the middle of the runways, and the ends are the ones that interfere with the glide slope, which is the up-down signal. The left-right signal comes from the other end of the runway, shoots all the way down the runway and on out, and so we're...
Gotcha. What am I missing?
Emu 1 is now taking off.
Wait for it. There it is.
There it is.
Yay! That is a really pretty airplane.
Yeah.
Be a nice bank shot. Let's see if it banks to the left.
So
Denver, maybe.
No,
Okay.
maybe. Probably not.
You don't do the Orca?
yeah, if he's going to Denver, he will eventually make a left turn. He, she, they. Depending on what departure procedure you're on, sometimes it's miles offshore, sometimes it's at the beach, depending on, again, it depends what departure procedure they're on and what the two tower controllers have coordinated, because that is, we talked earlier about crossovers. That one is almost certainly a crossover.
Yeah.
Generally, if you're going to Denver by making a northbound turn, something really weird's going on weather-wise, or airspace-wise or something, because almost all the departure procedures that end up in Denver start by going south.
Interesting.
As far as airplanes using autopilot for takeoff, that I can't speak to. That's not something that's been discussed. I guess it's theoretically possible. But
usually wait until they're like over the
well,
water,
a lot of
right?
times they will wait until the airplane is stabilized in a climb configuration. So you're off the ground, gear up, you start cleaning up the airplane, and you'll go on autopilot. Sometimes as low as 500 feet above the ground, I hear. But because you can fly the plane using the autopilot, you want it to turn left, tell it to turn left. You can tell it what heading to turn to. If you want it to climb, descend, there are settings for all of that in the autopilot. Landing is kind of the last frontier for autopilots and airplanes landing themselves. And there are duplicate navigation signals that have to be, everything has to be in the green for that. We've got stuff, they have to have stuff, they have to have extra training. There's a lot that goes on to make that happen. So, Kevin's trying to talk and I keep interrupting him.
Ron and Linda Beck, our friends there in Denver, says, thanks, Leda Taylor, for information about LAX. What happens when the tower tells a pilot to call them after a problem?
The supervisor has to talk to him. That is usually actually the way it's handled, is that we try not to have to deal with stuff on the frequency, because generally you've got other stuff you need to do.
Right.
That's the For instance, a couple weeks ago, I had the little thing with Keyline.
Yeah,
and
a little thing, yeah.
They got a phone number, but it wasn't me that gave it to them. They got that from one of the ground controllers. They eventually called the tower supervisor, who took the report and did whatever had to be done. I honestly don't know. But
and that's dealt with at a later time by someone
that's
outside of LAX.
oftentimes dealt with at a later time during business hours. And so, yeah, that may not have actually made it to anybody's desk yet, just because of the holidays and so forth. But we normally don't do that on the frequency because we have other things to do. And, at some point, there's going to be personal information exchange there, because at some point, we're going to be asking the pilot for their certificate number, their phone number, their home base, all that kind of stuff that, really needs to not be on a public frequency. But that's done normally by the supervisor. We'll take the initial report. They send it down to the administrative people who do plans and quality assurance and all that stuff, and they handle that sort of thing. That's not done by controllers.
Do they make the call once they get to the gate, or are they actually making the call out there?
Yes. There have been times where we've gotten a phone call from a pilot in the air.
Okay.
Because
they have the satellite phones. Yeah.
Yeah, they can do that.
Okay.
I don't generally need to talk to them while they're taxiing the airplane around.
Yeah.
It's not that critical, quite honestly.
But it's not. Here's a number. Call it now. You're in trouble. Or they can wait until they get to the gate.
Will wait till they park the plane. I
Yeah.
mean, it's not going to be. Unless they're on fire or something, in which case we're going to tell them right now. We're going to, hey, call me so I can tell you you're on fire. Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah, evacuate now.
Yeah. So, preferably not on the runway, but yes, that has happened. But no, I mean, that's normally, that's not a safety of flight critical right this moment type of thing. So it can happen on the phone. It can happen when the plane is parked and everybody's have a chance to kind of, reset.
Right.
Because
as a pilot, that's not something you really want to hear.
You do not want to hear
I was
possible
gonna
pilot
say,
deviation advice, maybe copy your phone number. I hate having to say that. And because I know I've just ruined somebody else's day. Even if they know, something, I think we just screwed up.
Because we know when we hear that, they're in trouble. They did something they shouldn't have.
Probably. And sometimes that's as far as it goes. They talk to the tower supervisor, and it's a miscommunication, it's this, it's that. But if it's a situation where there was a loss of separation, an alarm went off, stuff that there's no way you can pretend it didn't happen, because all that stuff is recorded. Everything I say on the frequency, everything I say as a controller on the landlines from this controller to that controller, all that's recorded. And the radar tracks are recorded. I mean, there's a lot of information for investigation, and the word escapes me right now. But basically going back and looking at what happened here, forensics, if you will.
There you go. Yeah.
Kevin with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Kevin. Says, hey, Kev and Rudy, nice stream and happy later, Tater.
Thank you.
Are you good to go still? I mean, you've been here, since 11 a.m. I don't want to.
I've been paid to talk for years, so I can't stop now.
We're loving this. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we feed ourselves by Subway cookies.
Yeah, we all are.
Well,
it's a beautiful day. Yeah.
This is the nicest day all year.
Yeah. No joke.
So far, yeah.
Well, but nonetheless, this is the nicest day all year, so I'll take that.
Yeah. It's days like this. You want to be in the tower, right?
Why?
Clear as day, so you can see.
No, you're in the shade over there.
You were talking about the fog, and you were saying that the fog recently, it's been kind of bad here
it's
recently.
Been bad. There have been times that it was down to like eighth of a mile visibility, which, I mean, when you think about eighth of a mile, that's visibility measured in a few hundred feet.
Can't even see out the window.
A couple hundred meters, literally. And you figure these airplanes, well, it's stressful because nobody can see anything. These guys landing, that's when they want to be auto landing, because the airplane's moving at 120 miles an hour. If you can see 600 feet ahead of you, that's no reaction time at all, none. And so that's the time when they're doing auto lands. That's also the time when you're more likely to see airplanes diverting, because some of them don't have the certification or the equipment or the training to do auto lands. SkyWest, for instance, I'm not throwing them under the bus, but I remember the last really bad weather day I worked having a lot of SkyWest that basically said, we can't take that. We need a higher number than you're giving us.
Right.
We talked about, on New Year's, we talked about RVR, runway visual range, which is basically how far can you expect to see down the runway. And they needed 1,200 feet, roughly 350 meters, to be able to see at the touchdown end of the runway, the part where they're actually going to, they needed that kind of visibility in order to accept the approach. And there were times when we didn't have it. And the approach controllers are lining them up for the runway because they're in the pattern to do that. There's really not many other places they can go at that point. And they would check in on final, normally about 7-8 miles out. And the first question was, what's the RVR? And there were a number that told me, yeah, we can't take that. We're going to have to miss. And so they basically tracked the final approach course, flew right over the airport, went out the other side, and circled around, waited for the weather to get better, came to the other side of the airport, because for quite a while the north side was much worse than the south side.
Yeah.
And then later that morning it swapped, and the north side was much better than the south side. And ironically, it was about the time a lot of the guys who missed on the north side made it to the south side. The south side went down, the north side went up. So yeah, you're chasing the weather. And there were airplanes that actually diverted to Ontario or, sometimes Vegas or Phoenix or someplace, depending on what arrangements they've made. There was a period where we actually had airplanes diverting from other places to here. There was one morning we had airplanes from John Wayne, Burbank, and Long Beach, all diverting in LAX because they can get lower here than they can at those other airports. We have better basically better equipment because we have longer runways. We have the Cat 3 ILS that the other places don't have. You need a Cat 3 ILS in order to do an auto land. And that sounded bad.
And I think San Diego was another spot, right? They were diverting to here?
Yes, there were San Diego's diverting here. San Diego's a funny operation in that if the weather's really bad, they want to be going one direction, but if the wind isn't helping, they can't. And yeah, that's a funny operation where sometimes they land similar to our over-ocean operation, where they land going one way and they take off going the other way. Except they only have one runway, so they do one or the other. They can't do both at the same time. And so they'll accept arrivals for a half hour and then they'll depart for a half hour. And so there'll be times that we're holding airplanes here waiting for the next arrival window. And of course there are already airplanes in the air in holding, waiting, and they get precedence over an airplane sitting on the ground at LAX. Because they can sit on the ground here forever. They can't sit in the holding pattern forever.
Burning fuel.
So, and it looks like Lufthansa on the north side.
This is my good friend Yankee Papa, the holy moly.
Okay. Oh, is this the one that tried the
hard
did the
landing.
touch and go?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was impressive.
Oh, they did it.
That was that was a crosswind day.
Was it?
I think so. I mean, I don't honestly remember, but that's the best explanation for what happened.
No. There was no weather that day, Tater. Oh, no.
I was trying to give him an out.
It was the co-pilot in training. First time ever landing the Queen.
Oh.
Yes. We've
and
got
he
that
did
confirmed.
it with an audience.
Yes,
well,
they
that's
did.
not embarrassing at all.
No, not embarrassing at all.
Well, that means you get to do it twice. You get twice as much practice that way.
I don't know if you landed the second time.
Oh, well.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, and that is a tough thing because there's only really one way to learn how to land those airplanes. You can spend a lot of time, and they do spend a lot of time in the simulator. But the final few feet is not something the simulator can really give you. So yeah, at some point you got to be able to do it, and there's only one way to learn, and that's how. So, and knowing the whole time that there's somebody else with another set of controls that can salvage the situation, assuming it doesn't get too far out of hand. I'm sure he was embarrassed to have to meet everybody at the door as they got off the plane.
If you go back and listen to the controller that day, it was a woman. She did a great job. You can also hear there was, I think, some pilots on a JetBlue plane that was. Remember, it was 24 left was closed, so everything was going to 24 right that day. The next plane that was going to line up on 24 right, you can actually hear them responding to ATC, laughing in the plane because they just witnessed a really hard landing.
But,
it was quite the scene.
To be fair,
for sure.
I've made some absolutely atrocious landings, so I'm not throwing any stones here.
I've never landed a plane, so I can't throw any stones.
I remember one landing where I very carefully taxied to the maintenance ramp and told the mechanics, yeah, you better take a look at this one.
Oh, boy.
So
Apparently the plane was fine.
Apparently. Well, and it has to be, because we talked about earlier, they don't have the ability they have limited ability to crab for crosswinds when you get close to the ground, because you don't want to drag an engine.
Right.
And so you basically at some point have to land the airplane going slightly sideways. And the landing gear is built for that. You know, you'll see a lot of tire smoke. Really, worst case scenario is you may blow a few tires. That has happened. But it's built to do that. You don't want to do it every day, but they're built to do that. Where that really became an issue was when Boeing introduced the 707. Because that was the first jet airliner that had engines hanging in pods below the wings. And what they discovered is that they would put, the way they taught the landing technique was they put pilots in a little two-place airplane called an air coupe. It's a little two-place metal airplane built right around the end of the war, and it was designed to be safe. Meaning, and the design criterion was you could not put this airplane in a spin, where basically you could not lose control in this airplane. And one of the things that they did to do that was they took away most of your rudder control.
Oh, wow.
And so that airplane, a little two-seat, Cessna-sized airplane, you had to land it just the same way you land the 707. You basically land it, you need to be going straight down the runway, even though the airplane's not pointed straight down the runway.
Right.
Your ground track needs to be straight down the runway. So yeah, you land it going slightly sideways, and then once all three wheels have made contact, you got traction and you now steer the plane. But that 707 is where that started. Of course, the DC-8 came right along at the same time, same problem. So it's, they've had lots of time to sort that out. But yeah, the airplanes are built to take it because they have to.
Right.
I mean, you can do it in any airplane once.
Right.
And
Starlux arriving on the north side.
Oh, sure enough. There we go. Starlux. Call sign Star Walker.
Love that.
Yeah, I love the call sign. It's like, you guys should be cooler than this.
Well, now hold on a second here. Star Walker should be taken off on what's the north side?
Death Star.
Death Star.
Oh, yeah,
Can you imagine that lineup?
If they're late one night, they could theoretically do that, I suppose.
Now, we were talking about this the other night. Maybe we should talk about it again, because some people might not be watching.
Yeah, I should have looked at the chart and make sure I'm telling you right.
If you guys are watching the overnight 24-hour live stream high atop the H Hotel, you noticed in the last, about a month? Less than a month?
It's been November-ish, I think, is when we started doing it. So just the last 6 weeks, 2 months.
Ewok. You guys have heard Ewok is here on the south side. Death Star on the north side. So that would be somebody taking off on 24 left?
There would be somebody taking off on 24 left, which would be a very unusual situation, because normally in that operation we're landing on 6 right.
Right.
Which it's the same piece of pavement, just the other end. And so it will be rare that we would actually be doing that, because that becomes an opposite direction operation, which is a big deal, because you've got airplanes aimed right at each other. So,
well, a few weeks ago, you guys were doing not the 6 overnight. It was actually the 2 4s, and it was a lot of fog. I don't know. Does that play into that?
That does play into it, because we were talking about the Autoland and the Cat 3 type stuff a little while ago. LAX has 2 Cat 3 runways, and it's 2-4 right, the outboard on the north side, and 2-5 left, the outboard on the south side. But it's only the 2-4 and 2-5. It doesn't work the same way for 6 and 7, because they don't have the same ILS system, and they don't have the same amount of redundancy and generator backup and approach light systems and all the other things that you have to have in order to be a Cat 3 runway. So there goes JetBlue.
So it's on the outboard runways.
Yeah, it's on the outboard runways, the ones we normally land on.
So more than likely, you probably did hear Death Star on the north side overnight a few weeks ago.
Well, if we were landing on 2 4s, you would not have done, because Death Star is only 4. Death Star and Ewok are only 4 the departure procedures that are set up for the over-ocean operation.
Okay. Then that would have to be on 24 right.
That would, well, it would be landing on 6 right while you're departing off 24 left.
I gotcha. Okay.
And so, and we don't normally do that. That would be a very, I'm not saying it never happens, because it does, but it's a very unusual occurrence to have to do that. But if we're west traffic, where we're ILSing at 2.4 and 2.5, you're going to hear the same, Docker and Delray that you hear during the daytime.
Now, there was one more name connected to Ewok and Death Star. It was Kylo?
Yeah, the 2 departure procedures that use those are the South Bay and the Kylo. And you get one or the other of those depending on what happens later. If you're going northbound or over the Pacific, like all the Asian carriers, they almost always will get the Kylo, because that takes them northbound later. The South Bay means you basically do a wraparound. You go around, PV before you head back east. And that'll be for all the guys going to Denver or DC or, all the places. Most of the stuff on the East Coast goes out by turning to the south before you head east. Because due north of Los Angeles, there's a whole bunch of airspace that you just can't go through because it belongs to the military. And so if you're going to go north, you have to go a ways north before you can turn back east.
But I asked you the other night, or sounds like a connection to Star Wars.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I mean, it was a Star Wars fan that put that procedure together.
How cool is that, though?
Oh, it is. Oh, it is cool. I mean, it's and because a lot of times you'll hear intersection names or waypoints and things that it's just some random collection of letters almost. Theoretically, it's a word, or it's hopefully a name of some sort of geographical point in that general vicinity is another thing you try and pull off of. That's why we have Hyper for the Hyperion treatment plant right down here. You've got Docker for Dockweiler Beach. You got Delray for Marina Del Rey. I don't know what Fabra is. I honestly don't. My one guess was it was a baseball fan, because we did all that about the time that Brett Favre was like a baseball star. But
we have Kobe.
We
Kobe
do.
and
We
Gina.
have Kobe and Gina, respectively, for north and south sides, and it's
and that is Kobe Bryant and his daughter.
That is a direct result of the Kobe Bryant helicopter crash.
So sad.
So yeah, it's unfortunate how many things are in aviation are named after people who died in aviation. So
the one that impresses me, I think it's out of Dulles. There's waypoints that say "We will never forget." I think it's out of Dulles.
Okay, now that would be a great place for it, and I'm on board for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a great tribute. And if you go through, there are departure procedures or arrival procedures across the country where every now and then you find some sort of Easter egg like that, where there'll be several waypoints that all have sort of a theme.
There's a Disney one, I think.
But probably out of John
Long
Wayne,
Beach
if I had to guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But yeah, I could absolutely believe that. So there's lots of fun little things like that here and there, but you just never know where you're going to find one.
Where does the departure procedure Orca 5? Where does that come from? Is that just
that comes from because there's, I think, an Orca intersection somewhere on there. That was originally going to be the Clipper.
That's right.
And there was some issue with calling it the Clipper that because there's a Clipper intersection on it as well. But it's the Orca. It's one of the ones that basically makes a climbing left turn offshore. And so that's one of the ones that we can only do during the daytime. That one gets turned off at 9 o'clock at night for noise abatement reasons, because those airplanes make a climbing left turn out over the water and then pass over LAX. Sometimes you can see them directly over the airport,
I'm staring
climbing
up
out
all
of
day.
10, 11, 12,000 feet.
Yeah.
Headed for points, northeast. So that one we don't do overnight because of noise.
Beastie Lucifan with this super chat. Thank you so much, Sam. Says, hi, Kevin and Rudy and Tater. Great show. Basking in LA sun.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Network back with a $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Network. And Big Daz Australia back with the super chat says spot on. ASAP filled up in no time. Cathay, Scoot, China Eastern, Singapore, to name a few. They're now scrapping some aircraft that didn't return to service, some from Scoot and the two A380s from Singapore.
Okay, yeah, and not all the Qantas 380s made it back out of Victorville either.
Yeah.
There were, I think, two of them that ended up becoming parts. And neat thing, I know y'all have in times past talked about airplane models.
Yeah.
I don't collect airplane models, but I do collect pieces of airplanes. There's an outfit down the road in Torrance called Plane Tags. Actually, they make
Moto
plane
Art.
tags.
Yeah.
I think the Moto Art, I think is actually the company name. And I have parts of Qantas 380s that they made into plane tags. I know I've got some Qantas 74 and some Qantas 380 plane tags. So it's not like they all go to waste. Because they take up a lot less space than even the smallest airplane model.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of the neat little things I've tried to do over the years is get plane tags for airplanes that I know I've worked. And so I've got pieces of airplanes that used to be taxiing around this airport that I have talked to. And plane tags for, some of them like United. There's a really good chance that I've talked to whatever United 757 I've got a piece of. I mean, over the years, I've talked to, hundreds of them, it seems like. So, and to the point where it's not like we keep track of, I talked to November 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever. I know they're plane, they're plane spotters like train spotters.
Oh, yes.
Who keep track of, I saw engine number, this, that, and the other thing. And I know there are plane spotters that track tail numbers, and I'm not.
Logbooks.
Yeah, logbook, which is cool. I mean, and I can't say that I do that.
Could you imagine if you had models of every plane you?
I would need a bigger house.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm already borderline a hoarder, but that would make it much worse.
You know what we have in our office?
So
2 rows of Southwest 737-700 seats.
Oh my goodness. Oh, seats. Oh, there you go.
They're in great condition.
Sure. Well, so
we'll have to have you sit on one of them.
Yeah. Well, it was meant to be in the podcast studio, which is still under construction.
Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah. But so no, I have over the years collected several dozen plane tags of various aircraft. Carriers that I've worked, airplanes I've worked, or at least types I've worked, and then some that are just cool. Like I've got plane tags for one of the NASA Guppies.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
cool.
Because there's only one of those flying anymore.
Yeah.
It's neat stuff. So a while back they did an EVA 747. And so I've got some Qantas and some other interesting things over the years. But no, not all the airplanes that went to Alice Springs or Victorville made it back out. We had, speaking of Victorville, actually, we had a Qantas 717 pass through here.
Oh, yeah.
About a year ago, maybe.
Yeah, I remember that.
On its way to
live.
on its way to Victorville.
Yeah.
And it was. My understanding is it had been bought to become parts for Delta, because Delta at that time still had 717s. Maybe they still do. They don't come here
they
anymore.
have a ton of them. Yeah.
But
they're all over there, though.
Yeah, they're all over there. Well, because that's not a long-range airplane.
Right.
We had. This is going way back. I can't tell. What is that on the tail of Frontier? That's one of the fun things about Frontier. They don't have special liveries, except for that one. But every tail is different. And so it's like, what do we get today? But a long time ago, we used to have AirTran.
Oh, yeah.
Which, basically came out of the ashes of ValueJet and eventually became part of Southwest.
Yeah.
And when they first came to LAX, they had 717s.
Really? Wow.
Which could not make it all the way to Atlanta. So they went from here to DFW and then, I think, on to Atlanta.
Wow.
In the 717. And then for a brief moment, they actually contracted with Ryan to fly 320s from here to Atlanta. That didn't last very long at all, but I have a picture somewhere of an Airbus 320 painted up in the AirTran, with the big A on the tail.
Oh, wow.
That was like for a minute. They did that. And then once they got their 737s, of course, the 717s went away. And we had them here for Delta for a little while, mainly going from here to Salt Lake City. Because again, that's not a long-range airplane. About 1,500 miles is as much as you're going to get out of that airplane, and you're not going to be able to fill the seats very much to do it.
Yeah.
So,
Hawaiian loves them for the island jumpers.
And those are going to be some really tired airplanes by the time they're done with them, because those are high cycles.
Yeah.
And,
Dinosaurs.
well, they kind of sort of are. I mean, that was one of the last vestiges of McDonnell Douglas, that and the FedEx MD-11s that we get every now and then.
Right.
That's basically the last hurrah for that was originally going to be the MD-95. And then Boeing bought them and basically built the ones that somebody had put up money for and then shut it down. But yeah, the Hawaiian 717s are going to be very tired puppies when they're all said and done. It's it's a very corrosive environment with the salt air. You're never more than, I don't think you're ever 100 miles from the ocean. Right. And they're up and they're right back down. They're up and they're right back down. They're up and they're right back down.
Lots of cycles.
Lots of cycles. And it's the cycles that really wear out an airplane. And so you'll see the long hauls, all these heavies right in front of us here, that they'll take off and they won't land for 6, 8, 10 hours. And that 6, 8, 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 if you're going to New Zealand or Australia, or sometimes longer than that. The en route phase normally is not a high stress because the airplane's in a stable environment. It's the pressurizing. You pump the airplane up and you depressurize it at the end of the flight. And I mean, they look like they're made out of metal, but they stretch.
Yes.
And it's that stretching when you pump it up like an aluminum balloon, and then you deflate it, before the gear touches down. Because if you don't depressurize the airplane, you will not be able to open the doors.
Right.
There was a long time ago actually a TriStar that had a in-flight emergency landed, and people died because they didn't depressurize the plane, so they couldn't open the doors. That was overseas in I want to say the Middle East or maybe Africa somewhere, a long time ago. But the flight engineer didn't dump the cabin pressure, and you can't open the doors.
Yeah.
So, these news items where somebody gets up and they're trying to open the door in flight, they can try all they want.
Yeah.
As long as the airplane is pressurized, they ain't going to make it.
Yeah.
Because the pressure inside the airplane is greater than the pressure outside the airplane. And the airplanes actually create a Coke bottle effect. So it's not only is the pressure in the plane pushing the door closed, the lack of pressure on the outside of the plane is sucking it closed. So trying to open it in flight is pretty much impossible.
And they learned a lot about the whole cycle thing with that Aloha Air.
Well, Aloha, with the cycles and the metal fatigue, but it goes back even earlier to that, to the British Comet, the first jetliner, the de Havilland Comet, that had several mid-air disassemblies because of metal fatigue, and part of it was where they were pressurizing the airplane, and at the time a lot of the airplanes had square windows.
Oh yeah.
And none of these airplanes have square windows because a corner creates a pressure riser, and it will start to crack right there. Yeah. And cracks tend to spread, and
that's why they're oval.
Yes, that is why they're oval.
Okay.
Is because there's no point that concentrates basically the stress of the pressurized airplane, pressurized inside against the unpressurized outside. One other fun fact on all the door is actually bigger than the hole. So you watch next time they open one of the front doors on an airliner, it actually comes in before it goes out. And it comes in, watch those hinges. There's some crazy hinges because they actually tilt the door just a little bit where it will go back out.
Right.
That's why manhole covers are round, because the cover won't fall through the hole. If it was square, you could turn it at an angle where...
Wow.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
There you go.
Interesting.
So, more than you really wanted to know.
Now, this is very interesting.
But and I'll be quite honest, none of that is stuff you need to know as an air traffic controller. Absolutely none of it.
It's just fascinating.
There's a lot of neat stuff about airplanes and flying and all the stuff that goes with it.
But I
that
think
if you're not in the industry some kind of way, you don't even know it's there.
Right.
So
I'm sure that having this information makes you appreciate more what you get to do up in the tower.
oh yeah, I get to watch other people do the work. So,
That's a good way of
but
putting
yeah,
it.
no, I mean, and I trained to be a pilot before I started doing this, and but it's so you do have, and all air traffic controllers get some level of training on and instruction on what happens, what the pilots are doing. There's a training program where we ride in the cockpit and basically get to observe so you understand what's happening at the other end of the radio and that sort of thing. But when it comes down to it, my job is to separate the airplanes. Their job is to fly the plane. I can't fly the plane for them.
Right.
My very first supervisor told me when I reported to my first facility, he's like, I know you're a pilot, but not when you're here. You can't fly the plane for them. That's not your job. And so,
And if you ask them to do something and they refuse,
which they have the right to do. They absolutely, and you will occasionally hear it. Controller asks a pilot to do something, and the response is unable. And I may not like it because I was probably counting on it for something, but I have to respect that. The pilot in command is the final authority. It's the operation of his aircraft. And in most cases, he's going to be the first one on the scene if something goes wrong. I mean, being slightly flip about it, but seriously, he's at the front of the plane almost always.
Right.
So, and there are times, the most common situations where we would give an unable here is ground controller asking one of the heavy jets to go to 24 left for departure, and they come back and say, unable, we need 25 right for operational requirements. Basically meaning the plane is, the wind isn't enough, the plane's too heavy, it's too hot, whatever.
Yeah.
They need the extra runway length. The other time that I've gotten unable on any kind of a regular basis is, we were talking earlier about moving somebody over to the inboard and, asking, hey, so-and-so, hey, can you accept 25 right for arrival? And they have the right to say no. And some of them do because they're not prepared for it. They don't have the chart. They haven't looked at the distances or, done the calculations and that sort of thing. And so they, sometimes they pre-brief and say, this is, folks that have been here before have enough experience to know, this could happen. So let's be prepared for it just in case. Just like, and here's a third example. I asked somebody, hey, can you accept intersection such and such for departure? So I usually if I'm doing that, I'm trying to get them in front of some other airplane that can't go for any number of reasons. And if they haven't prepared for the intersection departure, they may tell me no, unable. We can't take it. We don't have the numbers is usually what they'll say, meaning that they haven't done the takeoff calculations for the reduced amount of runway that they would have from that intersection, because having less runway means that the V speeds change because now they don't have as much time to accelerate. They don't have as much time to stop if they have to abort the takeoff on the runway. And they do all those calculations ahead of time based on the wind, the weight of the airplane, the temperature, and the length of the runway are the main factors that go into it. And so the calculations may change for one of the intersections because now you've got 500 or 1,000 feet less runway than you do from the full length. And sometimes they can't really take it because they're that close. Sometimes they just haven't done the calculation. And you'll hear it sometimes where Tower will ask the pilot, hey, can you take Foxtrot? They say, we'll need to get the runway. We'll need to get the numbers for that. It'll be a minute. And
never mind.
in most cases, never mind. Because it will be a minute. Quite often it's 5 because generally they're not doing the calculation in the cockpit. They're sending a message back to dispatch. Dispatch has and does all that. And most dispatchers are working more than one airplane at a time. So, maybe he can get to it right away, maybe he can't. There have been times where I've suggested to pilots, hey, in future, it's to your advantage to be prepared for the intersection. You may not get it, but on the time where I offer it to you, you just move to the head of the line.
Yeah.
But that's, and some operators have restrictions on using intersections because now there's perfectly good runway, but you're leaving behind you.
Oh, yeah.
It's like leaving gas in the truck.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it's not going to do you any good now.
And they paid for the whole runway, right?
Yeah, you pay. I don't charge you extra for using the full length. You don't give a discount for taking the intersection, other than you may get out first.
True.
So those are the 3 times where, there's a non-zero chance they're going to tell me no, we don't, unable. We can't take the inboard, we can't take the intersection, or we can't take that runway, or we can't take the tailwind. There's another one. That's sometimes the first indication that things are about to get interesting is heavy jets, like all those guys we saw leaving around 11 noon.
Yeah.
If we have any kind of a tailwind factor, they're the first ones that say, yeah, no, we can't take it. Because, the airplane's full of people, it's full of bags, it's full of gas, because it's flying from here to 8,000 miles away.
Yeah.
And they have to have extra when they get there in case anything happens. So, and a lot of times they do the calculations and they will load the plane up to the point, where, because any weight that you could have that you don't is revenue that you just left on the table.
Right.
If you can fill 5 more seats or put on another 1,000 pounds of cargo, all that's making money for you.
Right.
Why would you leave it behind?
Right.
So sure, I mean it's annoying as a controller, but I absolutely get it. That's what they're about. And so there will be times, no, we can't take the tailwind. The funniest one I can remember on that. It's Kevin's like,
Oh, no. Well, I'm going to get fined by the FCC if we don't do our identification, and we'll come back to the story. Just stand by 1 second. Just after 3 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California, you're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's Big Sunday show here on January 5th. 2025. Later Dater in the house.
Rudy's here too.
And the Plane Jockeys as well. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Oh, yes.
Yes.
All right,
Rudy's
as
here.
we continue on 3 o'clock. Where does this day gone?
Time's fun when you're having
gosh.
flies.
It does.
Yeah.
There's
All
a
right,
lot of
thanks you
flying
guys
that
for
goes
tuning
on in
in.
an airport. Funny thing about that.
It does, right?
Yeah. Who would have thought? But before I forget this silly story I was about to tell, because but talking about tailwinds and a pilot telling you that they can't take it. I was on Northside Tower one day, having New Zealand. I don't even remember what it was. Taxi out, and I gave him put him in position. Somebody crossed, gave him a wind check, clear for takeoff, and the wind was calm. And we can't take that. And at the time, I totally understand why, but at the time it seemed silly. It's like, wait, the wind is calm. No, we can't take tailwind. So now, and of course they had figured on whatever the advertised wind was at the time, because it was calm for that moment. But the trending wind had been, there goes Land or Latam, or perhaps Land Chile or Land Peru. They all use airplanes that basically are painted the same, and it may actually be the same fleet. I don't know. So
This one going to Santiago, Chile.
Santiago, okay. So possibly Land Chile.
Yes. And
Okay.
you would say adios, y'all.
I would exactly say that.
We do have a queen lined up also as well, Coletta
do we?
Air.
Just out of curiosity, you know why Latam always takes so much more weight? Is it just a preference? Because they never seem to be heavy going back.
Well, I think more people want to come here than want to go there. No idea, to be honest.
Curiosity,
but
because
what
they
was-
always seem to take a long stretch only.
Yeah,
They take
well-
more of the runway.
Oh, the
Yeah.
long.
Well, and now
they
they
turn
may
out
be
to-
doing a minimum power takeoff.
Yeah.
Where because this is another thing where they'll do calculations where, okay, we've got a long enough runway, and the airplane is light enough that we don't have to use full power to takeoff's power.
The question was, why does LATAM always use most of the runway, as we just saw? You see that a lot with United. I asked a United pilot, they'd run the calculations. Instead of putting stress on the engine, they might as well just use the runway.
Less thrust, just takes longer to lift.
It does. Now they've done the calculations, so that if they have to abort, they still have enough pavement to do it.
It's just a bit scary. In one time I saw it, and it was like right.
Oh, he's way down here somewhere.
Nothing to scare.
Well, and then sometimes watching from the tower, because of course we got a different angle where it's even shorter.
Right.
If you haven't rotated by here, I'm scared.
No, it's well, and because I've noticed that very thing a lot with United, particularly 738s and 739s and the Maxes, where they can be going from here to Denver, which is just basically next door, and they're still rotating down here somewhere, and to the point where we kind of treat them like runway hogs, because they use what seems like more runway than they should have to, and because they can, honestly.
You paid for the whole runway, right?
Well, you pay for the whole runway, and it's less stress on the engines, probably marginally less fuel to do that. Oh, here we go. Here's Connie going someplace. He's light.
Yes. Ready to go.
I'm going to guess Travis Air Force Base. Yeah, Connie, their call sign is Connie. It says Coletta on the side of the plane. They were one of the last regular operators of 747-200s here at LAX. I don't think they have any more of them.
Where's Munster?
Indiana?
Oh.
Yeah.
He must be really light if he's going there. That's a new one for me.
Munster? I didn't even know they had an airport in Munster, Indiana, if that is it.
Well, maybe he's delivering it. But they're actually started transitioning to 777s as well.
Now they're taking delivery of old passenger 777-300ERs.
That's where almost all of their airplanes come from. They're not buying. Connie doesn't buy brand new airplanes. Because you can get a great deal on used ones.
Well, he's a roadster. He's used to parting out his cars.
And he's he had, for a little while, we were getting another one of his companies flying a 737 with the call sign, I think it was Dragster.
Dragster, really?
Was one of his. We don't get it. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but that was one of theirs.
Was that cargo as well?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think pretty much, as far as I know, most of what they do is cargo.
Well, I know they have the charters as well, which I think is a 727. I've seen those Coletta charters.
Yeah,
those are based out of Winslow or Willow. I'm sorry,
probably
Willow Run.
Yeah, Willow Run.
Willow,
because I think
Detroit.
He basically owns that airport at this point.
Yeah.
Do they still have the 72s? Because
I don't know. I've seen photos, but I don't know if they're still flying.
I've worked them back in the day, but. I would imagine that he could have traded up a long time ago if he wanted, because one of the things about a 727 is it requires a larger cockpit crew.
Right.
Because all these Airbuses and that 747-400 we saw just go by have a captain and a first officer.
Right.
727 also requires a flight engineer, what they call flying sideways, and. As far as I know, nobody ever developed a two-man cockpit or a two-place cockpit for a 7.2.
Right.
FedEx did develop a two-place cockpit for their DC-10s, based largely on the work that McDonnell Douglas did on the MD-11. And for a while, those were called MD-10s, where it's basically an MD-11 cockpit on a DC-10. FedEx, I think, eventually converted all their airplanes to that standard, and we quit differentiating between the two of them, and I think they basically parked all of them now.
Yeah.
They still have a few 11s, which I thought were going to be gone already, but they've caught a second wind, I guess.
I think the ones that are still flying are the ones that were delivered to FedEx as MD-11 freighters. I think those...
Yeah, the 11F. That was the last version of the 11 built. That's also... people don't realize Boeing still builds 767s.
Yeah.
And because FedEx is still buying them. So if you want a 767, you can order one. As far as I know, they're only making the freighter version now.
Yeah.
But those are still in production. I understand that that's one of the things that Boeing is going to cost cut is they're going to discontinue that at some point. I imagine once people stop ordering it, that's normally a good time to discontinue something.
By the way, I need to correct myself.
Yeah.
That Queen taking off to Osan, a airbase in South Korea.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
all right.
okay.
Skittles with the $20 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Skittles. Also, Mina P with the $7.47 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Mina. Says, happy Sunday all. Just got home from an 18-hour train ride from Jacksonville, Florida. My husband is a nervous flyer, so I thought I'd be nice and compromise. Never again.
Okay. I like riding on the train, but unfortunately in this country, there's not that many options for riding the train because the train just doesn't go that many places.
Yeah.
But speaking of Skittles, if you ever want to be really, really mean, buy a bag of M&Ms and a bag of Skittles.
No.
And Rudy knows where this goes.
No, I don't know where this is going and where.
Just
That's so
swap
mean.
them.
Swap them.
Put the Skittles in the M&M bag. And yeah, you don't have to do anything with it. Yeah, M&Ms in the Skittles bag is bonus. But I guarantee if you're expecting M&Ms and you got Skittles.
And they also have sour Skittles too. So
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, evil, yeah. Rudy's on board with
I
being
haven't
evil.
done that before.
Being evil is fun. Yeah, or just have an open bowl of colored candy and leave one bag or the other somewhere nearby in a suggestive manner, implying that you put out a bowl of M&Ms. Surprise!
Well, just ask Rudy about putting pancake mix in. Would you put it in the blender?
Coffee maker.
Coffee maker.
Oh,
I was a troublemaker as a little kid.
wow, that
I
were
used to
you?
put
Yeah.
bleach in the washing machine where bleach did not belong.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Ripped
well,
jeans.
Talk about a troublemaker.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. It's.
At a wedding, apparently, I pulled the plug on the DJ and the music stopped playing and everybody blamed
well.
Baby Rudy.
Well, but you're a musician. I mean, there should be live music.
Right? Exactly. There you go.
But,
Big Daz Australia back with the super chat. Thanks so much, Big Daz. Love your work, Tater, from all the way in the middle of Australia.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good eye, mate. That's as close as I can get.
Vega
Sorry.
Bundo with the $3 super chat. Thank you so much. So you got fans all around the world, Tater.
Yeah. Well, that's gratifying to know.
Can I ask you a question? Because the airport live streaming is pretty new. I mean, we've been doing this for 4 years in April.
Yeah.
Before that, you had live ATCs, so you guys, people could listen
that's
to
still
whatever.
around, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So my question is, since the live streamers, and we're not the only one here, there's a lot of people doing it all around. You guys, I mean, there's more people around the world that kind of recognize your voice, know who you are. I mean, that was something that wasn't around 4 years ago. Is it something that's kind of you have to be adjusted to?
Well, in most cases, it's not going to make an immediate difference unless you happen to be someplace where somebody recognizes your voice, which is a little less common than somebody just recognizing your picture or recognizing you from a picture. I've had other controller friends who've had occasional incidents where you were someplace and somebody recognized the voice. So not necessarily in a bad way,
Right. But you discovered
a lot of times where I'll go to a pilot safety meeting, for instance, and even if I don't introduce myself as a controller, there will oftentimes, if it's pilots from the local area, there will be one or two that will, if I say anything at all, may recognize the voice and will, hey, are you? So, and I've had a friend of mine who does a lot of airline memorabilia. Apparently, there are trade shows where you can go and people buy napkins or napkins and timetables and all.
We have one coming up here, actually.
All the little things.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's a collector of some of that stuff. And he was at one of these shows one day at a table somewhere and was talking to the vendor, and somebody recognized the voice and said, "Oh, you're da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da." And it was an unpleasant situation for him because it caught him completely off guard, and they called him out for some recent incident that had happened. That Oh, you're the guy who told so-and-so to do whatever it was. I
guess that was my second part of that question. Is it annoying for you guys up in the tower to have people constantly kind of just listening and watching and kind of...
Well, the reality is that we've always had that.
Yeah.
Because even before the interweb and that sort of thing, you've got to remember that every one of these airplanes has a radio.
Right.
They're all listening in. You don't even have to have an airplane in this country. You can get a scanner. You can listen to the frequencies. People listen to police and fire frequencies. Some people listen to air traffic frequencies. So that's always a thing. But even in-house, there are people in the building whose job it is to basically listen to, the controllers working, particularly if there was any kind of, situation, but just in general. And we do I don't know if we still do, we call it tape talks, where periodically the training specialist or the supervisor or somebody will basically, bring you downstairs and so, okay, here's a tape of some recent session, and basically you go through and listen to the session and, or they'll tell you, okay, listen to this thing and then, write it up for me type thing where, okay, there goes KLM. Parts of the year we get 2 KLMs. I don't think this is one of them. Normally it's a summer thing where we get 602 and 603 and 601 and 604, I think. Something like that, but they're a pair. But
so back to that question. So my question is, so you have someone who's kind of listening the tower.
Well, and now that it's digital, people in headquarters can listen to it at the drop of a hat. So you never know if, you're working ground control right now and somebody in Washington, let's see what's happening in ground control at LAX right now. And they can just tile it in. If this is all digital, they can actually pull up and they can see your ground radar. They can see what's going on. And on random occasions, there'll be some note dropped to our training people. Hey, I happen to listen in. Great job by whoever was working on whatever day. Similar situation in the cockpits. We've got air safety inspectors who will ride in the cockpit of the airliner sometimes, and there have been times where we get a critique from those guys who are of course listening to the radio and everything and say, I flew into LAX and your ground controller said this or didn't say that or whatever. So you're always aware that there could be somebody else listening and watching.
This is a vision I always had, and it's probably not true, that you guys are rotated so frequently through the tower. I always vision that someone's listening if they sense that you're a little stressed out or kind of that they would actually move you on to the next thing. That's just a vision in my head.
No, that can happen. That's one of the many functions of the tower supervisor who's supposed to be monitoring the operation. And we normally get rotated in and on and off positions periodically anyway, for the sake of Rudy's trying to hand somebody a box.
Having an issue here.
We were all of a sudden getting iHeartRadio on our scanner.
Oh,
I want to hear that.
Okay.
There we go. All right, I think we're back. Not that we're releasing the scanner here.
Yeah, no, that can happen.
Yeah.
And it can happen. It can happen both ways. Where the supervisor or whoever's running the show can kind of say, it's time for you to take a break, or and in some cases it's not so much replacing you on position as sending somebody to sort of help. Opening up an assist position, or in some cases just somebody to be there to help do whatever needs doing right that moment. And a lot of times that only needs to happen for 5 minutes. There'll be some brief flurry of stuff going on. But we normally do rotate on and off position every hour and a half. At the extreme end, 2 hours. We really try not to run 2 hours without a break, because a lot of times, by the time you get to 2 hours, your brain has turned to tapioca. It sounds silly, but there are times where I've gotten off ground control after an hour and I'm just brain dead. And you need some time to sort of recharge and clear your mind and come back up. And normally you won't go right back where you just were. You'll normally go to some other position where you're looking out a different window, you're doing a different different part of the job, and
That's good.
ideally you'll rotate from talking to airplanes to not talking to airplanes, back and forth. So we call it so that you spend because there are positions besides the ones you hear. You hear the tower controllers, there are ground controllers talking to airplanes. Besides the ones you hear talking to airplanes, there are several more that don't have a frequency. They don't have a radio. They're listening to the tower controller and helping with, it's another set of eyes and ears. They're there because you're a team. You work together. I mean, that's what happened with we'll go back to the key lime incident for just a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't take credit for that because I'm not the one who saw it first. My assist, was watching them as I was talking to some other airplane, and my assist said, they're not stopping. At which point, we changed and hit key lime stop because, and they were, everybody's seen the video but wants to see the video, but that was absolutely a teamwork thing. I cannot take credit for that because I'm the one you hear. I'm not the one who saw it first because we work together, and that's why we work together. There's two sets of eyes and ears. You don't have to be looking at exactly the same thing all the time because there's stuff down here, there's stuff over there,
Right.
and you can't possibly look at all of it. And so, but you'll never hear the assist. They're not on the frequency. In an extreme case, they can be.
I think I have heard that before.
You'll sometimes hear an
slow
instructor
down.
key up.
Yeah.
If we're running what we call simultaneous approaches, where the approaches on the 2-4 right final and the 2-5 left final are being run independently. So you can have airplanes passing each other, which normally you don't do. They're staggered. But on simultaneous approaches, each one is run completely independently of the other. And you have controllers down at approach control. They're called finamometers. And their sole job is to sit there and watch the guys on final. They don't clear it for approach or anything. You normally don't hear them at all unless there's a chance that separation is going to be lost. There's a special zone, we call it the non-transgression zone, marked on the radar display, where if any airplane enters that zone, you immediately break out the other airplane.
That's where they would break in and say, you're overpowering the next plane, slow down.
And so there's one for each side.
Okay.
And what you'll normally hear them saying is reduce the approach speed,
right,
or reduce the minimum practical speed. If it looks like they still aren't going to have the separation, if the weather's like this, they'll try and get visual. Traffic you're following, 12 o'clock, 3 miles, report that traffic in sight. If the pilot reports the airplane ahead in sight, he can be told, follow that traffic, which basically means, okay, the spacing's on him now.
Yeah.
And he can continue. If he can't see that airplane, he gets sent around. Cancel approach clearance, track the final approach course, maintain 2,000. All that's happening on the tower frequency because they're, in most cases, already been cleared to land at that point. And frankly, as a tower controller, it's really annoying because there's probably something else I wanted to be doing right now, and he overrides me.
Yeah.
So I can be halfway through a transmission and they start talking and it cuts out whatever I was about to say, which it needs to be that way, but it can be really annoying because I was trying to do something and that, but that's probably what you heard most of the time. If it's somebody saying reduce to final, traffic assist, that kind of thing. The other situation where you would hear an override is if it's a training situation where normally the student is talking, the instructor has override capability if the situation calls for it, where the student isn't saying the right thing or needs to talk to this airplane and not that one. And so there'll be you'll hear another voice. But
interesting.
In extreme circumstances, and I've only heard of this happening twice, where the assist actually had to take over for the tower controller because something happened to the tower controller. But that's part of why they're there.
Right.
There have been a couple of situations where the tower controller's headset malfunctioned or the jack broke or something, and so the assist can pull up and work from there while we get that sorted out. But you're absolutely a team because there's coordination between the two of you, your assist is coordinating with the assist on the other side, because that means that some of the coordination that needs to happen doesn't have to be you coordinating with the other side. They can handle it amongst themselves, and your assist tells you, this is what they're doing, or this is what we need to do, or this is what they want to do, whatever kind of thing. So there are always controllers up there that are not on any frequency. And so normally your part of the rotation will be you'll go from an active position to an assist position before you go back to talking to airplanes again. In the ideal, it doesn't always work that way, because there'll be people who can't do something, and so you can't do that position because that's the only thing they can do, or they need training or what have you. But that's what we aim for, is to rotate people through so that you're not doing the exact same thing for 8 hours straight.
Right. That would definitely lead to fatigue. Staring at the same thing, doing the same thing nonstop.
Well, sure, and you'll hear it even, you talk about the 24-hour live stream.
Yeah.
You'll hear it at 2 o'clock in the morning. There'll be a new voice come on.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And, where they rotate through and normally when I work the overnight shits, I would start on tower.
Okay.
And then I would eventually slide over and I'd do ground later.
Right.
How is that overnight? And it was the same thing during very dark. During COVID, you guys only had one controller for both sides, and overnight you basically one controller is doing both the north and the south.
And normally overnight, after about 1 a.m., it's one controller for both sides anyway. But during COVID, we did a whole lot more of that, where there would be one tower controller working both sides. There'd be one ground controller working both sides. And, oh, hey, there's our bare American, polished American, natural American 737. They have to paint the tail because it's not metal. That's why they're painted. And that's part of why American went to the painted airplanes, is they started getting Dreamliners, which aren't bare metal. And so,
no, it actually started with the Airbus A300, I believe, because the 727 was bare metal.
So, and we didn't get the 300s here. Those were East Coast airplanes. It was very, very rare that we saw. I can remember a handful of times of seeing a 300 here, because those came out of, I want to say Philly or Pittsburgh or someplace. They were East Coast fleet. Because American only had like 33 dozen of them, something like that, and I'm pretty sure they're all gone now.
You don't think about that. I didn't even think of that with this retro. That back on the 727s, that whole thing was metal.
Yeah, the whole airplane was metal, and the tail on the newer 73s is composite material, and of course, the Dreamliners are almost all composite.
Right.
And that composite has to be painted. You can't leave it bare because of ultraviolet.
Right.
It has to have a protective layer. Again, most of those composite airplanes are not going to be dark colors for the same reason. But you want the light color reflects more of the UV that protects the material underneath.
Jeez, I wonder how that Air New Zealand All Blacks Dreamliner is doing then.
Yeah, well, they probably fly it at night.
We used to get it a few times here.
Yeah. I remember the 777 more than the Dreamliner, to be honest. But, an all-black composite airplane. The problem is that the black absorbs more heat from the sun, and you don't want to get your composite materials hot.
Yeah.
Right.
Because that's not good for the material. It will eventually start to break down or separate. And, they cure it in an autoclave, and you don't ever want to get that hot again.
Real quick, can Stitch with the Super Chat says Happy New Year, Kevin Rudy and Later Tater. Thank you, Later Tater, for educating us today. Very enlightening.
You're welcome. Happy New Year.
Cohen with the Super Chat. Thanks so much, Cohen. Says, Tater, are you also a ham amateur radio operator? Hello, and the 7.3s from Melbourne, Australia as well.
Howdy. No, I am not. I have done broadcast radio, but I have not done ham.
You've done broadcast radio?
Yes.
Really? Did you tell us that?
Just now.
Where the voice comes from?
What radio station was this?
I was on the air at station KEDM, which is the college classical station based out of, at that time, Northeast Louisiana University. It's now University of Louisiana Monroe.
Oh,
Wow.
So
my brother
that
went
was
there.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
They had a good music school. I don't know if they still do. I had
Wow.
a
I think
friend
they
who
do.
was on faculty there. They had a lot of early retirements that were not voluntary. So
Classical, huh?
yeah.
Oh,
So
interesting.
it was an awesome gig.
You know I'm a music teacher, right?
I heard something about that. Yeah. Well, it was neat. This was back in the early mid '90s. I have my own show. I could pick my own music. Here goes Qatar. We were talking about paint not too long ago. They actually had some issues with paint on some of their Airbus 350s and got in quite a little spat with Airbus about it. What's really neat, and you hardly ever get the chance here because of the road, but if there was no road traffic, what's neat is to hear the wake.
Oh, you can hear it over at In and Out.
You
or
can
the
probably
parking
hear it
garage
in and out
sometimes.
if you don't have car alarms and horns and all the other things going on. But on quiet moments, a large airplane flies over and you wait and you can hear the wake, which is really somebody's waving.
I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back.
Rudy's
when-
going to take a
when-
station break.
24 right was closed down, and you had everything, including
On
the
24
A380s
left.
on
Yeah.
24 left. We were going live at the parking garage, and they're flying over our head.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you
they go
wait
right
a
over
few
your head.
seconds,
Yeah.
and you can
You
hear
can
the
hear them.
wake.
Yeah,
You know what
it's-
really creates a lot of wake is the 757.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that, for a long, long time, even now, actually, the 757s have their own wake turbulence classification because of the wake. And as I understand it, the 757-200 is actually worse than the 300. You would think the opposite because the 300's bigger, but apparently the 200 is slightly or somewhat worse than the 300. And so there are extra wake turbulence separation requirements for airplanes behind a 757. And what really brought that to the fore was a crash down at, I think it was John Wayne, I think it was some of the, either In and Out or Carl's Jr. It was one of those two. Were on some of the founders and folks from one of those two companies, I don't remember which it was, were in some sort of a small biz jet behind a 757 that got caught in the wake and did not end well. And that was the beginning of, up until that time, we treated the 757 just like a 737. But that's what started
at one point, it was considered a heavy.
There was a time when at least some of the 75300 was a heavy, and for a brief moment, there were certain 75200s that were heavy by like 500 pounds. They were considered a heavy, but there was no way to mark that on the flight plan. And so during that time, we would have to ask the pilots when they taxied out, hey, are you a heavy today? And
interesting.
The ones we had at the time, I remember US Air, some of US Air's 757s fell into the heavy category. It was one variant of the 75200, and I don't remember what the differentiating thing was other than at the time the weight limit was like 155 or 255,000 pounds. It was one of those two, and one variant of that airplane was 500 pounds over.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and wake turbulence is based on the max gross weight of the airplane. It doesn't have to weigh that much. It just has to be able to weigh that much. So even that 777 across the way there will always be a heavy, even if it's completely empty. Whereas that 737 behind it will never be a heavy. It doesn't matter if they fill it up full of anvils, unless they recertify the thing to weigh a whole lot more than it does right now.
Wouldn't it made it easier if they continued to call the 757 a heavy, even if it's not in pound-wise, but the fact that it was causing that much wake, just be easier to just...
It would have been simpler for all concerned, but... there you go, trying to apply logic, and this is the U.S. government. We don't do that. But yes, that conversation was had regularly. Oh, here we have British Airways and another 777, looks like.
And Air France taking off on the south side.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. This is one of our busier little periods here. So, but yes, it would have been simpler for the 7.5 to be a heavy, even when it technically was not. However, the weight turbulence separation behind the 757 was slightly less than what was required behind a full-fledged heavy jet. So behind a 737, you had to have 3 miles. Behind a heavy jet, you had to have 5. Behind a 7.5, you needed 4.
What about A380?
380, you need 8.
8 miles, okay.
Yeah, that's worst case, well, yeah, basically worst case scenario, you need 8. En route, you're going to need 10, but in en route, you're basically going to have 10 anyway.
There's been a few times where we're listening and there's an A380 taking off and maybe a 737 pilot comes on and says, I'm not taking off. I need 12 miles.
Well, and that's one of the things we talked about earlier, where a pilot is, I can't make him fly the plane.
Yeah.
And because he's in the plane, he's the final authority as to the operation of his aircraft.
Yeah.
He's the one who's going to be held responsible if something goes wrong. He's going to be the first one on the scene if something goes wrong.
So if
I'm over there in the tower, just fat, dumb, and happy.
But if he wants 15 miles
if he
separation,
wants 15
he can
miles,
get it. Okay.
Yeah. And there'll be times where, and as a tower controller, I've inform pilots, I appreciate if you let me know before I'm putting you on the runway next time.
Yeah.
Only because that way I can, I'm having to change plans, and my plan was to do this, and that you don't want me to do that yet.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do something else, but that was not plan A. But yeah, they absolutely have the right to ask for more, and that happens regularly. Yeah, we want 2 minutes. We want a little extra space. Whatever they, and so a lot of times what you say, okay, I was going to, launch you and then cross this guy waiting to go to the gate. But you want to wait, that's fine. You can wait. He'll cross, or I'll approve the other side to do something. There are almost always other things I can do. So yes, the pilot absolutely has the right to do that, and they will do it. Because they're concerned about, the safe operation of the airplane, because you really don't want to get caught in the wake behind a heavy jet.
Yeah.
My first duty station in Monroe, we had a lot of Air Force C-130s would come down and do training flights. And a lot of the local pilots really hated them, because if you're in a Cessna, a C-130 puts out a lot of wake. And we had at least one pilot or an instructor who got caught in a C-130 wake. And from that day on, didn't want to, if the C-130 was in the pattern, he would go somewhere else. He didn't want anything to do with the C-130s. And so
what would happen to the Cessna? Is it just you basically turn upside
basically
down?
end up doing a barrel roll.
Yeah.
And if you're not prepared for it, because it's very easy to lose control when the airplane is upside down, because all of a sudden up is down.
Yeah.
And you can only do a certain amount of down before things get really ugly. Is that Lufthansa over there?
Yes,
Looks like it.
Lufthansa
Okay.
A380 coming in from Munich.
So Lufthansa with a 380 coming in with the yellow meatball on the tail today.
Yeah.
It's not a meatball, but I think I've mentioned this before. I'm not a big fan of their new one-color paint job.
Me either.
But it seems sort of a shame.
Well, they really have. I mean, besides their new aircraft, they really haven't done a great job of repainting their old aircraft.
I mean, you don't make more money from repainting the plane.
I'm just thinking maybe they're on the border. Maybe they're like,
I
hope
hope they're listening and say, maybe we shouldn't do that. ATC doesn't like that. There's that one guy down in Los Angeles that doesn't like our planes. We shouldn't do this.
Well, you know what, Tater? I mean, the airlines do listen to us. For a long time we said, JetBlue, you need more blue on your planes. Voila, look what happened.
Yeah, we do. Now they're all blue with chiclets on the tail. I like that paint job. Again, there's more color on the plane.
Yeah.
Another one I like, this is going way back, British Airways, when I first came to LAX, had the different colored
the
tails
flags,
with the flags or the tartans or whatever they were. They have a name for that program, and I don't remember what it was, but I really liked those because there were like half a dozen different tail designs, and those, of course, long gone.
Apparently, it wasn't a good success for the airline. Apparently, that's what I heard.
It's it was neat to see because you got to see the variety, but Well, for those of you offline, there's somebody familiar with the story just off camera who's asking if I know why, and I don't know
Andrew.
why other than it's... Oh, okay. Apparently Margaret Thatcher didn't like them is what I'm being told.
Oh, she didn't like them.
So, well, and I mean, you have to admit, you look at the British Airways, logo from before and after, and there's much more, there's much better identification of who it is.
Right.
And, whereas I thought those were neat designs, but there was not nearly as clear cut who it was and where they were from. And I can't fault that.
RFI Nerd with a $10 super chat says, thank you, RFI Nerd. Says, LAX have a deep right display in the tower cab.
We don't have D-Brights anymore. We have, I think they're called RCADs or RACDs, I forget. But basically, D-Bright was a radar display that it was D for digital. And these things were huge. It was basically a CRT that weighed hundreds of pounds, and it was green and white, and maybe had the ability to do another color. I forget now. It's been quite a while. But the display itself was square. As I recall, it was about 20 inches on the side, give or take. And these were they weren't bad displays, other than they're old tech at this point. We had them until 2010-ish, I think, when they were replaced. What I remember is how heavy they were. When our technicians had to move one around, it was not a one-man job.
Yeah.
We actually have a hoist in the tower roof to lift one up to the ceiling, because they were mounted on the ceiling for a while. And the only way we get up there was basically with a hoist. There was a hoist mounted in the ceiling. There was a track system mounted in the ceiling. There was a trap door in the floor directly below the hoist, because they would be hoisted up from downstairs, because you didn't want to try and carry that thing up the stairs. Yeah. And so there was a trap door, there was a hoist, there was a track system. They were really, really heavy. They have been replaced now with flat panel LCD displays that have a lot more flexibility, I'll say, and are a lot easier to maintain, honestly. The one thing I remember about D-Brights is that you had to be very careful cleaning the screen. And woe be to somebody who started getting fingerprints on the screen, because you could not use Kleenex or something like that on the screen. There was special screen cleaner, and it was, getting fingerprints on the scope was bad form. But my first facility in Monroe, we actually ran approach control off of D-Brights in the tower cab when I first got there. We were a tray cab before we got a new building that actually had a downstairs tray con, and we kept the D-Brights in the tower. But I'm familiar with D-Brights. Those are probably fairly few and far between nowadays. They are ancient technology, even by FAA standards.
Sarah the Real Deal with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Sarah. Welcome, Later Tater. I want to know how the ATC controllers are being recruited for training, since there is a huge need for more controllers. Are they actively recruiting? Also, thank you for your service. We love you.
Well, thank you. It's like I said, it's been an honor. And we are actively recruiting. I say we. Somebody somewhere is actively recruiting. It's not never has been my area. But I know that earlier this year we had basically an open application period where anybody could apply. We do this periodically, once or twice a year, where basically off the street hires can apply. The problem is not the people applying, the problem is the training process. It takes quite a while. Somebody earlier asked about Oklahoma City. Yeah. When I came in, admittedly a long time ago, but it's not dramatically different now, I spent the first 6 months of my career in Oklahoma City before I was assigned to my first facility. When I got to my first facility, I spent another year and something training there before I was cut loose to actually talk to airplanes on my own. And anytime you go to a new facility, that starts all over again. And when I was at my first facility, somebody told me it gets harder every time. And at the time, I'm in my 20s, and it's true. Every time you move to another facility, it gets harder. Because the only thing you can relate the new stuff to is the old stuff. And the people at the new place don't want to hear about the old place. It's like, I don't care how you did it wherever you were. You're here now. You got to do it, this is how we do it here. And, and I can empathize from the trainee standpoint, having been one several times and having trained a number, that you're trying to tie new stuff to, something that's familiar. And sometimes there isn't anything familiar to tie it to if you've gone to a dramatically different place.
Yeah.
But the training process, when I got to LAX, after being at, several other places, I was in training for a year and a half before I was, signed off to work on my own. We've had guys that it was 2 full years to get trained. And of course, you don't come here first, you go to several other places, but you can imagine with that kind of requirement to get people up to speed, that you don't move people through the system quickly.
Right.
And so it takes, honestly, the Oklahoma City training, the academy there at Oklahoma City we were talking about earlier, can handle about 1,000, 1,200 folks on every input.
Okay.
And they do an input every month or so. So that's, that's a lot of people. But keep in mind, and this is something we don't talk about a lot, but every stage of the process, you lose folks along the way.
Right.
The attrition rate is pretty high, from folks that, can't cut it, to folks that realize this isn't what I signed up for, to folks that get a better offer somewhere else. And I've seen all of those in my time. I remember training somebody on ground control here at LAX a number of years ago who was actually doing really well and was on the verge of getting signed off. And I came in one day expecting, okay, his check ride is going to be today, to find out that he had withdrawn from training. And I talked to him later, and it's like, dude, what happened?
Yeah.
And he was, I have to give him credit for being straight with me. He's like, I don't want to work this hard.
Wow.
And it's like, well, thanks for your honesty.
Yeah.
Because that's, and I don't blame him, because ground control at LAX can be a meat grinder. But I think he'd also seen that if you make it at ground control at LAX, you're going to make it through the rest of the program almost certainly, which means you're going to be stuck here for a while. And that's not really what he had in mind. We've had other folks that you train them, and I remember one guy that just couldn't quite get it, and up to the very last day didn't realize that he couldn't get it. And it's one of those things where you don't know what you don't know. But I remember on the final briefing, it was a shock to him that, I'm sorry, dude, but this isn't for you.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there's a lot of attrition along the way. The washout rate at LAX at one time was about 50%. We've gotten better, but the number of people who came here who aren't here now is, in my time here, is probably 100, without any real exaggeration. Most of them, sorry, I don't even remember, but because some of them never made it to the tower, because you spend a month or so in classroom and stuff before you even come to the tower, and there's tests and things that happen there, and if you can't do it downstairs, well, you don't get the chance to try it upstairs.
Wow.
So, sorry, Reed. So, yeah, we are hiring. The agency as a whole is probably several thousand short. It's going to take years to replace all those folks. In the meantime, there are controllers stuck in places they don't want to be. And that can be a serious issue. And I remember when they said that, because I didn't get a choice at my first facility, you normally don't. You come out of the academy, assuming you make it through the academy, you're assigned to your first facility.
Oh boy.
You sometimes get some input into what part of the country you want to be in, which basically means you narrow it down to half a dozen states or something like that. But
is LAX, if you get the paper and it says you're going to LAX, is that a good or is that a bad thing?
Yes. Well, I mean, at the academy, you're not going to get that paper. But
Oh, you're not? Okay.
generally,
Yeah.
as things stand right now, if you're coming to LAX, it's because you put in for LAX. You don't just
Okay.
get assigned to LAX. LAX is one of the highest level towers in the country. And to be here, you pretty much have to have an established track record other places first.
Yeah. And
so if you're being selected for LAX, it's because you put in for it. We don't go out and draft people. The agency doesn't work that way. We're not that hard up for people where we're going to forcibly move somebody from one place to another. The one exception to that would be folks who are at a facility that's being closed. In which case, okay, you don't have a job here anymore, but you're normally given a fairly wide range of where you want to go because you're being moved against your will. You get to basically name where you want to go. But that's not normally how you get to LAX. We've had a few that came that way, and if you're taking too big a step, it may not work out because it's a huge step up from, some of the smaller places, particularly, again, ground control is really where it's at because so much happens on ground control. And even watching it here from across the street, there's a lot going on that it's not on the runway, but there's somebody pushing over here, there's somebody towing over there, there's somebody taxiing over there. There's a lot of radio chatter back and forth that you don't hear on this channel because we're listening to the tower.
Right.
And the tower operation generally is much more cut and dried than the ground operation.
Right.
Ground operation, you'll have guys call that they aren't going anywhere, but they need to taxi the airplane for a while to test the brakes or to train someone how to steer the plane or whatever. And the same thing for tug drivers. You've got all kinds of stuff like that where it's just stuff moving around on your movement area that you have to control.
Right.
So there's a lot of crazy variables like that, and our simulator can't even simulate all of that. There's just so much craziness. So LAX is not someplace you're just going to end up by accident, or at least I hope not. But because the trickle up, if you will, takes years. You start at the bottom or somewhere, lower down and work your way up. And the people that will come here will be coming from someplace else. They can't leave someplace else until that place has enough people to let them go. And that can take years. And the people coming to that place may be in turn coming from some other place that can't let them go until their replacement is up to speed. And so, it can take years to get, enough bodies at LAX. And there's always, you always lose a few along the way. I mean, LAX lost 3 this December. I retired, another guy retired, and a supervisor all retired this year. Wow. And we were all on extensions, so we were all sort of on extra time already. And there are folks that want to transfer to somewhere else. And so there's constant movement, but it takes a long time to replace those folks. And that's probably short story long right there.
All right, real quick, Millie at Mac with the super chat. Thank you so much, Millie. Says, thank you, Lady Tanner. What a treat this is. Congratulations on your retirement. Sending greetings from Ireland.
Howdy, Ireland. We get, who do we get from Ireland?
Shamrock.
We get Shamrock is the call sign. Yeah, Aer Lingus is what it says on the side of the plane. And do not call them Leprechaun.
Oh,
do not do that. I saw a trainee get sucked into doing that one time, the pilots were not happy. So international incident that almost became probably, but do not call them Leprechaun.
Was that his initiation?
Was that just a mistake, or
that was somebody playing a joke on him, and he didn't know well enough to catch it in time. Because their flight plan identifier is EIN. And it's like, how do you get Shamrock out of EIN? Well, it's, because it's Aer Lingus, and it's, of course, in Ireland, it's, because it's Gaelic, I guess.
I'm blinking right now.
So it's EIR, I think. Rudy's going for the Google as we get backed over. But
all right, well, think about it. Cranky OG Flyer 757 chip with the $10 super chat says, "Howdy, later Tater from McGregor, Texas.
Howdy.
Hope you enjoy your downtime before whatever you decide to do next. I'll make sure to bring some extra Buc-ee's treats from my next trip to LAX for you."
Yeah, it's. I have a reputation in the tower for Buc-ee stuff, and I always do. Every time I come back, I make sure to bring Buc-ee treats because we don't have Buc-ee's out here. If there was a Buc-ee's out here, it would be pointless. But the fact that we don't is what makes it kind of special because, funny, silly little thing, if you're on your way out of LA on I-10 eastbound, you pass through a little town called Banning. And in Banning, there's a billboard on the side of the road saying 1,500 miles to Buc-ee's.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah, you've seen that. That's a good 2 days of driving.
You know, they're building one in outside of Phoenix.
They're building one outside of Phoenix, at which point it won't be near as special as it is now because, you can get there in a day instead of 2.
Right.
But, yes, Buc-ee's, for my last trip back, I went to the jerky wall in Buc-ee's. One of the special things about Buc-ee's is they have an entire wall of beef jerky. There's like dozens of different flavors of beef jerky, and I basically bought one of each. And I mean, it was a couple $100s worth of beef jerky to bring back just so. And we had beef jerky sampling day in the tower where everybody got to sample all the different flavors of beef jerky because why not? There was like maple cherry and some other crazy stuff. So some of them were actually pretty hot. So that was a surprise for a couple of folks. It's like, you might want to try that other one over there.
By the way, Tater, we have an in-person question from our friend here.
Oh, howdy. Okay.
This question is, other than providing instructions for pilots, say for instance, a pilot comes in, you recognize them, maybe it's a friend or just a familiar voice, are you allowed to say anything else other than instructions? Like, hey,
y'all
buddy.
heard me work, haven't you?
Right?
It's very situation dependent, actually, because if you've got a lot of other stuff to do, you really have no business screwing around on the frequency. If it's quiet, and there are times where pilots and controllers recognize each other, and, hey buddy, how's it going? That kind of thing. But normally it doesn't go much further than that because we have other stuff to do. Chances are they do too. They've got checklists and things to do. I've got other airplanes to talk to. But yeah, there are times where there's a little informal, back and forth of acknowledgement of, hey, how's it going type thing.
Or maybe a controller has like a spouse working a flight or something, whether they're a flight attendant, like, hey, let my wife know I'm here or whatever.
Yeah, well, there have been occasions where something like that has happened, or
proposal,
where we'll have sometimes where one of our folks will be on the plane, and we'll say something to the pilots about, oh yeah, you got one of our folks on board, and
nice.
And sometimes that can go really sideways because I know at least one practical joke that was played that way, where a couple of our folks were traveling somewhere, and the controller, told the pilot, oh yeah, congratulate so-and-so and so-and-so on their engagement. They were not engaged.
Oh boy.
They were already married to other people.
Oh boy.
So yeah, that was an exciting moment.
Oh boy.
I claim no credit for that one either, but I did hear that happened.
Yeah, I've seen this video going around. I don't think it happened here, but where someone proposed to someone over the radio waves, which is really odd. But
wasn't that the movie Pushing 10?
Probably.
Oh, jeez. That was a horrible movie, by the way.
Oh, gosh. I don't think I've seen that, though.
But you haven't missed anything.
Oh, my God.
Well, to be fair, I'm not a Billy Bob Thornton fan, and I'm not a John Cusack fan, so it's already 0 for 2. On the other hand, there were actually air traffic controllers consulting during the production of that film, and the depiction of how an air traffic controller thinks about moving airplanes is probably the most accurate that's ever been done on film. And there's a lot of fancy color graphics with swoosh sounds and that kind of thing. But that actually is Emirates, hides behind the building over there.
There we go.
Yeah, wait for it. Yeah. We were talking about airplanes needing this side. they'll be the first ones. If there's a 380 that needs 25 left, it's almost always Emirates is the first one who asks, because all the 380 flights out of here, that's the longest. By many hundreds of miles compared to the others.
16 hours or something?
Something like that, yeah. Whereas the others tend to be like 10 or 12 or 14 on the outside, I believe. So, and
I don't know if that's it, and I don't know how to pronounce that.
I have no idea. I told you it was EIR. The rest of it I have no idea, but you can see where the N comes from.
Iran?
So, yeah. Somebody who speaks Gaelic can drop that in the comments, please.
Irish word Irish.
Yeah, let's crowdsource that, because I can butcher it, that's for sure. But,
oh yeah, no, me too.
And a lot of the aircraft or the airline flight plan identifiers, some of them it's obvious who they are, and some of them there's no. It's like, how did you get this out of that? American is obvious, AAL, BAW is British Airways. Their call sign is Speedbird, but and that goes back to their logo long time ago. There used to actually be a bird on the plane. So that ties together. Lufthansa, Air France, Japan Air, those are all obvious. But then there are some that you look at it and it's like, I don't see the connection, and Shamrock is one of them, where, knowing that, EIN makes more sense, but you look at the side of the airplane, and EIN's like Aer Lingus, so, there's no N in that. Well, actually, yeah, there is. I can't even spell.
Do you have a favorite call sign?
One of the cool ones we get sometimes is Rockstar. Rockstar. It's usually a Gulfstream. Their flight plan identifier is JMY. So maybe it belongs to Journey. Don't know.
Rockstar.
But it's been in and out of here periodically. That's a cool one. So one I was really disappointed with, we had just before I left, actually. Flight plan identifier was BBQ.
Oh yeah, you talked about that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Eastern Express. It's like, really?
Saw it take off.
Yeah.
Was it yesterday? Yeah.
So, it's like, man, you got another one that's kind of lame, Lufthansa Cargo, because their flight plan identifier is box.
Oh,
like
Aerologic, yeah.
So it could be cooler.
I like
Box.
that. Really, that's so cool. Box. Sky Cube.
All right, stand by. We have the top of the hour real quick. Later dinner. Just after 4 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big Sunday show here on January 5th, 2025. We are at the Plane Jockeys. There's Rudy. Rudy is here.
Rudy's here.
And we got our special
I'm
guest.
stealing his thunder, but Rudy's here.
Later Tater.
You are the thunder.
So, Later Tater has been here with us just after 11 a.m. That right there is our last plane of the day. So you're almost off the hook.
The ITA?
Ita.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the call sign again?
Itaro. So you can almost mangle it into Guitar Hero.
There you go.
And a beautiful
I hope this mic is on me,
sunset.
because I'm pretty sure I've twisted it a couple of times.
Oh, yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. It's when they first showed up, they had the 350-900s, and I think they alternate, actually.
Yes.
And they've got that one all-white 350 that's...
We call it the cheese stick.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it's environmental or something. I mean, there's some reason that it's all white besides they just cheaped out on the paint.
It's bland is what it is.
It's boring. I'm sorry, it's boring.
It wouldn't be that bad if the tail was just... I mean, if the tail was plain white.
Yeah, well, it's, the whole airplane basically is. This is actually nice. I really like this, the bright blue. I like the new jet blue, all blue livery, which looks like the same blue as Southwest, unless you see them side by side. And then you realize, oh, no, it's not.
Or Breeze, kind of Breeze.
Yeah. Breeze is just a hair darker. I guess we see more of them than we do ITA, but they park over here, so you don't get to see them a lot.
I like their call sign, Moxie.
Moxie, yeah, that's another one that you look at the airplane and you would never guess that's a call sign.
Yeah.
Their flight plan identifier is MXY, so I can see that.
And that was a nod to their original.
Well, that was the original name, and the reason why they didn't go through with that was because of the hotel chain, Moxie.
Oh.
Apparently there was an issue,
Yeah,
so they just stayed with the call sign.
Yeah, people get real protective with their trademarks. Here's one of my least favorite, besides the Sky Teams and the Star Alliances. Hello there. Here's one of my other least favorite paint jobs right now, and that's Air Canada, who, if you don't look really closely, that's Delta.
Delta, yeah.
Yes.
And I don't know
you're right.
if they had a Groupon and they and Delta bought the same fleet of planes, or
Hired the same designer.
Yeah, what it is, but I really think they could have done better.
I haven't heard Groupon in years.
Is that even a thing anymore?
I don't
they're
even
still
know.
around.
Are they? Okay.
Oh, yes, trust me.
But all right, yeah, Rudy knows. But yeah, no, that's disappointing, because it's like
It's like copying each other's homework. Just
well,
change the
it
answers a little
looks
bit.
like it. I would imagine in reality that happened in a vacuum, because at some level, if somebody had seen the similarity before, they actually started doing it, I think they would have changed course.
Sometimes we see their other livery. We call it the Minty Fresh.
The
Minty
baby
fresh.
blue, or the
the
previous livery.
Like a teal.
Yeah.
It's a very, very light blue. Yeah, there's a few of those left. I remember seeing one within the last month, but
Yes.
they're going away. I mean, that's their previous, and they're moving away from it.
Sometimes we see the all black. Kind of rare to see here, but is that the Jets?
For the sports team.
Yeah.
Oh, I've only seen that once or twice, and I've only seen it over here on the FBO ramp. I haven't
Right.
seen it being used in scheduled service.
I don't know if you can see this. I believe that's Brandon.
Oh,
Rudy.
Brandon.
Oh, over there in the...
He's getting a special tour with Ops. Isn't that him down there with the camera?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you have to bring...
Now, Taylor, that's the royal treatment by LAX.
Well,
huh?
you got to bring them extra donuts for that. So,
That is Brandon.
yeah. So, but
do you
there's
have to
some
talk to
guys
to get that?
do that and get some amazing shots.
Yeah, I would say so.
So, but that's...
I'm jealous.
And I don't know what arrangement he's got with them to make that happen, because that's not something that's freely available to the public to go right around the airport with the operations
Well, I mean,
folks.
I know how that all. I mean, I did that with SFO, and we spent a whole day
it
with
can
SFO.
happen. You've got with
It does happen.
media credentials and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But
It's fun. It's
yeah,
fun.
it is fun. Unless you basically charter one of those guys for a day, you're sort of at the mercy of whatever they have to do that day.
Yeah.
So you came to take pictures, but if something happens, you may have to go wherever they have to go to do whatever they have to
for us,
do.
it was just a day in the life of an ops. So
Yeah.
I was like, do whatever you normally
so
do.
you're
I'm
riding
just here for the
along
ride.
And, see them do whatever they're doing. That's...
We still have yet to go up to the tower, by the way.
So, the problem with you guys in the tower is you wouldn't be allowed to take your cameras.
Right.
And without the cameras, I can't imagine you actually want to go.
Yeah.
I mean, the conversation's been had.
Well, I'd like to go up there just because I want to put a face to some of the voices that I hear.
That's why they don't want you up there.
I was holding back from this question earlier, but we've gotten to meet you. We've gotten to meet other people that work in
Didn't Taylor
airports.
come talk to y'all
Yes.
one time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
It took a while, but
Can we expect others to come by?
possibly. There are plenty of others who are aware of you guys.
Yeah.
And
We hear them all the time. Like Kevin mentioned, I'd love to see, okay, who are you?
There was
Yeah.
one guy. He had a Boston accent. He was all business. I used to call him Boston business, and he left. And I think you told me he went back to the East Coast, right?
he did. And he died in a plane crash at Oshkosh this summer.
Oh
No,
So,
my gosh.
And that was a real unfortunate, real tragic thing.
No way.
But
Oh my gosh.
we
That is
we
awful.
really lost him. So,
I had no idea.
rest in
That is
peace.
sad. Yes, rest in peace.
Yeah,
Jeez.
he definitely came off with an attitude. Nice guy.
Yeah.
Really was a nice guy, but didn't necessarily sound like it on the radio.
Knowing that, because every time we see a big Q now land on the north side, he was famous for one thing.
Yes.
That 777 freighter, the big Q, Qatar,
Yeah.
cargo, landed on the north side, and he told the pilots, he says, well, now you got to cross 12 runways to get to the south
He
side.
did
And
say
I
that.
still bring that up to this day.
12.
Yes,
But to
12.
do that, he would have to go all the way over here, go back all the way over there, come back all the way over here.
trips.
We don't have quite that many runways, but no, we don't. We don't like freighters landing on the north side simply because almost all of them park over here, which means they have to cross. They touch every runway somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
And, every time they cross the runway, there's a possibility for something to go wrong. It's just, we like to avoid runway crossings if it's reasonably possible. And that's just, and there are times that approach just has to. They try to put the freighters on the south side, but depending on what the other traffic is, sometimes they just can't. You'll see it sometimes where you see airplanes passing overhead headed southeastbound.
I was going to ask you, is there a name for that?
That's usually what that is. That's freighters that are doing overhead so they can put on 25 left, because otherwise they'd end up on 24 right.
We love seeing that.
Every now and then they'll put one on the north side because they didn't realize it was a cargo plane. That happens with Eva and Dynasty, who both use the same call sign for freighters and passengers. It's just different flight numbers and different aircraft types. And if you're not into the details, you'll totally miss that. So I leave it there, Giotaro. And off they go into the wild blue yonder, and I don't know the rest of the words. All the Air Force guys are hating me right now.
Next question.
Moving right along. Meanwhile, back at the farm.
So I guess we'll wait for one more takeoff. It was
do
special
we have
livery
something
Viva.
interesting?
The special livery. Let's go back to the chat here real quick.
Oh, okay. By all means.
I'm sorry. Oh boy, I'm falling behind here.
Sorry.
Millie back with the super chat says Aer Lingus in English means air fleet.
Air Fleet. Okay.
Air fleet. Thank you, Millie. Will AM with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Will. Says I can't forget when a later Tater asked Bob to clean up the confetti. It was too funny.
That was epic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That
good
used to
old
be a
Bob,
thing
right?
Y'all did with Bob and the confetti box.
Yes, the confetti.
And,
Bob threw the confetti back in the day.
Something about somebody tell Bob to sweep up the confetti or something like
Clean
that.
up the confetti.
That's great.
Yeah.
Herb, clean up aisle 6.
Yeah, that was a thing. I've forgotten about that.
Captain McGee with the super chat says I miss U.S. Airways cactus call sign.
Well,
America
and
West,
it's funny because there is still at least one airplane wearing U.S. Air colors.
It was here
It's
today,
one of the
yeah.
retro planes.
Yeah.
And at one point there was another one because there was the green with orange, and then there was the one before that. But the U.S. Air didn't. But I was working ground control one day and called the American airplane as passed behind the cactus to somebody, and they didn't know what it was.
Oh boy!
So it's been that long, apparently.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, and cactus, of course, was originally America West.
Right, yeah.
Before they tied up with U.S. Air. And it became confusing because the flight plan identifier was USA for U.S. Air, as it had been, but the call sign became Cactus.
Yeah.
And so that was, you had to stop and think about that one for a while. Cactus had some, as America West had some neat 757 paint jobs way back in the day. But I mean,
That certainly did.
That was serious. Backo de Flasho.
Garrett with the super chat says, thank you, Kevin, Rudy, and Tater. I've learned more today about ATC and airplanes today than 10 years of plane spotting.
You're welcome, I guess.
There you go. Flyer KG with a $20 super chat. Says greetings to Plane Jockeys and later Tater. Congrats on retirement. I once managed the tower on a Navy ship as a helicopter control officer. It was a very small glimpse into ATC world. Best wishes always.
Yeah, I had one of the folks I trained here some time ago was Navy, and he had worked at, I think, North Island down in San Diego, and doing, I think, mostly helicopters, because this was, frankly, a little bit more than his speed. However, he's doing a great job down in Long Beach. I've flown through Long Beach a couple of times and talked to him and recognized the voice. And so not all roads end at LAX. And he's a lot happier there than he ever was here. And he really thought he wanted to be here until he got here. Go Navy. Fly Navy.
Richard Flair with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. Says, hello from a cold, gray Chicago O'Hare, Chicago Midway. Question for later Tater. ORD, Chicago O'Hare air traffic controllers have 8 runways to control. Do you think you could handle 8 runways and many miles of taxiways?
Probably not.
No?
Well, I would, I've never worked or watched the operation at O'Hare. We have a number of former O'Hare people here. And they've done real well in the training program. So kudos to them. I would imagine, though, however, talking to them, they divide the operation like we do. So in most cases, one controller is not running all 8 runways. And one controller is not normally running the entire airport. So I would imagine they break it down just the way we do, because there are certainly times that I couldn't manage this whole airport, tower or ground. So, if I can, I would imagine it wouldn't be any different there. And I hate snow. So, no, we have a number of great folks here who came from there, because apparently they hate snow also. And they're welcome to send us some more, because those folks tend to fly through our training program.
Nice. All right, we got
Kevin
that Viva
found
Aerobus.
I don't see what it is.
It's the Viva Aerobus special delivery.
Oh, okay. Did we figure out what the special is?
Tecate pa'l norte.
Okay, what Rudy said. Wow.
Adios.
Adios, y'all. We're getting into golden hour. Look how long the shadows are.
I love this time of the day.
Yeah, the light is... And
is
I
amazing.
know, maybe not so much in TV land, but I know in movie and video production land, there are crews that this is the prime time.
Prime time.
You've got an hour right after sunrise and an hour right before sunset where you've got your best light. So, there are film crews out there working right now.
Oh, yes.
So, and they've been waiting all day.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Kai with the $5 super chat says, congratulated Tater on your retirement.
Thank you.
Howdy from Corpus Christi, Texas.
Oh, yeah, Corpus Christi, right down the road from where I grew up. And I've flown through there a couple of times. They've got a Navy base, Navy Corpus. So lots and lots of, at the time, T-34s going round and round and round. They probably have something else now.
And I see Nursey with a $5 super chat says, excuse my forward question, but nurses in LA make 6 figures. With all the work that you do, is your pay similar?
Yes.
There you go.
Every controller in that tower is making over $100,000.
There you go.
Which sounds great until you realize we're in Los Angeles and $100,000 won't buy you a bread box.
Yeah.
It's great money, except that you're here.
Yes. Yes.
And there are times we earn that money. I'm not going to lie. There are times that you feel like you've got the gravy train, but there are definitely moments that you earn your money, and it's and it's just like the pilots. They spend a lot of time cruising around training for things they hope never happen.
Right.
And they earn their pay in those moments when something's happening. And in a lot of respects, so do we.
There we go. And I see you, Nursey. Martin V with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much. Martin says, another famous line made famous by Avion later Tater. Cool Ranch Bomb. Pick up the white courtesy phone.
Cool Ranch Bob, the white courtesy phone.
Was
Remember
that
that?
me?
Yes,
I
that was
have no
you.
recollection of this at all.
Oh, yeah.
All documented evidence. Kevin with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Kevin. Says, I was messaging with Brandon and can confirm that is him. Hi, later, Tater. Did you scream, I'm going to Disneyland on your last day of work?
Oh, I should have. I should have. No, I totally did not.
No, you just screamed, I'm going to the H.
Yeah, no,
Hi,
Bob.
Top
The
T
white
H.
phone. If you know, you know.
Soy Aaron back with the super chat says, oh, it's in Spanish. Is it me? Oh, the A321 special livery music festival,
Norte.
like a mini Coachella.
Happening in
cool.
April.
Well, actually warmer probably than it is here right now. It's gotten dramatically cooler in the last
Yes.
little bit. The moment you
It
get,
was hot, though.
the sun was hot. The moment you're not in the sun and the sun
Yes.
has dropped below the buildings and whatnot behind us, so we're now in the shadow, and the temperature's gone down by probably 10 degrees. I
We'll
would
be
bet.
finishing here in a second.
So-
Janice with the $5 super chat says, wonderful, entertaining, and informative show today. Thanks, Tater.
Oh, you're welcome.
Kevin
Thank you
and
for coming
Rudy.
out.
Thank you, Janice. Promise L with the $5 super chat says, when is Tater coming to work for AVL full time? Excellent work, all of you.
I don't know. Can y'all afford me?
Do I have to match your income from the tower?
Ooh.
Wow. Y'all gonna have to really step up with the super chats.
I know, exactly. All
Hey, if
right.
I'm working here, who's gonna buy the cookies?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll
Exactly.
have an assistant bring it.
Yeah. Well, DoorDash.
All right, before we head out here, we'd like to give a shout out to our Emerald and Diamond members here
Absolutely.
on the channel. Awesome support as we bring it back here to Imperial Hill. Rudy, thanks for hanging out today. And Lena Tater, he's still here.
I'm back.
Thank you so much
Oh, it's
for
been a
hanging out
pleasure,
with
and
here today.
thank y'all.
All right, you got to come
Thank
over this.
everybody.
There we go. We're good. See you.
Am I
All right.
here?
There
No,
we
I'm
go.
here. I'm
yeah,
there.
you're good. You're
but,
good.
But thanks everybody for coming out. Thank you for the party. Thank you for the fireworks, and just thanks for all the appreciation. And I'm proud to have served for the last 33 years, and I appreciate that y'all appreciated it. So happy New
thank you.
Year, and
Yeah,
y'all have
Happy
a
New
good
Year.
evening.
All right, now go enjoy your day, your first Sunday off from working. Yeah.
Come back
I know.
anytime.
He's like, oh, just in time for the
Yeah.
traffic, right?
Oh, what a shame. It's too late to mow the yard. Wah, wah.
Oh, all right.
What's
Well,
that?
stop by anytime at Later Tater. Good to have you here. Thanks to everyone watching here today. We'll be back later, in a few days on Tuesday. So stay tuned.
Some people were asking if we were having a drawing today. I think we're going to have to push that for next week.
We will do 2 drawings as we usually will. what we do. If we can't do it on a Sunday, we'll just push it to next Sunday. We'll do the drawing. So, all right, what a good day, boy. It went by fast. It went by really fast.
Ooh, yes.
Thanks to our great mods, always doing a great job. Danny, one of them here. Danny's still here with us. And Charlie, come on, you guys. Danny and Charlie still here as well. Wave to everyone at home. Part of the crew here at AAVL. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in. All right. Rudy, chipmunk time.
Chipmunk time. Uh-oh.
We do have a last minute $20 super chat from William. Says, thanks for hanging out with us today. Later, Tater, your knowledge is superb. Boy, I'll tell you, that's why the day went fast. Just listening to him talk. All the information and everything. What a day. What is happening? What is happening?
I just got electrocuted.
All right. You there?
Oh,
You there? All
is
right.
it time? Do I go on now?
Yeah, it's the
It's time to go home. Thanks for watching us today. We really hope you liked our show with Later Tater too. Thanks so much for watching us. We are AVL. Till we meet again. We can't wait until the next one. We sure had a great time with Later Tater too. Do 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 do. Yee-ha! Are you ready?
Oh, we're ready.
Here we go! Thanks so much for watching AVL. We hope you had a great time on the Big Sunday Show. Here's to a great year in 2025. We hope you had a great time on the Big Sunday Show. We hope you have a great week. We'll see you on the next show. Let's give it up for Later Tater.
Yeah.
What a great day it's been. Do, 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 do.
We'll see you guys soon. Why do I sound so weird? All right.
Okay.
From all of us here,
Bye.
Airline Videos Live.
See
Good
ya.
night, everyone.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Tater. Bye.